Gigant is great. It's wonderful. It's the best story I have ever read. You see, initially, the foundation of the manga seems to be well laid enough that something interesting could be built atop of it. However, Gigant then decides it doesn't want a foundation. Instead, it obliterates the initial framework to create a strip mine. Satisfied, the story then tries to build something anyways, which obviously goes over without any issues due to Gigant using terrible material. Its characters are supposed to fit into various archetypal roles, however they hardly ever act in a way that fills that role. In fact, they hardly ever act at all, and even more rarely as themselves, with their motivations constantly being overwritten by the needs of the plot. On the subject of the plot, despite it getting its way in every situation, it does so like a child throwing a tantrum in a candy store, getting what it demands without any of the work that would make the result meaningful. The longer the story continues, the more severe this tantrum becomes, until Gigant's plot stumbles about with less grace than a 90-year-old paraplegic climbing the Eiffel Tower. And yet, with the foundation of the story being non-existent, the characters having been lobotomized, and the plot careening in more circles than a shopping cart, Gigant has a moment of supreme inspiration and decides to go one step further. It decides that it is not satisfied with trying to build atop a strip mine, and instead it needs a black hole. So, the story then collapses, condensing into a singularity, an infinitely dense existence from which only the barest of essences can be observed. In short, Gigant may be a perfect representation of the highest quality storytelling in existence. It is a manga that inspires readers to seriously ponder the exact magnitude of time that they have wasted in reading it, to question what was the point of the manga when at every juncture Gigant failed to present necessary information, resulting in a failure to establish understanding, stakes, tension, or really anything that a person would want from a story. The manga begins with a young boy buying an adult video. The setting is Tokyo, and based on the shipping date of his parcel, it is sometime in August, although the year is yet uncertain. After watching his newly acquired AV, we learn that this unnamed boy is in high school, is the son of a film producer, and has a dream to become a film director. So, filled with ambition, this unnamed boy and his also unnamed friend in glasses have set out to create their maiden film. To do so, they need to find someone to play the lead actress, and the unnamed boy knows just who to pick. It's an unnamed classmate who he looked at 3 pages ago. Approaching her at some point in the day, the unnamed boys find this unnamed girl in the gym and ask her if she would be willing to play the part of their lead actress. A moment of silence passes as she gives the proposal thought. Now, this is good for the boys. She isn't immediately opposed to the idea. That said, she then says she isn't in the theater club and has no other acting experience, so she isn't confident she'll meet their expectations. That's not good, and so the unnamed boys will have to do some convincing. In order to do so, perhaps we could learn what sort of film they want to make, which could also provide some insight into their character. Is their film a mecha praising the virtuous heroic spirit, or maybe a new fresh take on Sukeban? Whatever it is, it better be good because the unnamed boys need to make it clear why they want this unnamed girl, other than the very obvious part about them finding her attractive. So, the girl says, this film, okay, I guess we're just moving on then. The girl asks if the film will premiere at the school festival, to which unnamed boy number 1 says it's actually showing at the Piano Film Festival, a much bigger event. Now, of course, the film hasn't actually been accepted to the Piano Film Festival since you kinda need a film to apply in the first place, so the honest answer would have been that he's aiming for the Piano Film Festival. Nevertheless, the unnamed girl doesn't seem to know that that's how these things work, and so silence fills the air once again as she returns to consideration, her pose taking the exact same form as it did 7 panels ago. She's in. With the first step accomplished, the unnamed boy in glasses compliments his friend on the amazing recruitment work, but it's not like they're out of the weeds yet. As unnamed boy number 1 says, he now only has 1 week to write up the screenplay, and since the 2 boys are the only 2 members of maybe the film club? You know, Gigant never shows that they're in a club, so it's possible this is an entirely private endeavor. In any case, the point is that they'll need more manpower for the production if they want to meet the deadline. Alright, it's going to take a bit of digging, but this start to the story has some potential. For starters, it's clear that the unnamed boys are naive. Unnamed boy number 1 in particular believes that his first film will either be good enough to get into not only a non-school organized festival, but a rather prestigious film festival. Either that, or he's planning to leverage his father's position as a producer to get the spot, although, of course, I would question anyone's decision to screen a film purely on the merit of the creator's familial connections. Also, it's yet to be seen if the boy's dad would even want their son to debut with what will likely be a very rough end product. All that said, however, this failure is the point of having a naive character. Their role is to make blunders, face consequences, and then gradually improve. To that end, we can then look for flaws in the unnamed boy's plans to see where the story may go. For example, we will soon learn that the story is a romance, so it makes sense that the boys would want to recruit someone attractive. However, on that exact note, the plan then runs into its first major hurdle, the unnamed lead actress. Consider for a moment, why in the world would she have done the boy's job of asking about the film festival? For starters, her asking this indicates that she's interested in participating for the clout. She wants to take the opportunity to be seen in a big project, boosting her status within the school's social hierarchy. However, on the other hand, we then have the unnamed boys. Given that up to this point they've only been seen wandering around alone, and that they have to recruit more members, it follows that they must be the school's loners. Additionally, the boys' inability to explain to the girl why they want her as an actress, instead obviously displaying their inexperience with being around the opposite sex, should make their incompetence clear. As such, even if the girl had never heard of these two unnamed boys, this lack of initiative should be something that she picks up on. But then, with that being the case, we must question why she would take such a big risk of associating with people far below what I assume her rank is. Of course, there are some potential answers, like that she's suffered a recent loss and is making a gamble, that despite appearances, she's already near the bottom of the rung and has nothing to lose, that she's just blinded by the potential of an endeavor that she knows woefully little of, or that she has a sinister alternative motive and just wants to mess with them. That said, the exact reason isn't going to be given for a little bit, but the point is that at the moment it's clear that the unnamed lead actress's goals should be pretty different than the unnamed boys, which combined with her own inexperience of filmmaking is going to severely hamper the film's production. So, to see exactly how the unnamed boy's plans get disturbed, let's continue. A week passes as the unnamed boy types in his room, and then he presents the first draft to the newly recruited members. They seem very excited to be a part of Red String. Really? Red String? He named his film after a cliché romance trope? You know what? It's fine. Everyone has to start somewhere. Later, the unnamed girl approaches the unnamed boy, calling him Yokoyamada-kun. Oh, so he does have a name. Alright then, the unnamed girl asks to confirm if the film is indeed a love story, and Yokoyamada confirms the obvious fact. This then prompts the girl to ask Yokoyamada if he will be the other lead, which confuses him. After all, he's the director, author, editor, producer, and head of marketing. He doesn't have the time to be an actor. That said, it seems Yokoyamada may not realize that he's taking on so many roles, as he explains his not being an actor by simply saying no. Hearing this, the girl becomes disappointed because, as she claims, Yokoyamada is quite cute when she pays attention. Now that is a lie. It's already been established that this girl has no real interest in hanging out with the boy just for who he is, and rather is viewing him as more of a tool. She's just trying to get close so that she can brag about how she's acquainted with such a popular figure once the film debuts, or alternatively, with the more twisted personality, she's getting Yokoyamada to think her happiness in some part depends on him treating her favorably, so that she can unwittingly trick him into letting her sabotage his film. In either case, since Yokoyamada isn't the lead, the unnamed girl has to slightly adjust her approach to be more indirect, telling Yokoyamada to make the film beautiful, specifically for her sake. With that, the first roadblock on the path to the boy's dreams has been placed. However, as a dramatic irony, Yokoyamada is unaware of the machinations, and so he makes no moves to respond. Instead, at a later point, the group of 6 schoolboys are all huddled together around an expensive camera, amazed by its 4K fidelity when the unnamed girl approaches. Now, there's a bit of missing context in that we don't have the slightest clue of what plans have been set up off-screen, so it's hard to say if she's showing up to be filmed or if this is unexpected. Regardless, she looks pretty sad about something, which isn't good for Yokoyamada. He doesn't even know what the actress's game is, and she's already making another move, declaring, "My boyfriend told me to decline. Sorry." Hearing this, Yokoyamada sits in a perplexed state, very reminiscent of 3 panels ago. As it turns out, the unnamed girl already had a boyfriend, and he's hot. As we can tell from the stylized hair, the unnamed boyfriend is playing the same game as the girl, and knows that their relationship is nothing more than a token to wave in front of others. Despite this hollow nature, a token is still valuable and he won't let Yokoyamada take it away without a fight. And surely a fight will happen. Perhaps the unnamed boyfriend is also in on his girlfriend's plans, and Yokoyamada's efforts will be nothing but playing into their hands as the two get endless entertainment from puppeteering him around. Perhaps the low-life Yokoyamada and the high-life unnamed boyfriend will end up fighting for the hand of the unnamed no longer lead actress, with the themes of Red String's first draft transcending the page and becoming not just a film, but the very fulcrum of... Okay, well, that's probably reading a little bit too deep into the material, so let's just say that at the present, the current situation isn't too great for Yokoyamada. He might need to find a new lead actress, and was pointed out earlier, it's unclear who the male lead will be. In short, the film is in shambles. Nevertheless, such concerns are apparently a problem for another day, as Yokoyamada seems pretty unfazed by how much of a delay this could cause for his delicate schedule. The unnamed boy with glasses, on the other hand, is mad. He's furious. He's so upset his eyes aren't even lined up anymore. While walking home, he can't help but take notice of all the happy, loving couples around him because he's been slighted by some unnamed boyfriend. After all, being Yokoyamada's only friend, it's likely that he could have become the lead male actor, but now there's been some delay with the opportunity to get close to his beloved unnamed lead actress. As such, the unnamed boy with glasses is going to seek revenge by... Oh, that's odd, my notes here are missing. Well, I'm sure I just misplaced them, and we'll figure out what I was going to say eventually. You could say such concerns are a problem for another day, and in the meantime, Yokoyamada continues his usual route back home. He crosses a street and a bus stop when he happens to see a fully grown man wearing nothing but shoes, socks, briefs, a tank top, an elementary schooler's backpack, and a helmet. Well, no need to pay attention to that. But what's this? A long line of papers attached to a wall. Well, that's not ordinary at all, and so Yokoyamada goes to investigate. Reading the paper, the boy is astonished. Well, what could these posters possibly say to have such an effect? The AV actress Papiko is living on this street. Please let us do you. Right, so to give some context, Papiko is the screen name of the actress that featured in the AV film the boy bought, and so as he is a fan of Papiko, it follows that he wants to confirm the validity of this claim. To do so, he rushes home. Now, wait a second, why doesn't he just pull out his phone and do a quick search? Maybe his phone plan doesn't come with data, or he thinks it'll take a long time to find what he's looking for. Regardless, this could be a massive step forwards for his film, with the unnamed girl seeming like a less likely actress with every passing panel, filling that void with not only an actual actress, but one that's been at least in some sort of love film, could make the performance that much more believable. Of course, one can't help but question how Yokoyamada will convince Papiko to join, given that 1. This is his first film, 2. There won't be any monetary compensation, 3. He'll just be taking up Papiko's time, 4. They don't know much about each other in the first place, and 5. She's an adult working in a particular industry while everyone else involved in the project is a minor. But hey, why not give it a shot? What's the worst that could happen? Finally home, Yokoyamada, despite apparently being in a rush, changes his clothes and catches his breath. Then, he opens the online town bulletin board and reads through a thread. Almost instantly, he finds that indeed the apparently pink-haired actress was sighted at the local Hanamart. Additionally, the anonymous poster claims that they were with their girlfriend at the time playing pachinko when they were distracted by a massive rack. Having read this, Yokoyamada sits back and condemns the anonymous poster for their shallowness. They already have a girlfriend. They should be happy with that and pursue their budding love. You know, strive to not be swayed so easily by vulgar desires. Well, that's a bit interesting. Potentially, this could be related back to Yokoyamada as an internal struggle. Will he choose to continue trying to work with the unnamed prior female actress, or will he change tracks to pursue Papiko? More thematically, this could also pose the question of if he will strive to become better at the craft of filmmaking, or if he will become distracted by the actresses. However, before Yokoyamada has a chance to realize or reflect on this tug-of-war, his dad enters the room and proceeds to lecture his son. As we learn, our seemingly main character has a given name, Rei, and he isn't very good at math. As such, his dad tells him he needs to study, because if he can't graduate high school, there isn't any way he's going to be able to become a director. Now, personally, I find that line of reasoning flawed, but at the very least, it's clear the dad wants to support Rei's dream in a way that he sees best. So, after being yelled at a couple times, Rei complies, sitting at his desk to study. Rei then gives up on studying. The sun sets, but after many hours, Rei still can't focus as his mind is unwilling to stop thinking about one thing: the posters. Grabbing a trash bag and running into the night, Rei knows what he must do. The miserable pieces of paper are disgusting. They are defamatory, disrespectful, and rude. They deserve to be torn down. After removing several posters, Rei says, "Ah, math. Ah. So, I get that Rei ran over here, but there were a lot of posters and it's not like taking them down is hard physical labor, so I'm not sure why Rei is still out of breath." That aside, it seems he's calmed down emotionally and his brain is now free to focus on other matters. So then, Rei, what about math? Rei says, "Phew, I managed to make do with one bag." Rei, "Math, what about math?" A new voice then asks, "Did you put those up?" "Okay, fine. I guess math is off the table, for whatever reason it was even brought up in the first place." Shocked by the unexpected voice, Rei momentarily gets transported to the real world as he sees, well, nothing interesting. He's looking at a metal fence. But who he hears is a familiar voice of Papiko. Turning around to confirm this, Rei says that she's mistaken. Then, displayed against a backdrop that is radically different from what was previously shown to be behind Rei, we see Papiko, the second named character thus far. After Rei claims innocence, Papiko questions further, asking why he took down the posters. In doing so, she also has a pretty unreadable, or rather inexpressive face, so it's not very clear why she's asking this. Nevertheless, Rei says it's because he thought the posters bothered her, and Papiko asks if Rei knows her. Once again, her expression doesn't help much. Rei admits that he is a fan of Papiko's AV films, and upon hearing this, Papiko spontaneously melts with gratitude and gives Rei a hug. Wait a minute, I'm confused. Why is Papiko giving Rei a hug? To begin, she opened by asking if Rei put up the posters, to which it seems she's being cautious, although it seems that Rei's answers convinced her of his innocence. Beyond that, it is then evident that Papiko wants to thank Rei for something, but it can't be for taking down the posters. If that were the case, she would have done so without needing to know that Rei was a fan of hers, and it's also clear that she completely flips the switch upon hearing Rei likes her work. To this, it seems that praise is very important to Papiko, but even still, why is she hugging Rei? That seems like a form of thanks that is far beyond any boundary of social convention. Even supposing Papiko doesn't have much care for said social convention, this is going a bit far. To say the least, it seems Papiko is eccentric, and as such I have a few further questions about her. Nevertheless, we'll have to address those later, as there is something more important to discuss at the moment. We have just finished Chapter 1, and often stories will create a picture of their direction, both plot-wise and thematically, within that initial segment. So then, I think it's a great idea to establish exactly where GIGANT is headed. Taking another look at Chapter 1, it appears that the road ahead has potential. We know the main character, Rei, and we know his motivations to make a film. We also can point to several roadblocks that will get in his way, like Rei's naivety, the unnamed ex-lead actress, and maybe even Papiko, although her role is still yet to become clear. Finally, underlying all of this, we can see a theme forming of Rei's double standard regarding passion and loyalty, which can be applied to the women he has come across, and the production of Red String. That is a pretty good start, save for the teeny tiny issue that everything I just said is false. It does not line up in any way with how GIGANT is going to proceed. Red String not only doesn't get made, it is only mentioned once beyond this point. The fact that Rei is bad at math, and likely school in general, will get mentioned twice, and the unnamed ex-lead actress, her unnamed boyfriend, and the new recruits for Red String will entirely disappear from GIGANT without any acknowledgement. Additionally, the theme developing from Rei's double standard, while not disappearing per se, will not be built upon by GIGANT, nor will Rei's naivety. With that, the only part of GIGANT that has actually been established thus far is that Rei likes Papiko, but not as a potential actress for Red String. Instead, his attraction to her is purely sexual, which raises several red flags and, more presently, brings into question why most of the pages previous to their meeting even exist. Out of the 46 pages thus far, GIGANT doesn't really begin until page 26. Well, maybe page 25, since the odd man will eventually be relevant, but regardless, the point is that it's not a good sign for nearly half of the content thus far to be irrelevant. After all, Gigant has now lied to its audience by falsely advertising what story they are getting into. As of the first chapter, readers would believe they were reading some sort of coming-of-age story set in the model of a high school drama. As it turns out, they will get something very different, and it doesn't even matter that the amount of misinformation is relatively small. Just the fact that soon the readers will realize they've been thrown for a loop will be confusing for them. But even still, this is not the biggest issue at hand with what has been presented by Chapter 1. Rather, the real problem is not so much what Chapter 1 has done wrong as what it has done right. As stated, the opening of a story often sets out a blueprint for what is to come, and ironically, Chapter 1 does this perfectly. As we will see, across Gigant, it is a pattern to repeat Chapter 1, and not only in that story threads are spontaneously dropped, but that so many threads disappear that the entire story metaphorically returns to the exact point where Chapter 1 ends. As an effect, this will make the core of Gigant a sensation of confused disappointment, because while a single instance of wasted material in Chapter 1 is not much, when the waste becomes a grand majority or even the entirety of the story, it's hard as a viewer to see Gigant as anything besides a waste of time. There is little motivation to invest in an arc when you have been shown it is liable to not have an effect, and there is little information to hold as critical or meaningful when it is liable to actually be misinformation. What a great way to start a story. So, with everyone on the same page of exactly how much fun we're in for, let's get back to it. As we left off, Papiko had just given Rei a hug upon learning that he liked watching her AVs, and due to Chapter 1's lack of clarity, one can't help but wonder, why in the world would she do that? And yes, I talked about her being eccentric, but what about beyond that? What led to Papiko having this behavior in the first place? I mean, it just seems a bit too convenient that Papiko is exactly the type of person to unquestionably pursue a minor, with essentially zero prompting from him, as if her character was created purely for the sake of wish fulfillment. However, that can be fixed if, as I propose, Gigant provides a reason for why Chiho is behaving in such an eccentric manner. So then, let's just keep the question of what happened in Chiho's life to lead her to this course of action in the back of our minds during the ensuing scenes. Understandably, after their embrace, Rei is embarrassed, while Papiko's face once more goes from a blank to expression to some sort of puppy-eyed stare. Then she says that somehow she wants to thank Rei. I'm sorry, was the hug not a form of thanks? Does Papiko just go around randomly hugging people? And what does she mean somehow? Why does she not know why she wants to thank Rei? Anyways, after a brief back and forth of Rei saying thanks isn't necessary and Papiko insisting that just saying thanks somehow won't be enough, Rei eventually caves and the two hold hands as they go to hit the town. Arriving at a restaurant, the two order some food, at which point Papiko attempts to strike up conversation by pondering the nature of the posters. She says she can't think of what anyone would gain from the action. This, however, goes nowhere, as of course both she and Rei are fully aware of what the perpetrator wanted, since the posters explicitly stated that. Nevertheless, at least Gigant is back on the subject of the posters, which could be useful. After all, we don't know why Papiko didn't do anything about the posters. It is, of course, plausible that she didn't have time to react since they were only up for one day, but nevertheless, Gigant has brought the subject up, so I assume it has a reason for doing so. With that, Rei gives an empty response to the question, and Papiko changes the subject, asking Rei if he's a middle school student. Alright, fine, I guess the posters are not actually going to get addressed at all. Also, really? Papiko thought Rei was a middle school student? I'm aware for her lack of concern, but I'm really starting to question the severity of a situation that would concern her. She's an adult, and out of the blue she's asking a minor that enjoys watching her have, and who she has never met, out for dinner. I suppose that isn't strictly illegal, but it is a red flag that it even got to this point, as well as the fact that Papiko is the one driving all of this. Responding to Papiko's inquiry, Rei says he's 16, a high school student. Oh, thank goodness. That makes everything better. I'm so relieved. Next, Papiko tells Rei that her real name is Chiho Johansson. She asks Rei how many of his films he's bought. Rei says something to the effect of being on a win streak, and Chiho is once again incredibly impressed. Because, of course she is. Getting parasocial affirmation is the greatest joy in Chiho's life, and continuing to not be at all bothered by the fact that the person she now considers to be one of her biggest fans is a minor, she follows Rei on Twitter. No, this is not something Rei instigates. Chiho, of her own volition, asks for Rei's Twitter account. But why? How is Chiho so brazen? What's next? Is she going to invite Rei to her home? Anyways, eventually the conversation tapers off and Chiho pulls out some pills. Seeing Rei's surprise, Chiho explains that they're a medicine for panic attacks that she's been having ever since her dad died. Alright, this could be interesting. Perhaps this trauma could give an explanation to how Chiho came to be the way she is, and a route for her to become a better person. So then, what do we learn about Chiho from these panic attacks? Well, we know her father was a Swedish carpenter who moved to Japan. Rei and Chiho then have a moment of silence on bringing up his death, and then Chiho exclaims that she has lost track of time and has to run. Cool, so we learned nothing. Alright, I guess we'll just have to keep waiting for some more relevant information, much like the guy in the background who hasn't moved since the two sat down. Before leaving, Chiho hugs Rei, waves goodbye, and then runs down the street. Then she promptly comes running back to once again, unprompted in any way and of her own free will, exchange contact information with Rei. Well, that's just dandy. I can only question what sort of obscene extension of logic is Chiho operating on that thanking someone for watching her includes a hug, dinner, and her number. Does she do this with every fan that comes up to her? Does she take the older viewers to a private room? How desperate for validation is she that she wants Rei as a yes monkey? Anyways, at a later point, Gigant decides to serve up the meaningless fluff I mentioned in my analysis of Chapter 1. As Rei goes to school, the unnamed guy in glasses mentions that they'll need to find a new lead actress. Rei comes across that strange man again, but takes little notice of him because, more importantly, he failed his math test. As such, he has to go to cram school. I mean, he has to pass his next test, or his camera will be taken away. Oh no, that would be just terrible, because then Rei wouldn't be able to... Whatever, it doesn't matter. Nevertheless, Rei does go to study and eventually retires to bed, at which point he then declares that Chiho has a boyfriend. When did he learn this information, you ask? Who knows? Maybe Chiho told him off-panel at some point. Regardless, Rei is disheartened because he can't be Chiyo's boyfriend, and so instead he settles with just being normal friends, which is ironic. There is a connection to be drawn here with Rei's condemnation of that anonymous poster he called shallow, and by doing so we can illustrate that Rei has a double standard. I mean, if it's bad behavior for the poster to be swayed by Chiho, then it would be bad if Chiho was swayed by Rei, and Rei would also have some responsibility in this scenario, as he is intentionally playing the role of the tempter. That said, such thoughts are not a part of Gigant, as it is not going to address that Rei and Chiho are going to do something that Rei has condemned. Instead, all that is happening is that this story is setting up an obstacle between Rei becoming Chiyo's boyfriend so that he can overcome it. And sure, perhaps by overcoming the obstacle, Gigant will develop Rei and Chiyo's characters, so there's some hope that something can be derived from this. So then, once Rei sends Chiho a message, she responds by saying goodnight. Then, on a later day, we meet Chiho's boyfriend. Said unnamed boyfriend is a leech, playing video games at Chiho's home and spending the rest of his time wasting Chiho's money at pachinko parlors. Additionally, he's been looking through Chiho's phone and taken notice of her contact with Rei. This irritates him, and bringing up the subject promptly leads to the two getting in a fight. Now, I must question, has this happened before? I mean, with how brazenly Chiho gave out her number to Rei, it wouldn't be surprising if she's done so before. However, if that were the case, why did the boyfriend find out? Has Chiho not learned her lesson and not taken precautions to retain her privacy, or did she slip up? Unfortunately, we haven't been shown anything to suggest either to be the case. In fact, we haven't been shown anything at all. The boyfriend just instantly knows about Rei, and there's no reference to this being a recurring event for Chiho either. With that, it seems like maybe this is the first time this has happened, but then how? Given how Chiho behaved with Rei, it seems like she would give her number to literally anyone that liked her AVs, so then it's reasonable to assume that Chiho has never run into another of her fans in the wild. That seems pretty unlikely. To say the least, I'm getting mixed messages between this scene and what Gigant has previously told us about Chiho, although it is possible I have misread her. To explain, there are two pieces of information on Chiho that appear to be in conflict. Firstly, the initial impression of Chiho is that she is egotistical. She doesn't care about acting in line with everyone else. Instead, she prioritizes looking for how she can receive praise, going so far as to try to get it from a minor. That said, there is some confusion on why she's only acting this way around a day. Secondly, it appears that Chiho is a pushover, as Ryuji constantly takes advantage of her with little to no resistance. And that behavior is radically different from the self-confident version of Chiho who met today, and so initially it seems like Gigant has made a contradiction. However, what if rather than seeing this as a contradiction, one of these character traits was just a lie? We now know about Chiho's relationship with her boyfriend, so let us suppose that she has grown tired and desperate. As such, she would look for a way to escape from Ryuji, and to do so she put up the posters. Her hope in doing that is that it would attract a fan of hers which she could reach out to for help. Then, just as she planned, Rei came along, and Chiho put on an act of being overly friendly to secure further contact with him. With that, we've accounted for why Chiho appeared so egotistical in front of Rei, without contradicting her lack of a backbone and standing up to the unnamed boyfriend. Additionally, we've also provided an answer for why Chiho didn't do anything about the posters, and evidence that shows that Chiho meeting Rei wasn't a pure coincidence. That said, I must admit this is only a theory, and we won't know the truth until Gigant confirms whether or not Chiho did indeed put up the posters. Until then, on a later day while strolling around town, Chiho is texting with Rei once again, when suddenly a car crashes into that strange man that's been wandering around town. Running over, Chiho asks if he's okay and attempts to call an ambulance, but the man stops her and slaps some strange device onto her wrist. Chiho isn't able to take it off, or at least it's too painful to bother, and when she looks back, the man has magically summoned his helmet out of hammer space. Seriously, Gigant, where did he get it? The wide shot very clearly shows that it wasn't anywhere near him because it wasn't in the picture. Also, there's now a DVD case lying next to the man that wasn't there before either. Where did that come from? He doesn't have pockets, and the backpack is nearly a half-meter away from him. Ominously, the man then says it's all up to Chiho and transforms into a doll. While he does so, the puddle of blood moves beneath his head, even though he's shrinking away from it, and the DVD case teleports to beneath his feet. What is going on with the visuals, Gigant? Why are the inanimate objects moving? They aren't even moving consistently wrong, because the very next panel correctly doesn't have the blood puddle beneath the doll's head, and then it's back in the next panel. Also, where did the backpack go? It's just gone. What happened to it? And why are none of the background characters reacting? The people up the street just heard car tires squealing, an impact followed shortly by a woman yelling about an ambulance and screaming in pain. But despite hearing all of that, they haven't moved at all. There's also this guy further down the street who saw literally everything. But why didn't he run up to help? Gigant, why are you like this? Why do the visuals contradict what is happening? How did it get to this point? Anyways, Chiho picks up the DVD case, returns home, and eventually ends up deciding to watch the mysterious recording she was given. Placing the disc in her PlayStation, a video of the man walking around town starts playing. He remarks that somehow he arrived early, he's unsure of where he is, and wonders how many years it's been. Wow, what cryptic sentences. Excuse me if this is a bit of a stretch, but I do believe this man is a time traveler. Meanwhile, Chiho, whose face has remained unchanged for 2 pages, gets bored, so she puts the disc away, wonders what these weird pod things could possibly be, and then heads off to the bathroom. Holy cow, that's a massive toilet. While there, she messes around with a thing on her wrist and finds out that it makes her bigger. Indeed, it is a size-altering device, henceforth referred to as an SAD. Opening the small door, Chiho calls out for Ryuji, which is apparently the name of her boyfriend, and asks what she should do. Stunned as a giant Chiho emerges from the bathroom, Ryuji doesn't know what to say. Then Chiho remembers she can return to normal, but why didn't Chiho do that before trying to squeeze through the door? How did she even manage to get out? Also, based on the complete lack of damage to the apartment, I assume that the SAD does not increase mass. I mean, it looks like Chiho got approximately 3 times taller, which if the SAD did increase mass would make her about 27 times heavier. Assuming she weighed 45 kilograms before, she would be over a metric ton now, which would definitely break the toilet and maybe even collapse the floor when she leaned on it. On a different note, it's also incredibly fortunate that in fiddling with the SAD, Chiho expanded to exactly the size of the bathroom. If she had gone any bigger, she may have destroyed her home. Recovering from the surprise, Ryuji suggests Chiho use the new power for a film shoot, and so Chiho goes and immediately makes a suggestion to her manager. Wait, what about the recording? Shouldn't Chiho get it? Never mind. I'm sure we'll get back to it later. Back at school, Rei tells his unnamed friend in glasses that he met Chiho, which his friend finds disgusting until he looks her up and upon finding her attractive, suddenly decides that Rei is completely justified. Sorry, what? What about Chiho being attractive makes it suddenly okay? With that being the case, what was disgusting about Rei being in a relationship in the first place? Anyways, the unnamed friend gets continuously more surprised as Rei explains that he not only met Chiho in private, but he also exchanged contact information with her. Unfortunately, and sadly, Chiho hasn't been online for a while. Wait, really? But since when? Chiho and Rei were casually texting earlier. In fact, based on this panel from 2 pages ago, it seems the two were talking to each other just last night. Was there a time jump after that, despite a complete lack of indication? And why is Chiho completely offline in the first place? Does she have no other people to contact on the line app? What happened to get her offline? The first fight obviously didn't affect her, but did Ryuji find out about Chiho's continued misbehavior? Was there another fight? Well, who knows? And in all actuality, I don't think Chiho was offline at all, because the next thing that happens is Rei getting a message from her asking him to meet at a family restaurant. So, Rei sneaks out of the back of the house and hops on his bike. Once he arrives at the restaurant, he notices a strange thing on Chiho's wrist. Attempting to explain, Chiho tells Rei about her run-in with the time traveler, and then not clarifying what the device on her arm does, even though that was what started the conversation, asks Rei to look at the DVD. Amazed and completely ignoring the context, Rei thinks that she's given him a potentially exclusive film of her, and gladly accepts, which I guess is believable. On Rei's side, I think he would accept the DVD regardless of the misunderstanding. As for Chiho, she does mention at one point Yokoyamada is a pretty unusual surname, so it's plausible that she could have found out his father was a film director if she bothered to look it up. Either that or Chiho and Rei talked about their interests off-panel at some point, but regardless, the point is Chiho wants Rei to look at the recording since his familiarity with the medium might lend more insight than she's capable of. However, before we can get to that happening, the question of why Chiho isn't watching the recording for herself still looms large. One would think that having been given the SAD, Chiho would be pretty curious and want to watch the recording to find answers. This is especially true upon learning that the SAD has actual functionality, proving the time traveler wasn't just some crazy person. And yet, she hasn't done that, and on top of that, she's given up for a reason that doesn't exist. The audience hasn't been shown that the material on the recording is hard to parse, that Ryuji doesn't like it, that Chiho doesn't have enough available time, or literally any reason for why she isn't watching the recording. With that, I can't help but think that the real reason Chiho is giving Rei the recording is just that Gigant needs Rei to watch the recording so that the plot can happen. In any case, having accomplished what she came here to do, Chiho says goodbye, but before she walks off, Rei says he'll give her a ride home. Chiho refuses, and so they both get on the bike. No, there aren't even 2 panels of Rei insisting on giving her a ride, and her deciding she might as well. They are just suddenly on the bike together. Later, Rei watches the recording, and after skipping around, he realizes it is not an AV, and so he stops watching. That said, before he does so, there is some important information we learn, as the time traveler references some sort of gigastructure orbiting the Earth, which might be the result of a technological singularity. So, now we know something about the time traveler's mission. Barely. There's a megastructure in space, but what is it? Is it a craft from the future? Is it an alien UFO? What can it do? Is it an ally, foe, or a currently neutral party? What is the time traveler going to do about it? Given they arrived early and this thing already exists, what can be done about it? So many questions, which I'll just add to the list of things I'm waiting to find out. Of course, we could find out right now if Rei continued to watch the recording, which is a sentiment that becomes increasingly more upsetting once Rei discovers that the recording is 168 hours long. That's exactly 1 week, which, putting aside the odd coincidence of exactitude, is a whole lot of information. Seriously, imagine the absolute wealth of crucial knowledge that could be contained within. After all, it stands to reason that this recording has been made as a contingency plan so that in the event that the time traveler dies, someone will be able to watch it and carry on his mission. The only other reason for the recording to be taken is so that future intelligence can analyze the events without personal bias or faulty memory getting in the way. That said, these two reasons are not mutually exclusive, and the latter case also doesn't explain why the recording would then be made in a compatible format with modern technology. So then, with the recording being a week long, just imagine how much they and Chiho could learn from it. Perhaps a full recounting of what's going to happen, a full explanation of how to use the SAD, or even how to time travel with the time pods. Oh, sorry, was I not supposed to reveal that these strange devices that were given to Chiho by a time traveler were time travel devices? Right then, forget I said that, and while we're at it, forget what could possibly be learned from watching the recording, because as established, Rei is not going to watch it. Back at Chiho's place, Ryuji is taking Chiho's money to go to the pachinko parlor, but notably he makes no comment on how she's not only still talking today, but even went to meet him the other day. So, I guess he stopped monitoring her phone for some reason? But why? I mean, GIGANT hasn't done anything to show that Chiho is being more protective of her phone, or even that she changed her passcode. So Ryuji should still have easy access to the chat logs, but then why isn't he keeping tabs on it anymore? I mean, what reason besides GIGANT just forgetting that reading Chiho's messages is something he does? Anyways, once Ryuji leaves, Chiho's phone rings. It's her brother, who informs her that something happened to their mom. So, Chiho goes off on a trip to visit her home. Alright, it's time to meet Chiho's family. Hopefully we can learn something significant about Chiho's past from this. Upon arriving, Chiho is greeted by her siblings, 3 older brothers, who upon seeing Chiho, immediately start by ridiculing her for making AVs. That said, as it turns out, Chiho is paying for, it appears, all of their living expenses, but despite that, the siblings would prefer if Chiho got a more decent job. Afterwards, Chiho picks up a picture of her father, and then leaves for the hospital. Chiho's mom opens by insulting her daughter's job, and then she tells Chiho she needs to continue her current career because it's the only thing keeping the family afloat. Then Chiho pays the 300,000 yen medical fee, which for some reason couldn't be paid electronically, and with her job accomplished, she heads home while remembering some time when she rode a bike with her dad. The end. Wow, wasn't that insightful? How about we take a quick moment to review everything that we can gain from this? Nothing. In fact, now I have even more questions. Firstly, it seems that with the father dying, the Johansson family lost its breadwinner, and so Chiho had to go and get a job. But why just Chiho? She has 3 older brothers who, if Chiho was eligible to work as an AV actress, should already have had their own sources of income. However, for some unstated reason they don't, or at least they don't have enough for any of them to not be dependent on Chiho's income. But why? How are none of the 3 older brothers financially stable? Now, to be clear, I don't mean to suggest that such a family dynamic is unrealistic or even impossible. Rather, I'm asking these questions because if GIGANT were to answer them, or at least explore them, it could develop Chiho's character. For example, Chiho is a pushover. Her family knows about her money and Chiho is letting them take advantage of her. This is a character flaw, and GIGANT could provide context for why it is significant by showing how Chiho developed to result with this disposition. To do so, perhaps GIGANT could answer if she has always been a pushover, and if so, whether her father's death made it worse, or if she was treated differently because of being a pushover. Alternatively, if this made her a pushover, what specific moment of her life around the time of the father's death led to her developing that behavior? How old was Chiho at the time? Did the father's death directly result in Chiho becoming an AV actress, or did that only happen after a long chain of unknown events? But no, there's nothing to explain how it came to be this way, and so there's no useful insight into Chiho on this matter. In a similar manner, this scene also brings up the topic of Chiho being an AV actress, and then fails to do anything more than that. As it goes, Chiho family berates Chiho for her occupation, but Chiho doesn't give any hint of commiserating with that position, and from what we've seen, Chiho loves her job. And that's it. There's nothing about how much of an effect being an AV actress had on landing Chiho where she is now. GIGANT never addresses questions like if Chiho was initially resistant to being an AV actress, and if so, what made her change her mind. Alternatively, it could have been that Chiho was already an AV actress at the time of her father's death, but still, GIGANT doesn't give any context for what that would even mean. All we get is Chiho's family doesn't like that Chiho is an AV actress, to which Chiho makes zero comment. Finally, we then have the most important topic that GIGANT could have explored, that being Chiho's relationship with her father. Previously, we know that somehow her father's death or related events were traumatizing enough to make Chiho have to take medication for panic attacks, and going into this scene I was hoping to get more information on that. Instead, all we got is that Chiho loves her father, which we already assumed to be the case, and that they once rode a bike together. That's all this chapter has to say. Nothing about how he taught Chiho anything impactful, what about their relationship was special, or any information on how the events of his death led to Chiho developing panic attacks. In fact, nothing of what we were told gives any insight whatsoever on why she has panic attacks. With all that, at the absolute best, this scene has reaffirmed that Chiho is a massive pushover, and that's it. Everything else about this scene is just a complete failure to provide anything useful for GIGANT. Moving on, Chiho returns to her home and lays down on the bed. Soon after, Ryuji sends a text saying he'll be spending the night at a sauna, and with that, Chiho goes to sleep as the sun... Wait a minute. When Chiho got back, it was already dark outside. The night lights in her apartment were on, but then Ryuji's text was sent around 1450. Chiho just laid down in bed. How is it over 12 or maybe even 18 hours later? Then the timeline gets even more confusing as soon, once evening arrives, again, I think, Chiho's phone says it's 10:18 when she gets another message which was sent at 22:14. GIGANT, what in the world is going on? How are you struggling to keep track of time? Anyways, the latest message is from Rei, who says he's watched the video and wants to talk about it, so Chiho invites him over to her home. Fantastic. Sure, why not? Upon arriving, Rei asks about Chiho's boyfriend, to which Chiho tells Rei that Ryuji is out at a sauna for the night. Right, so despite the sun rising and setting a couple times, it is still the same day. Good job, GIGANT. That aside, Chiho then realizes that she also never told Rei about her having a boyfriend. Alright, it seems Chiho didn't tell Rei about Ryuji off-panel. In that case, good job, GIGANT, on recognizing this hole and moving to fill it. Explaining, Rei says he found out about Ryuji by reading it on the town's online bulletin board, the same site he used after seeing the posters. To say the least, this revelation is pretty concerning. In the first place, it's just a serious infringement of privacy, but more so, it suggests that Chiho may have a stalker. After all, somebody put up those posters, and if it wasn't Chiho, then it's not a stretch to say that if they could find out where she lives, they could also figure out that Chiho has a boyfriend. Worse, however, is that if they're still around, they could also find out that Chiho is inviting a minor to her house. With the potential stalker posing such a threat to Rei and Chiho's livelihood, Chiho understandably complains, saying, seriously? Hey, is he alright? What is going on? GIGANT, why are you suddenly changing the subject after suggesting the existence of a stalker? If you weren't going to address the topic, why did you even bring it up? Are you trying to hide something or you just not understand what you're doing? Whatever. Apparently, back on the subject of the recording, Rei explains to Chiho that the man is a time traveler. Chiho is surprised by this revelation, and to explain further, Rei says that it's kinda like Terminator, and the man may want to stop some sort of AI revolt. Chiho is further confused by this, not knowing what AIs are either, and changing the subject, Rei talks about how the recording uses drones and CGI to show the man changing the size of his body. On that note, Chiho does have something she understands, and so she excuses herself from the room. Now, I'm sure everyone here can guess what's going to happen, but before that, I would like to remind everyone of something. Rei said he had a lot on his mind, and he has mentioned two things about the recording. It's about a time traveler who can change the size of their body. This information is, for starters, completely different from what we know he saw earlier, which means he must have viewed more of the recording. What's more, I don't think the two mentioned topics count as a lot of discussion, so it follows that once Chiho has convinced Rei that the recording is real, the two can go into more depth on the subject. So, soon, Chiho returns having changed into baggy clothing, and then proceeds to demonstrate the powers of the SAD. Now, logically, any sane person could just grow a few centimeters and explain what the curious device did, but instead, Chiho gets big enough to destroy her clothing. Why does she do this? Well, of course, because Gigant wanted an excuse for nudity. We even see that Chiho went up to size 10, so it's not like this is the minimum growth she could have done. She could have just gone to size 1, but no, it is imperative that Chiho commit a crime. How else could she possibly convince Rei of the reality of the recording? It isn't as if the 168-hour recording might have explained it in the time that Rei was watching. He even saw the time traveler get bigger, and yet I guess he just never noticed that the same strange wrist device on the man that he was using to change the size of his body is the same device that is now on Chiho. In any case, it's now set in stone that both Rei and Chiho have full confidence that a time traveler has come to their time, and that something needs to be done. But before they can get into the real meat of the matter, Ryuji suddenly comes back to the apartment. Conveniently. Anyways, seeing the woman he's so controlling of, even though he randomly stopped caring about her escapades last we saw him, now naked in front of another guy, Ryuji flips out. Rei takes a couple hits, but Chiho goes big and pushes Ryuji away. Wow, it's really fortunate for Ryuji that the SAD doesn't increase mass. If it did, I doubt Chiho would have enough of a grasp of basic physics to know to hold back, resulting in Ryuji maybe getting splattered and definitely severely damaging the wall. But since the SAD doesn't increase mass, Ryuji doesn't take much time to recover. Getting back up, he again tries to attack Rei, but Chiho picks him up. Sorry, but how can Chiho pick up Ryuji? I mean, if the SAD isn't increasing her mass, then she shouldn't be able to balance with that footing. Anyways, once Ryuji stops thrashing, Chiho returns him to the ground and tries to calm Ryuji by explaining that, quote, "This guy is a fan. I wanted to know more about this machine on my arm, so I consulted him. That's all." Unquote. Ah, yes. What an understandable statement. I'm sure that explaining that you just had to get naked in front of someone who likes watching your was the best possible thing that could have been said in this situation. After Chiho's terrible explanation, Ryuji sees that he isn't going to get anything done by sticking around, and so he leaves the apartment. Well, that was garbage, but there's one last detail that really seals the deal. For some more context, after hitting Ryuji into a table, Chiho instantly apologizes, and afterwards, she only uses restraining action. From this, she clearly cares about Ryuji and she wants to protect their relationship despite his toxicity, and therefore Chiho didn't put up the posters. That action was based on the motivation to leave Ryuji, but she clearly doesn't want to do that. As such, we can also conclude that she wasn't unreasonably friendly with Rei because she was looking for a way to leave Ryuji, which means she really just does so happen to be exactly the type of person to unthinkingly pursue Rei for no other reason than that the plot wants her to do so. What a great character. Gigant started by making Chiho overly selfish so that she talks to Rei. Then, rather than explaining why she was such a convenient person, Gigant went in an entirely different direction, contradicting itself to make her a pushover. What's more, as you may not be surprised to hear, this change is only happening because Gigant needs her to be a pushover for something else to happen at a later point. That said, there is at least one aspect of Chiho's character that has yet to be ruined. Now that the recording has been confirmed as legitimate, and with Chiho having been selected as the successor of the Time Traveler's mission, we have the question of how Chiho will react to having this responsibility forced upon her. Presently, with Ryuji gone, we would want to know how Rei and Chiho regard the recording, and so Gigant continues the next chapter by informing the audience that it's another day and suddenly it rains feces. Well, never mind. That's right, Rei and Chiho didn't go back to watch the recording, which means that the only thing that scene actually accomplished was getting Ryuji and Chiho to break up. Absolutely fantastic. With that, Gigant, instead of naturally following along with character motivations to find out what in the world is going on, has elected for something entirely different. Specifically, we find Rei talking to his unnamed friend in glasses. It seems that Chiho is still depressed by her breakup with Ryuji, and so the friend in glasses tells Rei that he should become Chiho's new boyfriend. Why does he think this is a good idea? Who knows? That said, Rei does refuse, saying that, well, he says nothing meaningful, but it seems he's rather embarrassed with the idea. Perhaps now that it's being said out loud to him, Rei may be aware of how ridiculous having a relationship with Chiho would be. Although, then again, he isn't going to show any indication that that is the case. Anyways, unhappy with Rei's rebuttal, Glasses Boy says that Rei should take advantage of this situation and just go up to Chiho and say, "Let me, because that's cute." Sorry, White Frames, but that isn't cute, it's creepy. Rei once again refutes this approach, so Prescription Lad asks what Rei is going to do, and then immediately changes the subject to the "Stop! Gigant, what are you doing? You can't just have a character spontaneously say, 'I'm changing the subject,' because you can't figure out how to end your conversation." Seriously, just have one panel where they stare at each other in silence, or even have Rei show that he's uncomfortable with confronting his poorly thought out position, and have him change the subject himself. Nevertheless, as Anti-Peripheral was saying, it rained feces yesterday on December 3rd. Responding while not wearing a mask and putting something in his mouth, Rei says it smells awful and he wants to puke. Good job, Gigant, I'm really buying the reality of the situation. Spectacles continues, suggesting that the strange phenomenon may be related to a website called enjoytheend.org, or E.T.E for short. Apparently, it's a new site that's been gaining massive popularity among exactly Rei's demographic for an unstated amount of time due to its ground-shattering paint chat. Oh, sorry, that's a mistranslation due to my using an unofficial version of Gigant. It should say drawing, as in being drawn for a raffle or lottery. More seriously, the attraction of E.T.E is that it gathers user requests and then grants them like wishes, with the feces rain appearing to be the first successfully granted request. Furthermore, the request was granted almost immediately after the vote was made, and while Funky Nosebridge Boy is unsure of the site's authenticity, Rei is intrigued. And rightfully so, given that he's just learned about a time traveler. Well, it seems that Rei is suddenly acting in accordance with his motivation. I sure hope he keeps doing that, rather than this just being a one-time thing because Gigant needs to introduce E.T.E. So, on his way home, Rei monitors the site as a poll for various requests is started. Right, so Rei's phone does have internet access without Wi-Fi. Okay. Regardless, votes start rolling in very quickly, and immediately the poll ends. Hold up. Gigant, what do you mean the poll ends? Why does it end? I can see that the most voted request gets picked, but how was it determined to be the winner so quickly? Do the polls only last a few seconds? Does the site keep track of how many users are online to determine if a majority of current users has been reached? Why are you hiding this very relevant information? Nevertheless, since the poll has concluded, a new option appears, stating that in order for the winning request of actors going streaking in Shinjuku to be granted, 100,000 people need to give their consent. Once again, votes start rolling in, and seemingly within moments the 100,000 votes have been cast. The request has been granted. Checking the news and then Twitter, Rei finds that indeed the actor Surakun was spotted streaking. Goodness gracious, there's so much wrong going on here. Let's start with problem 1 and ask, how many users does E.T.E have? Of course, at an absolute minimum, it needs 100,000, but how many does it need for the streaking instant to be granted in such a short time? Well, to set a lower bound estimate, let's take a look at the Mr. Beast YouTube channel. Purely as a statistical reference, it is one of the best performing channels on the platform, which is to say, a great example of the fastest possible time one could get 100,000 people to click a button. On the 25th of December 2022, Mr. Beast had 123 million subscribers, and the video uploaded the same day was averaging roughly 1 million views per hour, or 100,000 views per 6 minutes. Comparing this to Gigant, there are already several earth-shattering issues. Firstly, we will eventually see that Gigant takes place around 2019, at which point the Japanese population was 126.6 million. At the moment, let us assume that Mr. Beast's subscribers are equally efficient in getting views as E.T.E's users are at voting for requests. With that, in order to even match Mr. Beast's numbers, nearly every person in the country would have to be voting. Now, sure, it is possible that maybe not every user is in Japan, or that votes are being cast on multiple devices, but I don't think either of those is the case. For one, only requests that concern Japan are ever presented, so it makes sense that the website would only allow for Japanese citizenry to participate. Additionally, we'll eventually find out that America has its own E.T.E site, which nobody in Japan interacts with, presumably because it's region-locked. As for the second option of duplicate votes, if such a method were being used, it would completely destroy the point of the website. GIGANT is going to keep this a secret for quite a while, but I'll just let you know now that E.T.E is the basis for a psychological study, and so if the votes are being cast disingenuously, then the data wouldn't be valid. So then, at this point, the estimation of how many E.T.E users there are is already absurd, but it gets even worse because in no way can MrBeast subscribers be equivalent to E.T.E users. On the one hand, YouTube has a whole bunch of neat features like notifications and suggestions to inform viewers of what has been released, and MrBeast has a well-established reputation among his audience of what to expect from his videos. All of these boost audience engagement. E.T.E, on the other hand, has nothing. At no point is Ray getting notification from E.T.E, and instead he, or someone nearby him, just magically happens to be looking at the site whenever it does anything. We see no indication that E.T.E broadcasts when the next request poll will be launched, nor does there seem to be any rhyme or reason to when requests are given the opportunity to be granted. The streaking incident occurs after school, Ray's house will later be hit by a magnitude 5 earthquake during dinner, and most other events are lucky to have any sort of temporal placement that is more specific than daytime. Additionally, this is only the second request granted by E.T.E, and so it doesn't matter how virally it's spread among high schoolers, there's simply no way that E.T.E is getting as much engagement as the MrBeast video. Taking all of that into account, the number of E.T.E users that we would expect to be needed to complete an E.T.E request in such a short time is already ballooning past all statistical expectations, and of course it gets even worse. Hitting 100,000 votes in 6 minutes would be an astonishing feat, but GIGANT actually portrays that it happens within a few seconds. It literally only takes 4 panels, and Ray can't do anything other than gasp before 75,000 votes have been accumulated. In short, it is absurdly ridiculous to even posit that this is possible in such a short time. I mean, the users of E.T.E would have to be bots for this to be feasible, but like I said with voting on multiple devices, that would completely defeat the point, so it's better to just assume that GIGANT has done something incredibly stupid once again. But more than just mechanical incompetence, there are 2 more issues with how E.T.E has been shown to operate. The first is that because requests are somehow granted almost immediately, it gives no time for Ray or Chiho to react, which is important because Ray and Chiho are in a reactionary position. E.T.E exists, it is going to cause at least mass chaos, and so Ray and Chiho have to react to that in some way because Chiho has been entrusted with the Time Traveler's mission. With that, if there was time to process what was coming, GIGANT would have the opportunity to develop the characters of Ray and Chiho as they express what they find important, what they are worried about, or what they think would be the best decision. However, GIGANT has decided to not provide this window of time, and so GIGANT is missing out on a big opportunity to show how Ray and Chiho feel about the E.T.E requests. Of course, it can still do so during and after a request is dealt with, but even still, with how little character work GIGANT has done so far, it needs all the opportunities it can get. As for the second and more pressing problem, we have to question how GIGANT's main characters are still in the dark concerning E.T.E. For context, or I guess a lack of context, we don't know anything about how E.T.E even got any traction to begin with, as we're never shown any sort of advertisement for the website or online chatter. The site just exists, and suddenly one day it starts working. Then, roughly 1 day passes between the first and second requests, and in that time the number of E.T.E users increased massively. To do so, the site would have had to spread through word of mouth across social media in a viral explosion that would have made it very difficult to miss. And yet, Ray doesn't know about it until it's pointed out to him. Not only is that a lazy and clunky way of introducing the information, it's yet another example of GIGANT deflecting the expected character motivations. Knowing that a time traveler showed up, you would think that at the very least when a supernatural event like raining feces occurs, Ray would want to go and watch the recording for more information, leading to E.T.E. Alternatively, he could have at the very least gone onto social media to see discussion about the extreme weather, which again would have led him to E.T.E. But no, somehow Rei decided he didn't want to know what was going on, and on top of that managed to dodge the astronomical odds of hearing about E.T.E. by accident. To do so, it's likely that he would have actively avoided any contact with social media in order for this to happen, which is antithetical to what he would believably be doing. What compelling character writing. Speaking of compelling characters, now that Rei knows about E.T.E., he decides to do nothing. Instead, he heads home, and then maybe on the same day, maybe not on the same day, there's a magnitude 5 earthquake, after which we then jump to Chiho's perspective. She's sitting at home, watching a talk show that is discussing E.T.E. The hosts mention that there was a magnitude 5 earthquake on the 3rd of the month, which, since the earthquake we saw earlier happened on the 4th, means that over a month of time has passed. In that time, E.T.E. has caused constant chaos around the country, burning down several schools and pulling off a significant bank heist. Meanwhile, Rei and Chiho have done absolutely nothing. They have not watched the recording, they have not tried to get a better grasp of how E.T.E. operates, and they have not even had any thoughts on why they or anyone should do something about this. I mean, just look at how concerned Chiho is eating a potato chip. Back to the talk show, eventually the hosts decide that E.T.E. must be bogus, and they move on to a new topic. Then, at some later point, Chiho meets up with Rei, where they too discuss E.T.E. It seems the next request is to assassinate somebody that doesn't matter. Then, Rei and Chiho discuss how it's just so terrible that E.T.E. is facilitating all of these events, and we can tell that they really don't like what E.T.E. is doing, as indicated by the fact that they have done nothing about it for over a month. But what's this? Upon moving to Chiho's home, Rei says that he's thinking that maybe, by the greatest stretches of his micropixel brain, just maybe, this is all related to the SAD and the Time Traveler. So, thinking this, Rei resolves to go and watch the recording. Well, I'll be. I look forward to the invaluable information this action could grant. But until then, Rei asks Chiho if he could become her boyfriend. Now, wait a minute, the last time this was brought up, Rei was against that idea, so what changed, Gigant? I'm not saying that it's unreasonable for the change to happen. A whole month has passed. I just want to know. Why couldn't you do anything to show why Rei is changing his mind? After a moment, Chiho says she'll have to give Rei's proposal a think over and get back to him later. Then she stares at him as if her brain imploded. Gigant, what in the world is up with the art in this scene? Everything in the room has been placed in a time distortion that prevents them from moving. In the first place, Chiho's clock isn't working, and across 4 pages there are 8 unique panels, one of which gets used 5 times, another 4, and another 3. I mean, just put these 2 pages side by side. The panels are mostly just copy and pasted. What in the world happened for this complete crap to end up being the final product, Gigant? Chiho has 3 poses that she unmovingly stands in, and at the end she looks like a robot that can't even comprehend what existence is. Moving on. Later that night, Rei reads an article pondering whether the person that went streaking was actually not Suda. Translating the passage beneath, we read that on the 14th, Suda was seen numerous times in Shinjuku, but at the same time, Suda was in Niigata, where he officially denied the film, according to testimony from people involved and co-stars. Really, Gigant, the 14th? As I recall, Rei learns about E.T.E. on December 4th, then with no indication that any more time than a few minutes had passed, we see Rei walking home from school, during which the Shinjuku streaking incident occurs. So, did 10 days suddenly pass within that time with no indication of such a break? Or is this article discussing a second streaking incident involving the same actor in the same city who may or may not have the same alibi? No, it's probably neither, and Gigant just made another mistake, once again forgetting when stuff happens in its story. That aside, why is Rei only learning this now? One would think that since Suda, a Japanese celebrity whose image is practically synonymous with his life, has an alibi, he would want to put down the allegations of his public indecency as soon as possible. One would think that to find the truth of the matter, an investigation on who the streaker was would be launched, and in the ensuing week the media would be abuzz with the findings. Nevertheless, now it is over a month afterwards, and seemingly by complete coincidence, Rei is now coming across this article. Then again, I guess he could have found it while doing research for things related to E.T.E, which is, well, it's not the worst since he's acting on motivation. It would have made more sense for him to do this while the news was focused on the event instead of doing nothing for a straight month, but better late than never. Unless, of course, there wasn't actually a month's worth of time that suddenly passed since E.T.'s arrival, but let's be honest, GIGANT couldn't have also messed up that part of the timeline. Anyways, I digress. The point is that upon reading the article, Rei concludes that whoever or whatever was seen in Shinjuku was a fake. He blurts out that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, as if the streaking stunt was performed by futuristic technology, rather than something more plausible like a stunt double. I guess the article Rei read concluded on the former. It would have been nice for GIGANT to have shown that or provided any evidence of it at all, but whatever. In any case, Rei now has another piece of information to seek clarification on as he looks up at the sky and, thinking of the time traveler's mention of a singularity, wonders if maybe this is all related to AI, which, yeah, that makes sense. As much as I feel like GIGANT fits the first definition of a singularity, that being a black hole, the second definition of an irreversible technological evolution like rogue AIs fits well enough. So, Rei knows there's a time traveler, a megastructure in the sky, and maybe an AI, but how do all of these pieces fit together with E.T.E? Well, to find out, Rei then remembers that he set a goal to watch the recording, and so at long last, he gets up, loads up a disc, and watches. GIGANT, I hate you. Now, I know I've been directing a lot of focus towards Chiho, but let's take a moment to talk about Rei. He is, after all, the main character of GIGANT, and so it follows that he should be pretty important. However, he fails to even satisfy what we should expect from any character. For illustration, at a pretty fundamental level, a character can have many facets to how they operate, but chief among them is motivation. There needs to be something the character wants to do or wants to avoid doing, which acts as a core of logic behind how they react to other characters and events of the plot. In a main character, this motivation is even more critical as their actions will direct the story. Additionally, another facet of characters is having flaws, which may be overcome to show change and progression in a story, or be used to give the character consequences, creating tension and potentially meaning. However, when we look at GIGANT, it's clear that neither of these parts of a character are present in Rei. For the former, Rei has expressed three motivations thus far: to create a film, to get into a relationship with Chiho, and to investigate what is going on with the time traveler in E.T.E. The first of these has been unceremoniously ejected from the story with essentially zero comment, even from Rei. The second then began with Rei expressing he wanted to become Chiho's girlfriend, but relenting because she was already with Ryuji. Then he decided for some unexplained reason that he didn't want to be Chiho's girlfriend once Ryuji was gone, and then decided for some also unexplained reason that he did want to be Chiho's girlfriend later. That's not great, but what's more important than the vagueness is that despite this motivation's existence being present for most of the manga thus far, Rei has not acted on it. As was set up with Ryuji, there was some obstacle in the way of Rei's desire, but he did nothing to remove Ryuji from the equation. He did not try to convince Chiho she would be better off without Ryuji, nor did he try to chase Ryuji off. Instead, the plot contrived a situation in which Rei just so happened to go to Chiho's place on the day where Ryuji just so happened to be out, only to just so happen to return at the moment when Chiho just so happened to be naked for no other reason than the plot just so happened to need her to be as such. Rei also put zero thought into whether he should or shouldn't break Chiho and Ryuji up, and he has put zero thought into how he should present himself so that he is appealing to Chiho. He has not done her any favors, and in fact is doing exactly the opposite, as if the two started dating, it would result in disaster for Chiho if it was ever discovered. What's more, that event is quite likely, given there are two parties that could report them to the authorities at any point. Finally, for the third motivation, Rei agreed to watch the recording on Chiho's behalf, and then discovered that it was indeed real. One would think that learning this would make Rei at least curious to find out what a time traveler was doing in the present day, but no. Apparently, he isn't interested, and then E.T.E starts causing havoc for several months, and he still isn't interested. He is so disinterested that Gigant has to have the unnamed boy in glasses present the information to Rei, rather than having Rei look it up for himself. Now, on that note, it is possible that Rei is trying to avoid getting caught up in the mess of E.T.E. The refusal to the call of adventure is a classic point of storytelling after all, but then if that is the case, then what does Gigant have to say on this matter? Well, nothing. Rei does not express that he doesn't want to find out what E.T.E is doing, nor does he explain why he may want to avoid getting involved. There's no comment on him being scared or willfully ignorant or preparing to run away, and instead he's doing nothing until suddenly he decides that actually he does want to find out. He's decided that E.T.E is doing too much damage, and so he has to watch the recording to find out what needs to be done to prevent what is coming, only to not watch the recording for some inexplicable reason. On all three accounts, Rei has failed to act on his motivations, which results in him being utterly contrived. He is not behaving as a person with thoughts, he's behaving like a puppet for the plot to move as it desires. Addressing the second facet of Rei's character, we then have his flaw. He is naive, which is particularly relevant to his interactions with Chiho. It makes sense that he would pursue Chiho without considering the fact that he is a minor, but then what should happen is that Gigant should, if not punish Rei outright for his oversight, make it clear that he was in the wrong in some way. But no. Instead, it has presented Chiho as exactly the person that would go out with him, somehow, and likewise, there has been no resistance from any other party to suggest this is bad. On the other hand, Gigant could be playing the long game, but if that is the case, I would assume that Rei's double standard would be playing a bigger role. However, on that note, Gigant has made no connection to how Rei is doing exactly what he condemned in Chapter 1, and I will simply inform you that it is not going to do so. At no point will Rei realize what he has done, nor justify why his original position was wrong, nor face any consequences for his continued indulgence. As a result, Rei's naivety doesn't even seem to be recognized as a crucial part of his character, and instead it looks a lot more like it exists purely as an excuse to get Rei to try and date Chiho without considering that that is illegal. So then, thus far we have our main character, who doesn't work for anything and is not punished for whatever profane desire the story fulfills for him. Fantastic. One of two major characters in Gigant is already arguably not even a character, and we're not even 10% of the way through this story. Returning to the story, at a later date, Rei is back at school, and he sent a message to Chiho asking if she's done thinking about his proposal to become his girlfriend, and as we can see from the dates on the Messenger app, it's March 12th. Yep, E.T.E has now been around for 3 months, and the main characters have done absolutely nothing about it. Additionally, it's been a good amount of time since Rei proposed to Chiho, and it seems that since then the two have had zero contact whatsoever. To this, I suspect that Chiho has been trying to put off what she was going to say, but despite that, Chiho responds soon after, saying that she wants to give her answer in person at a restaurant. Later that night, Rei prepares to meet Chiho and tells his mom that he's going out with Nakajima, and wait, who's Nakajima? Oh, could it be that this is the first use of the name of Rei's only friend? Wow, it only took 11 chapters, but Spectacles is finally a named character. Congratulations, I guess. Anyways, Rei arrives at the restaurant and Chiho begins to speak her mind. She says her relationship with Rei is amazing and she wants to treasure it. In fact, she thinks that if they started dating, it would end up with them breaking up, so she wants the two to remain as just normal friends. Alright, I can work with this. Sure, on the one hand, I don't think they would actually break up. If I'm going to withdraw anything from Chiho's relationship with Ryuji, it's that she's willing to put up with an awful lot before deciding to end it herself. Also, since Chiho is the only thing Rei cares about, I don't see him ending it either. That said, this could be a turning point for Chiho personally. She could be seeing that if she started dating, when their relationship was discovered by the public, their lives would be irreparably damaged, likely to the point where law enforcement will be breaking them up. Additionally, maybe Chiho has finally come to realize that she's in too deep and she never should have approached Rei to begin with. However, she also can't figure out how to let him down easily, so instead she's elected for a state of limbo to stem the bleeding. Those are some decently logical reasons to lead to Chiho's explanation, for once. With that, let's see how Gigant will handle the situation. Upon realizing that he's been, if not turned down, friend-zoned, Rei breaks down in tears. Chiho clarifies that she still wants to be friends with Rei, but Rei cries harder. Then Chiho says she'll understandably dislike Rei if he continues to cry, so Rei continues to cry even louder, and Chiho decides to be his boyfriend. Well, I had hoped the story wouldn't go down this path, but at the very least, this is somewhat within Chiho's character. Of course, the reason it's within her character isn't very satisfying, and so just as I did with Rei, let's go over how Gigant has handled Chiho so far. Similarly to Rei, Chiho has some motivations and flaws that Gigant has made apparent, but beyond stating they exist, Chiho's behavior is rather contradictory. Starting with the motivation, we know that she loves attention and praise for her work as an AV actress, and that she should want to know about the time traveler in E.T.E. For the first, we immediately have the problem that if Chiho is hungry for attention, then why isn't she seeking it out? She has a Twitter with thousands of followers. How are none of them telling her they like her work? As for real life, it seems that Papiko isn't exactly a well-known name, and I guess most people wouldn't be approaching their favorite AV actress in the same way as they would other celebrities. However, Chiho herself does go out of her way to talk to Rei, seemingly just to get praise, so it follows she would do that to other people she suspects may be her fans. But she doesn't. It seems that somehow Rei is the first and only fan Chiho has ever run into in the wild, and that she has never tried to find other fans. Similarly, even though the first impression we get of Chiho is that she wants praise from Rei, she hardly ever tries to get it. Shortly after meeting, Chiho asks Rei how many of her films he's bought, but after that, there's nothing. I would expect to see her trying to bait praise out of Rei or even Ryuji, but no, she just doesn't do that. Additionally, Gigant further fails to develop this aspect of motivation as it does not explain why she ended up with such vain desires. It has provided no information on her childhood, journey through her career as an AV actress, or how she's handling her current situation with her family that could show how Chiho developed to be so selfish. Instead, it gives up on the idea entirely to instead make Chiho a pushover. As such, it is clear that Chiho is exactly the type of person to get her interested in Rei only as a result of a contrivance. The second motivation, then, is E.T.E, to which Chiho should be even more concerned with than Rei. Not only does she know that the time traveler is legit, she has been entrusted with his mission. But what is that mission? How long does Chiho have? What is going to happen? What does Chiho need to do? Well, we get no answers because Chiho takes no opportunity to investigate the matter. And again, Chiho didn't ask for this, so it follows that she may be trying to reject her fate, but then what? Where is the evidence that Chiho is trying to avoid recognizing her position beyond the fact that she isn't doing anything? After E.T.E starts causing havoc across the country for several months, what does Chiho think? Is she still hesitant to watch the recording? Why is she hesitant? Is she contemplating running away? Is she thinking she should do something but can't find the willpower to overcome her fear? But no, Gigant gives no insight at any point on any of these possibilities. So, once again, Gigant puts a character in a position where they should care about what is happening, and yet their actions say that they couldn't care less one way or the other because they are not a character. They are a puppet acting in the interest of the plot. Next, we then have Chiho's flaw of being a pushover. Being unable to stand up for herself has resulted in who knows how long of a relationship with Ryuji and a constant drain on her wallet from her family. In all that time, Chiho has faced nothing but hardship for her lack of a backbone, and for a moment it looked like maybe Chiho would learn her lesson. She did explain today that she didn't want to be his girlfriend, with the reasonable assumption being that she didn't want to commit a crime by dating a minor. However, this doesn't work out and Chiho completely folds when Rei throws a temper tantrum. That said, it isn't the end of everything. It could be that Gigant will recognize that a relationship that starts with Chiho being forced into it isn't going to be very stable, and in fact it may degenerate into something that is purely detrimental. Also, it could be that Chiho's hesitancy proves correct, and once the relationship is brought to light, Chiho and Rei will face severe consequences. Both of those would be a fine way for Gigant to continue with Chiho's flaw, however, that's also where the problem lies. Gigant does not recognize that Chiho being a pushover will negatively impact the relationship, nor will it do anything to show why Chiho's flaw is bad for her. There will be no consequences, and as we will soon see, the relationship is just peachy. What's more, the fact that Chiho is a pushover almost entirely disappears beyond this point. Specifically, there will be exactly one moment beyond this point where Chiho acts like a pushover, and so in effect, Chiho being a pushover serves the same purpose as Rei's naivety. It is something GIGANT has included in the story for the sole purpose of getting Rei and Chiho together. Once that is done, the core aspects of the character suddenly disappear because, of course, they aren't characters. They're puppets being moved by whatever the plot wants rather than showing any sort of agency. That said, it is not yet a completely closed case that Chiho is a complete failure of a character, as there are two potential opportunities for GIGANT to do something. The first is in regards to how Chiho will react to E.T.E once it really gets off the ground. Sure, GIGANT hasn't had the best start in this regard, but who knows? Maybe it will turn a new leaf if E.T.E begins to escalate. Secondly, and more presently, perhaps it could be that now that Rei and Chiho are going to be more intimate, maybe some more hidden details of their character will come to light. So, how about we find out if that's the case? Having agreed to date Rei, Chiho has a moment of hesitation, wondering if this will be okay due to her being an AV actress, to which Rei says it will be fine as long as Chiho is Chiho. Whatever that means. The next day, the sun rises, Rei's phone alarm goes off, and would you look at that, another date. It's December 13th, and a Wednesday, which should reasonably place us in the year 2017. How nice. But also, what? How has it been 9 months, GIGANT? Did E.T.E do nothing in that time? What about Rei and Chiho? What happened to all the relationship building? What about school? Does Rei move on to the next year? When is his birthday? Well, whatever. I'm sure all these questions just don't matter. As we see, Rei spends the entire day at school incredibly giddy, and in the evening he goes off to meet Chiho. After eating dinner, they go over to her place, an awkward silence passes, and Chiho says that she has never experienced the feeling of going out before. I'm sorry, what? For starters, if she never felt this sort of excitement before, how did she even start a relationship with Ryuji? Also, it's been 9 months. How is this the first time this has happened with Rei? Did they decide to start dating and then just did nothing for 9 months? Unless, of course, the date on the phone wasn't real, but what do I know? I'm not the author. Anyways, Rei suggests that they take a shower and asks Chiho if they can take it together, which Chiho seems to think is a great idea, because, of course, just throw all those previous signs of hesitation out the window. Just go all out immediately. Chiho then offers to, and may or may not, and then the two definitely. Having committed the act, Chiho says that she'll probably be arrested, but Rei reassures her, saying that as long as they keep it a secret, everything will be just fine. That said, of course, there are a few other parties involved than just the two of them. Any of the people that notice Rei's tantrum could get curious and look up the pink-haired girl with him. Ryuji, the spiteful ex-boyfriend that was very controlling of Chiho, was explicitly told that Rei was a high schooler, and so he could decide at any moment to inform the police of the affair. There's also the potential stalker, who could have witnessed any number of moments where Rei and Chiho were together. But no, those characters don't exist anymore. Nevertheless, it isn't as if Chiho and Rei shouldn't start trying to keep their relationship a secret. After all, just imagine what could possibly happen if Rei and Chiho didn't do anything to keep their relationship undercover and instead did something like, I don't know, going out in public together. That would just be stupid, and even I have enough faith in GIGANT to say that it wouldn't go that far. The two immediately start going out in public. Alright, I guess Rei and Chiho are just that stupid. But let's not dwell on that. Let's just move on to the extensive narration of the two going on dates, which goes as follows. The two go on some dates. The end. Okay, I'm joking. There's a little bit more than that. At the end of one of their excursions, Rei and Chiho get to talking, and Rei asks Chiho why she keeps her hair short. Chiho then says it's because when she was 5, she liked the actor Hirosure Ryoko, or rather, I assume she liked the character the actor was playing. That said, I was unable to find anything useful in this regard during research, so I'm at a loss for what GIGANT is saying here. To be clear, that's not a critique of GIGANT, just something I have no comment on. After that, Chiho then remembers a boy she used to like in 6th grade who kinda looked like Rei. This boy could run fast and draw, but they also made fun of Chiho's chest and she cried in front of her class. GIGANT, what am I supposed to draw from that? Chiho is now an AV actress, but apparently one of her earlier experiences was having her body made fun of. Did she overcome this? How did that happen? Alternatively, does she actually hate her job as an AV actress? How are you going to address the many cans of worms this would present? Finally, am I supposed to draw something from the fact that this boy looked like Rei? Of course, Gigant isn't going to explain anything, so there really isn't anything to learn here. All we get is something potentially traumatic happened to Chiho, but as far as we can tell, this didn't actually affect her in any way. Next, Rei wonders what Chiho was like as a child, and Chiho says she wanted to become Ultraman. Oh, there we go. That's something I understand. Ultraman, a figure that by defending the Earth from extraterrestrial threats teaches virtues like courage, trust, and cooperation. Now that Chiho has coincidentally gained the ability to become big, she too can become a heroic symbol as long as she does something about E.T.E. This could actually lead somewhere. Until then, turning the conversation around, Chiho then brings up that Rei wanted to become a film director, to which Rei then says that in 2 years' time he wants to make his debut film with Chiho as the lead actress, after which they'll get married. A pipe dream, to be sure, but who knows, maybe at least Rei will make the attempt. He won't. Also, that's the end of this conversation, and that means we've covered everything Gigant has to offer about the early days of Rei and Chiho's relationship. So, how about we discuss what has been done with this part of the story? To start with the simple part, I propose that Gigant could use the relationship to help develop the characters of Rei and Chiho, and I think everyone can see that it quite prominently failed to do so. Once the two began to date, Chiho was hesitant, unsure of just how bad of a decision she had made. Then, after going on some dates, she had overcome this hesitation and actually gone far beyond that line. But why? What happened to get Chiho to that point? What did Rei do to make her feelings change? We simply don't have the answer. Instead, all that Gigant does is say that something happened, and so somehow Chiho is apparently fine with committing a crime. That is rather meaningless. Additionally, just vaguely showing us that they went on dates skips over yet another opportunity for character development, as Gigant fails to give any insight into how Rei and Chiho interact with each other. What have they found they dislike about each other? What are they most impressed with? Did either of them make the other one laugh or feel anything at any point for any reason? None of these potential ideas really get explored, as Gigant simply informs us that dates happened, but besides a bare-bones description of what they did, we have no idea what significance that has. The best I can think of is this moment where Chiho puts her hand on top of Rei and he asks her to stop, which is something, but I can't draw anything from that. After that, we then have the recent conversation, which, while not useless, still isn't much. In the first place, 2 of the 4 topics that get brought up are irrelevant, as we know Rei isn't going to make a film, and Chiho getting bullied hasn't had any effect on her whatsoever. With that, we then have Chiho's inspiration from Hirosure Ryoko and Ultraman, which are functionally foreshadowing. They're telling the audience that this is the person Chiho will be, or the sorts of situations they will end up in. I, of course, don't know what Gigant wants me to expect based on the comment about Hirosure Ryoko, but that's not the end of the world. After all, the thing about foreshadowing is that we should arrive at what Gigant is setting up later, as long as Gigant follows through. With that, we have our sole hope for something significant to come from Rei and Chiho being together, with a caveat. Whether this goes anywhere will depend on what Gigant does, and as such, I think it's time we change our focus. Let's put a pin in the conversation regarding Rei and Chiho's character, and turn our gaze to the plot so we can observe all the problems that are generated when Gigant tries to make something happen. That said, before we get to something happening, Gigant needs to waste a little bit more time. For example, Nakajima declares that he set his sights on the goal of becoming a film producer, and Rei, who is deeply committed to becoming a film director as soon as possible, will not do anything with this information whatsoever. Then, Chiho lets it slip that she has a new boyfriend, even saying she'll introduce him to one of her coworkers. This, however, goes absolutely nowhere and is never brought up again. Then, Rei and Chiho go on another date, during which Chiho, who has dyed her hair hot pink, says they shouldn't hold hands because it could draw attention. Nevertheless, nobody notices their activities anyways by some astronomical odds that I can't be bothered to calculate. Afterwards, however, it seems that something interesting could be happening as Rei's parents find out that Rei has a girlfriend. His mom is rightfully very upset. After all, Rei has been going to this girl's house every night for who knows how long. Just imagine what damage that is doing to Rei's school life. The dad, on the other hand, doesn't seem to care. Wait a second, why would the dad not care? Why is his attitude entirely that of boys will be boys? He was the one that lectured Rei on his math grades and tried to send Rei to cram school. Does that not matter anymore? What about Rei's pursuit of film? Surely the dad has noticed that Rei hasn't touched his camera for over a year, and that his Red String screenplay went down in flames. Does he not consider that at the very least Rei's obsessive behavior should be managed? But of course, there's no possible way to find the answers to these questions, as GIGANT does not show the ensuing conversation. Instead, all we know is that the dad doesn't really care for some reason, and that somehow counters his mom into letting Rei continue to visit his girlfriend, but only on the weekends. That's a pretty minimal punishment for now, but it does make Rei lonely. That's at least something. I would have liked more explanation on why that's the restriction set and some more interaction between Rei and his parents, but I'll take what I can get. Next, on a later day, Nakajima proclaims his desire to be a predator, Chiho suggests committing more crimes, and oh, here we go. GIGANT remembers that E.T.E exists. Of course, E.T.E doesn't get it brought up because Rei or Chiho are interested in it. No, it wouldn't make any sense for Rei or Chiho to have any motivation to figure out what is going on with a website that is causing mass crime. Instead, E.T.E is being brought up because the story needs something to happen, but hey, at least this should be more entertaining than Rei and Chiho's relationship has been. As follows, out of the blue, E.T.E grants the request for a 240-meter-tall giant called a God of Destruction to be summoned, which will then begin reducing the population of Tokyo to 1 million. Within moments of the request going up, it is instantly granted, and by complete coincidence, the God of Destruction, henceforth referred to as Greg, appears in Roppongi for no other reason than that is exactly where Rei just so happens to be. Also, by complete coincidence, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man has appeared in America at the same time, but not to worry, some time travelers are on the job. Yes, you heard me right, there are more time travelers in America. Kindly ignore them, they won't be relevant. Back in Japan, the news broadcast that Chiho is watching announces that a God of Destruction has appeared in Roppongi, which, since it ended up exactly where Rei is distressing. What a disaster! Rei is in danger! Jolted into action by her great concern for the person she loves, Chiho calls Rei. Yeah, you know, the telephone, the communication method that gets extremely backed up in widespread emergencies due to the enormous strain on the network. A text would be more likely to work, and it's already been the predominant form of communication, but no, Chiho is going to call Rei for some reason. GIGANT is going to then forget that, starting the next chapter with summary text that states that Rei never saw Chiho's text that was never sent. Then, GIGANT is going to forget that opening text, never bringing up the message that was never sent. Anyways, as Greg wanders around, they knock down a couple skyscrapers, and Rei's family flees to the subway. Once there, all three of their phones start ringing at the same time. Wow, this subway must be some sort of magical hotspot connection. I wonder, if they didn't go down here, would the call just have never connected? Whatever, it probably doesn't matter. Now that Rei can talk to Chiho, he confirms to Chiho, who knew Rei was in Roppongi, that yes, he is indeed in mortal danger. In fact, as Chiho hears over the phone, he might have just been crushed by rubble, which makes Chiho think that Rei might be dead. Right, so the reason GIGANT needed Chiho to call Rei was so that she could hear a loud sound just as the call cut out, so as to lead Chiho to the conclusion that Rei was dead. But why? Wouldn't that thought have already occurred to her during the several minutes she spent trying to get the call to connect? Also, why does Chiho have to think Rei is dead? Shouldn't it be enough for her to realize he's in mortal danger to do something? Why does she even need to confirm that Rei was in any danger in the first place? She knew he was in Roppongi and could see that the God of Destruction was destroying that part of the city. But no, for some reason, she needs to think that he's dead. This is important, somehow. So, Chiho suffers a panic attack, and after calming down with the help of medication, she heads out to fight Greg. To do so, she leaves her apartment and goes big, leaving cracks on the wait a minute. I thought the SAD didn't increase mass, so then how is Chiho cracking the street, GIGANT? Additionally, she starts running soon after, and with so much surface area, the drag forces have to be immense, while the traction Chiho would generate doesn't increase if her mass remains constant. So, the only way for this to work is if the SAD does increase mass. But if that's the case, the whole local area is screwed. I mean, let us consider just how heavy Chiho is. As we will later find out, Chiho is normally 156 centimeters tall, and assuming the average female weight for that height, her baseline mass is roughly 45.36 kilograms. Secondly, we know that the God of Destruction is 240 meters tall, and once Chiho arrives, she appears to be a bit shorter, so we'll just say she grows to 200 meters tall. Doing the math, this would mean she needs to get 128.2 times larger, meaning that her mass should increase by the same factor cubed, resulting in a final mass of 95,585,202.68 kilograms. For reference, the heaviest ever recorded blue whale clocked in at 190,000 kilograms. Likewise, the average mass of an adult blue whale is 99,790.32 kilograms, so essentially Chiho's mass is greater than 900 adult male blue whales. If she were to jump to a quarter of her height, her impact alone would impart the same amount of energy into the ground as a magnitude 3.77 earthquake. This is to say that as she is running across the country, she is going to be doing far more damage than just crushing a few buildings and roads. Essentially, this means that the entire nearby area that she's running through is going to be severely damaged, if not largely uninhabitable, once Chiho finishes passing through. Additionally, if the fighting in Roppongi happens to involve her being thrown to the ground several times, there should be large swaths of completely flattened land. In short, the city is doomed. At least, it should be, but of course Gigant doesn't understand physics, so everything will be fine. In fact, it will be so fine that even though Chiho is cracking the road she's standing on now, in the ensuing fight the fact that Chiho is inordinately massive will be completely forgotten several times. So then, Chiho makes her breakneck sprint to Roppongi, and along the way she kills a whole bunch of people. Meanwhile, Greg spots Rei, and unable to shake it off, Rei is about to be stepped on by... What in the world is up with the perspective of this leg? Whatever. Instead of Rei dying, Chiho arrives conveniently just in time to tackle Greg, and so the fight begins in earnest. Rei cries. Chiho unleashes a flurry of blows, Rei cries, and Greg shoves Chiho away. Fortunately, the SAD does increase her mass, or else Chiho would have been flung a few hundred of meters. We then get a shot from the same general perspective, except the building Rei is on has disappeared and been replaced with a bunch of trees. Also, there's some standerbys that are just around for some reason, like they're just taking pictures and not running away, because that's what people would do. Never mind, let's just move on. Rei cries, and standing back up, Greg materializes an energy orb, so Rei cries. Then we see where Chiho landed, which, since the SAD doesn't increase her mass anymore, has sustained practically no damage, nor have the onlookers been knocked off their feet. Anyways, Chiho stands up and Greg throws the energy ball, but Chiho dodges. Then Rei cries while following Chiho as she jumps sporadically to dodge energy orbs. Also, since the SAD does not increase mass, this of course does not impart any significant earth-shaking waves of kinetic energy into the ground. As such, Rei can safely continue to stand, is not going to be showered in rapidly falling glass or any other debris, and in other miraculous terms is also completely unaffected by the energy orbs. Of additional astronomical improbability on top of that, despite Chiho and Greg being a couple orders of magnitude larger than Rei, he manages to keep up with them. Somehow. But nevertheless, despite this inordinate feat of massive human strength, Rei cries. Then Chiho gets her face pummeled, and then Greg stops hitting Chiho for some reason, so Chiho leans on the roof of a nearby building. Again, fortunately, the SAD does not increase her mass, and so Chiho does not cave in the ceiling and then proceed to lose her balance and falling full force into the structure. Next, Rei cries. Greg lifts Chiho by her hair, Rei cries, Greg prepares to do something dangerous, and Rei cries. Hearing this noise, for the first time somehow, Chiho's will is invigorated as she grabs... My goodness, this is stupid. Chiho grabs the top of a building known as the Roppongi Hills, which Greg already destroyed earlier. In fact, it's the same building that almost landed on Rei's family. But not only is this building suddenly in perfect condition, Chiho and Greg aren't even standing near it when Chiho grabs it from below. We can see quite clearly from Google Earth that at this position, there is an entire other building in between Chiho and Roppongi Hills. Not only is Chiho's arm not long enough to reach that far, if she could, her hand would be mostly horizontal. Additionally, Gigant shows that her face is pointing in the same direction as her arm, which would be towards the building even though she's being held with her back to it. Brilliant work, Gigant. That said, the complete fracture of physical reality aside, Chiho then proceeds to go small, and not expecting this sudden change, Greg misses its attack because... I guess it's because Chiho shrinks really quickly and coincidentally towards her hand, which somehow is not overlapping with the trajectory of Greg's attack. On top of that, it seems that at some point Chiho actually grabbed onto the building and then got pulled upwards, miraculously making it up to the roof without slamming into the wall, as well as the great fortune of the SAD not increasing her mass, as that would have resulted in the destruction of the ceiling as soon as Greg lost their grip. That said, she isn't safe yet, because Greg does nothing. Why is it doing nothing? It spotted Ray on the ground earlier. How is it not able to track where Chiho shrank to? Even if it didn't manage that, why isn't it trying to look around? It's literally just standing there as Chiho, who suddenly got over this fence that's just as tall as her, runs across the roof and then jumps over that fence to vault herself towards Greg. Gigant, do you ever look at yourself in the mirror? How are you going to have Chiho, who as far as we've been shown does not work out, jump over a fence that is as tall as her and then still have enough x-axis velocity to make it all the way over to Greg, even though in the next panel you show that he's over 100 meters away from her? Immersion rendering physics aside, Chiho then proceeds to fall into Greg's shoulder, coincidentally managing to avoid every bit of physical matter that she could smash into, and once she's inside Greg, she goes big and tears it apart. I take it the SAD also grants some form of super armor, as Chiho is not crushed by the opposing force of Greg's body, and in addition to all the blows she took, she suffers no sign of physical damage whatsoever. Not even a bruise. Anyways, at long last, Greg has been defeated. Congratulations! Well, wasn't that an amazing fight? Like, wow, the tension was through the roof with Ray literally crying for half of it. The choreography of having characters teleport around with no relation to their previous setting was ingenious. It's amazing that despite having nearly no combat experience whatsoever, Chiho managed to do anything effective, and it's really, really quite fortunate that Greg didn't just grab Chiho's arm and swing her around like an indestructible piñata. Also, as a minor note, it's interesting that Greg never used their wings, so I guess those are just for decoration. Regardless, with E.T.E's request having been stopped, the day is temporarily saved, and so the question is, what will Ray and Chiho do next? In the first place, Ray was pretty clearly distressed with Chiho's behavior, so that should probably be addressed. Secondly, Chiho completely destroyed the area between where she lives and Roppongi, and everyone in the country knows she did it, so law enforcement will be coming for her. But what's more, even though Greg is gone, E.T.E could request another god of destruction or something even worse at any moment. So, what are Ray and Chiho going to do about that? Well, let's find out. Upon the death of Greg, Ray, who is still nearby, has had his shoes soaked by whatever internal fluids were in Greg as he stares up at Chiho. There's also a black car on the road. Seeing Ray, Chiho shrinks and runs towards him with the black car disappearing, and Ray goes in for a hug with the black car reappearing, as well as his shoes suddenly being dry. What can I say? This is some quality of art. The two start walking away, and as they start talking, Chiho says she only left because she thought Ray was dead, and Ray says that was a rash decision because, of course, he would rather die than have Chiho do anything to stop Tokyo from having 92% of its population genocided. Additionally, that figure would likely include Chiho herself, defeating the whole point. In response to hearing that the person she risked her life for, saying that they would prefer dying, Chiho then does nothing, because they get interrupted by Ray's parents. Well, that's awkward. Chiho said she was worried to the point of panic about Ray. Ray says she should have let him die, and that's it. I would expect the conversation to continue after that point, since Chiho would obviously be getting mad that Ray insulted her for saving his life, but I guess we're just gonna have to get back to this later. As the parents appear, they instantly recognize Chiho as the previously giant naked woman. Panicking or something, because to be honest I haven't the slightest clue what Rei may be thinking here, Rei admits that the said previously giant naked woman is his girlfriend. But why? Why would Rei say that? Sure, he gave Chiho his jacket, but he promised Chiho to keep their relationship a secret, and he could just say he wanted to do something nice for the person that saved his life. Then again, he did shout out her name in front of his parents and then randomly chased after Chiho, but still, it's not like Rei has to say this is the person he's dating. He could still claim this is just an acquaintance he knows somehow. Essentially, one would expect that Rei's parents would have to work to point out that Rei couldn't hide his relationship, but no, despite every indication that he shouldn't reveal the truth, Rei is just going to blatantly spill the beans. Upon hearing this confession, Rei's parents are astonished, and also don't believe that such a thing could be possible. After all, it doesn't make sense that someone could go big. What? Gigant? The assumption that the parents were looking at the previously really big person is what started this conversation. Why are the parents suddenly doubting that this couldn't have been the case? Anyways, seeing this confusion, Chiho decides to confirm the truth and gets a bit bigger. Yeah. Great. Once again, Chiho could have grown just a few centimeters, but no, she has to expose herself. With that, the parents are convinced that Chiho can go big, and that therefore she is Rei's girlfriend, but they don't push the obvious issue and instead go to look for a way home. Gigant, what are you doing with this conversation? It's like the dialogue fell through a staircase made of Legos. Everything is so disjointed and nonsensical. Anyways, looking for transportation, the dad mentions that there aren't any taxis and the trains aren't working, because of course they aren't. Despite the oddly unobstructed road we see the characters walking on, the entire area should be in shambles, and nobody but emergency services will be in operation for at least a few hours, if not days. So then, a taxi immediately shows up. Gigant, I don't even know what to say on this one. What are you doing? I can tell that the city isn't destroyed because you have no comprehension of basic physics, but how in the world did you think it would be remotely passable to say there are no taxis and then immediately summon a taxi? Are you trying to be incompetent? In any case, by the point of the taxi being summoned, Rei and Chiho have had the opportunity to not walk around together, not confess their relationship to Rei's parents, not reaffirm the truth of their confession, and not follow the parents around until they found a taxi. Nevertheless, despite not taking any of these routes, suddenly Chiho says she shouldn't get in the taxi because she committed a crime. To this, Rei says Chiho will be fine, but supplies no reason for why that may be remotely possible in any way whatsoever, and so with no elaboration or struggle, Chiho gets in the taxi. Yeah, convincing arguments all around. So, with Chiho now captive, Rei's mom begins an interrogation, asking Chiho how old she is, to which Chiho takes a moment to sweat and says she's 24. As the mom's cunning intellect deduces, Chiho has committed a crime. But not just any crime, a crime with her son, who she didn't want to go around dating in the first place, and a crime of egregious magnitudes of deplorability. However, before the mom's wrath can be enacted, Rei speaks in Chiho's defense, providing the following flawless, brilliant, astounding argument. Chiho came to save his life, and she's a super amazing person unlike anyone else, so everyone should regard her presence and choice to date Rei as a blessing, and to think otherwise would be inconsiderate of his welfare. Wow. Rarely does someone come across such fundamentally flawed logic. Yes, Chiho did save Rei's life, but that doesn't make her unique. Just consider all the other people that save the lives of others. Police officers, emergency responders, doctors. So then, if not that, then what does Chiho do that's unique? She's Rei's boyfriend. That's pretty much all I can think of. So does Rei mean that there isn't anyone as attractive as Chiho? Taking either interpretation, how does this make it okay for the two of them to be in a relationship? Does saving a child make you their legal guardian? Does being hot give the right to bypass consent? Finally, what part of protecting Rei from participating in a crime is not considering his well-being? Does Rei not understand why the age of consent exists? I can think of a negative number of reasons for why someone, much less Rei's parents, would find this argument to have any more legs than a snake. However, Gigant cannot be satisfied with letting Rei's parents be relatable, or even characters. Instead, upon hearing this outburst, the parents' eyes open wide as they stare out and see something beyond their reality. Indeed, reaching through the barrier of fiction is the hand of the author, which touches the parents to change their mind. Silence fills the car, and the parents, especially the mother, who has always been opposed to this, does not make a rebuttal to Rei's argument. They do not report Chiho to the authorities, and they do not hand out any form of punishment to Rei. Brilliant. I just love watching Gigant pushing the metric buttload of consequences it should be extolling upon Rei and Chiho down the drain of an Olympic swimming pool. What's more, now the entire scene concerning Rei's parents first discovering his relationship is completely meaningless because the parents are suddenly fully supportive of his criminal activity. Surely this is peak compelling storytelling. Anyways, now that the very long tangent with the parents has passed, Gigant can resume addressing the aftermath of the E.T.E request. Chiho gets dropped off at her apartment, and shortly after entering, the news broadcast catches her attention. As it turns out, over 900 people are confirmed dead or injured, and Chiho is being investigated for potential terrorism due to having killed a whole bunch of those people. This revelation stuns Chiho, her mind struggling to come up with what she should do in this situation. Overcome with fear and maybe guilt, she throws up in her massive toilet. Upon returning, a different reporter mentions that America is cheering on their time travelers as heroes, and Chiho is the most searched-for person in the world. Hearing this, Chiho then stops crying because I guess her vanity overpowers her worry and makes her happy. I guess we're bringing back the fact that Chiho has an ego now. That aside, though, this doesn't change anything about the crimes Chiho has committed, and Chiho kind of acknowledges that, or at least might react to it. As of the next day, Chiho is still in her apartment and has done essentially nothing. She hasn't turned herself in, and she hasn't tried to prepare to run away. At best, she hasn't answered the several calls from her manager, so I presume that Chiho is trying to ignore what happened. Or at least ignore it as much as she can, as she does call Rei saying she wants to see him. In response, Rei skips school to meet up with her, the two hug, and Chiho says she's scared because she may have committed a crime. Right, so I take it that Chiho is in denial. I guess that makes sense. It isn't going to help her situation at all, but at least it's a believable response. So, with Chiho in denial and reaching out to Rei, it is now Rei's job to comfort her and also find a way of dealing with the situation. That said, Rei doesn't do a very good job of helping Chiho, saying that she hasn't done anything wrong. In the first place, this is just false. What I assume Rei's argument is that Chiho's haste to arrive at Roppongi was a necessary evil to save as many people as possible. However, that's not how consequences work. Chiho's actions do not erase the fact that she also committed manslaughter, so she should be punished for that just in the same way that she should be punished for being Rei's girlfriend, despite being a quote-unquote unique and amazing person. Besides that, it's also strange that Rei is even saying this. Earlier, Rei expressed that he wanted Chiho to not save anyone, including himself, so I'm not sure why he's now defending her actions. That aside, what is more pressing is that Rei's sentiment is just reaffirming Chiho's denial, which isn't going to stop her from being arrested. What's more, Rei has expressed that only being able to see Chiho on the weekends makes him lonely, so it should follow he would want to prevent Chiho from being arrested, so as to not become more lonely. One would think both of them wouldn't want that to happen, and that it would be blatantly obvious that it's going to happen, and so they should try to skirt the law in some way, but no, they don't. For some reason, they aren't even going to bring up the subject of Chiho's impending arrest. Instead, the two spend the rest of the day and night together in Chiho's apartment, doing absolutely nothing, as if indeed Chiho had done nothing wrong. Then, come next morning, Rei says he'll come back later in the day, he leaves, and Chiho gets arrested. So, thus far, Gigant started to address how Rei and Chiho feel about having to fight Greg, only to unceremoniously interrupt that discussion and never return to it. Gigant instead focused on Rei and Chiho breaking promises and assassinating the characters of Rei's parents. Next, Gigant started to address one of two concerns that Rei and Chiho should have now that Greg is gone, in that she committed mass manslaughter, which has pushed Chiho to denial, and Rei to do absolutely nothing. Not a great start. That said, what will happen to Chiho has been put on hold until the court proceedings, and so we will then have to move on to the final concern. While Greg is gone, Rei and Chiho have seen what atrocities the E.T.E users are willing to request, and the proof that E.T.E can hold its end of the bargain. So, what are they going to do? Well, as the story goes, nothing. They are going to do nothing. But not only are Rei and Chiho not going to do anything, nobody is going to do anything. One might consider, what state is Roppongi in? How much reconstruction is going to happen? How long will that take? In the meantime, how many families will have to be relocated? How will they deal with not only being unsettled, but also traumatized by the near-death experience? What's more, despite all of these being the resultant fallout of E.T.E summoning Greg, could E.T.E be used to fix it? However, of all these potential directions GIGANT could go, it does nothing. At absolute best, it mentions a death toll, and there are a couple of posts online by who knows who about how stupid E.T.E users are for attempting genocide, but that is it. There isn't any depth or commentary held on the subject, and beyond that it seems that GIGANT is doing everything in its power to actively avoid acknowledging what has happened. We do not see the destroyed part of Tokyo, no calls for action against E.T.E users or for better use of the website are made, and Rei instantly forgets that he almost died, taking no action to prevent it from happening again. All of that is discouraging because it means not much has happened. Now, you might say a giant just wreaked havoc in Roppongi. How can it be that that isn't significant? And yes, to a degree that is correct. A historical event did take place in GIGANT. However, the problem is that said event has had nearly no effect. A whole lot of nothing is going to be changed by what should be the start of a new age, and so it is functionally equivalent to if it hadn't occurred at all. At least it's functionally equivalent within the realm of the story, as outside of the manga this failure has a very palpable effect of boring the reader and making them feel like they wasted time. Indeed, it would have been better if this hadn't happened, because now we are roughly 9 chapters further into the story, and GIGANT doesn't have much to show for it. That said, as you may have noted, I said Greg had nearly no effect, as indeed this has resulted in Chiho being arrested. That's definitely something, although we'll have to wait and see where that goes. And we better hope that it goes somewhere impactful, because if GIGANT continues to fail in accounting for events, then it's going to have a much bigger issue on its hands. So, let's see how GIGANT performs. As GIGANT was going, after ignoring the imminent incarceration of Chiho, Rei leaves, and 1 page later the police show up. Man, imagine how unfortunate it would be if they had just turned up before Rei had left, or if they had some sort of surveillance set up when he arrived, or if someone had noticed that Rei had entered the residence of the most talked about person in the country. But no, Rei the minor suffers no consequences for visiting the home of the known killer Chiho. His parents aren't even going to bring up why he suddenly left school and then never came home yesterday, because likewise, Rei's future is in good hands. He's dating Chiho, and apparently that's all that matters in life. Anyways, back at school, the air is abuzz with Chiho's arrest and how serious the charges against her are. Property damage, mass manslaughter, the largest case of public indecency in the... Oh, wait, that's odd. Nobody comments on how improper it was for Chiho to be naked. Why would that comment be left out, GIGANT? Regardless, the case against Chiho already appears to be shut and closed. Later in the evening, there's a special urgent investigation into E.T.E. Ah, yes, E.T.E, the site that caused Greg to appear and to which Rei and Chiho didn't even mention over the several hours they just spent together. As the broadcast says, on the 8th of the month, Greg descended on Roppongi to cause havoc. That said, just 11 pages ago, Rei read an article that stated Chiho was arrested on the 5th. GIGANT, what are you doing? In what world is the 5th 2 days after the 8th? Why are you so consistently struggling to lay out a proper chronology, GIGANT? Anyways, the broadcast continues to recount the events, and we can see that E.T.E users really don't like that Chiho stopped their request from being fulfilled. Then, turning to the camera, the announcer says that they can't scientifically prove that E.T.E was the direct cause of Greg's appearance, but nevertheless they think they probably are. That said, the reason this conclusion is being drawn actually has nothing to do with E.T.E, and instead it is being made to support the argument that Chiho should be regarded as a hero. GIGANT, this is stupid. Firstly, whether Chiho did or did not defeat Greg has no bearing on the fact that she is guilty of manslaughter. Secondly, whether E.T.E is or isn't responsible for Greg has nothing to do with the fact that Chiho is guilty of manslaughter. On top of all that, then, this is also just a failed opportunity to have the media act in a responsible manner. Picture it like this. E.T.E has killed lots of people, and telling people that they too can join E.T.E to have anything they want happen will result in even more death. As such, saying E.T.E is not causal to what it predicts will not only reduce the influx of users to the website, but also keep the wider masses away from mass hysteria, as you aren't telling them that at any moment their entire city could be wiped off the map. But no, GIGANT hasn't done this. The broadcast said E.T.E was probably legitimate, and then threw that through several hoops of logic and irrelevance to give a reason for why Chiho maybe isn't guilty. Anyways, next on the program, it seems E.T.E voted to spawn a bunch of UFOs in the night sky, and would you look at that, they're sucking up people. In fact, that's a lot of people. Assuming this panel is indicative of the average number of people each UFO captures, then more people have just been taken hostage than there were deaths at Roppongi. Despite this, the next chapter opens with news that over 853 people went missing. Well, that's odd. I mean, yes, there were over 853 people, but by my ability to estimate by counting, the UFOs would have captured near to 2,000 people. Also, why is it such a precise number? One would think that the news would say over 800 or something rounded. Whatever. The point is, Rei has just seen a lot of people getting killed by E.T.E, and so we must ask, what is he going to do? Will he seek therapy to help process the trauma due to almost dying, watch the recording, do research on E.T.E, try to contact those time travelers in America, maybe even realize that he can time travel, or will he cry for a couple days? You guessed it, he does nothing meaningful. Meanwhile, Chiho is prosecuted for criminal insurrection, which is a strange charge. I mean, I don't know what governmental body Chiho would be inciting violence against by stopping Greg, but okay. At the very least, Nakajima also points this oddity out, as well as the fact that this charge usually results in the death penalty. You know what? I'm fine with this, and not just because Chiho could die. GIGANT could do something interesting with this, but more on that later. In the meantime, now that GIGANT has had its fill of doing absolutely nothing for several chapters, E.T.E is at it again. There's a small earthquake, and suddenly there are large children watching from outside. Shortly afterwards, the giant kids break through the windows and start grabbing students, throwing everyone into a panic and forcing Rei and Nakajima to flee to the rooftop. Once there, Nakajima remarks that E.T.E is trying to reduce the population to 1 million again. Additionally, while the two are up on the roof, we get to see that several gigantic people are wandering around the local area, causing just as much destruction as the giant kids. However, after some time, the two get discovered, and so they forsake the rooftop to traverse through the suddenly abandoned school. I mean, seriously, where did everyone else go? Were Rei and Nakajima up on the roof long enough for everyone to just disappear? But then, why did they even leave? As we can see from the quite undisturbed school, the giants have not caused any destruction to the interior of the building, so wouldn't the students feel safer remaining inside rather than going to where they could get chased and trampled? After all, that is exactly what happens to Rei and Nakajima, who immediately after exiting the school get discovered, and then running out into the open, they gets caught. What can I say except that I told you? Anyways, fortunately for our protagonist, who through no controllable action of his own, the police are here to shoot up the giant kid. However, the gunfire of the police proves to be very ineffective, so the kids stomp them to death. But what's this? Fortunately for our protagonist, through no controllable action of his own, the local hunting club arrives with guns that are super effective. I guess the police just should have used shotguns. Regardless, the big kids are dead and Rei is completely fine, somehow. I mean, based on how big their shoes are in relationship to Rei's height, I estimate them to be about the mass of an adult female sperm whale, which weigh roughly 14 metric tons. Despite that, they make no impression on the ground as they run. Falling upon death has an equally uneventful impact, and this chick somehow isn't collapsing the fence they're lying on top of. How fortunate that the city will sustain such minimal damage from such massive weight. Likewise, it's very fortunate that Rei and Nakajima could even keep their balance with how much shaking would be caused by these giants moving around, that Rei didn't get dropped or squeezed too hard when his captor ran from the shotgun fire, and that despite having a small elephant's worth of mass lying on top of him, his chest cavity isn't destroyed. Indeed, as it turns out, despite all realistic outcomes one would expect, Rei is completely unaffected by the fall, not even a bruise. So, having been saved, Rei and Nakajima decide to head home by taking the train. GIGANT, your characters are brain-dead sea cucumbers. Why would they do that? In the first place, the hunting club just saved their lives, demonstrating to Rei and Nakajima that they would be much safer if they stuck with them. Why in the world would they give up that safety? Secondly, why would they take the train? As far as I can tell, it seems the giants are simply seeking out humans to hunt them for fun, so surely the trains, the beating heart of Japan's transportation system, would be a prime target. The train stations should be inoperable and likely inaccessible just because of how many giants are swarming the area. However, since GIGANT is stupid and Rei and Nakajima apparently have to take the train, the giants are nowhere to be seen. In fact, they're somehow so little of a threat to the stations that the other people seem completely unperturbed by the havoc. As such, somehow Nakajima and Rei get on a train, which should certainly result in the death if the trains are working. A giant is guaranteed to notice the vehicle going by and find some way to stop it. If they swing their arm at a matching angular velocity, they could pick up the train without any problem. Alternatively, they could just dismantle the track, or throw a part of a building or debris at it. But of course, none of that happens because GIGANT is stupid, and so it has decided that the giants won't do what they very obviously should be doing. So in short, somehow, for who knows what reason, Rei makes it home safely. Once there, the news announces that the JSDF is being deployed, and Rei goes to bed. Then there's some rumbling and a massive hand bursts through the window. Rushing to the other side of his room, barefoot on a floor covered in broken glass that he remarkably avoids, Rei grabs a box cutter. Then he uses this to slash the giant's hand after it grabs him, earning Rei an escape. Then the giant, outraged by the wound, just kinda leaves. Wow, imagine if the angry giant decided to kill Rei. It could have reached back in and slapped him through the wall, collapsed the ceiling, or called for backup, but no, the giant just walks off. These giants sure are intimidating. Anyways, it's the next day, and we can see from the E.T.E forum posts that the date is now January 16th, 2019. So, after doing some work on the timeline, it appears that Rei and Chiho met late August 2016, meaning it has been around 2 years and 4.5 months during which Rei's grades have not been brought up. He has done no work towards becoming a film director, and nobody has mentioned that he is 18. Right, just making sure I'm on the right page. That aside, a couple hours pass, and by sometime on the 16th, the giants have all been cleared out, with there being nothing said about them. That said, there is something to be said about what hasn't been said about these giants. Up to this point, we've learned virtually nothing about E.T.E, how it works, what its goals are, or what the time travelers intended to do about it. This, of course, is not good. With the recent and inexplicable escalations of E.T.E, it's become pretty clear that Chiho's mission has a lot to do with finding a way to stop E.T.E, be it by fighting against it, dismantling, or maybe taking control of it. As such, it is essential that GIGANT provide an understanding of E.T.E. What is its goal? How will it obtain it? What are its limitations? How can Chiho exploit those limitations? By answering these questions, GIGANT can provide an idea of where the story is headed, from which will emerge stakes and tension. For illustration, I have previously informed you that E.T.E has something to do with exploring human psychology, and paying attention to just what the giants have done, it appears the conclusion that would be drawn from E.T.E is that humans are violent, murderous entities. However, this conclusion has a massive problem when we consider how this evidence was generated. To begin, we know the request was to have a bunch of giants reduce the population of Tokyo to 1 million, but unlike Greg, we never got the exact wording. As such, let us suppose that the request was, X percentage of the population of Tokyo is transformed into giants that then reduce the population of the city to 1 million. As we now know from the Shinjuku streaking incident, or what I think we're supposed to know from it, E.T.E is unable to directly alter human psychology, and so E.T.E has to choose between two potential options. Either it sticks to the letter of the request and transforms the citizenry of Tokyo. In this case, the giants should be expected to behave like humans. Alternatively, E.T.E would replace the selected citizenry with oversized doppelgangers that act strangely. Of course, as we know from the fact that all the giants go on senseless murder sprees, E.T.E chose the latter. However, in doing so, we can see that the giants are not human because E.T.E cannot make humans, and so the giants' actions are not a valid point of data. What's more, it would be very obvious to everyone that this was the case. Everyone has easy access to E.T.E, so they should know what the hypothetical request was, and so everyone should be able to clearly see that the giants are not actually the people they used to know. From that, assuming Rei and Chiho ever found out that E.T.E was using the giants' actions as evidence, then they would be able to present a clear counter-argument that E.T.E was just creating evidence that confirmed its bias, rather than actually looking at the data. And would you look at that, suddenly we have a direction. E.T.E is constructing an idea of humanity, but it appears to be biased, making up evidence to suggest humans are senseless murder hobos. As such, Rei and Chiho need to make a counter-argument, however, in order to do so, they need evidence from what E.T.E is doing. To get this evidence, they may even have to accept that several thousands of people are going to die. Alternatively, let's consider that since E.T.E is driven by the power of the masses, what can Rei and Chiho do to confront the E.T.E users? How do they even find them, and if they can, what do they do to not die? After all, an E.T.E user may choose to pull a gun on anyone that wants to stop or take away E.T.E. Or, of course, they could just ask E.T.E to assassinate Chiho and Rei. And would you look at that? We have stakes and tension. Rei and Chiho's victory may depend on massive sacrifices, not only of the Japanese populace, but also of their own lives, as anyone could be their enemy, and any time could be the moment they die. Unfortunately, however, that is not the story we are reading. We are reading Gigant, and Gigant seems like it actively is trying to do the exact opposite of what I have suggested. Even if we suppose that the request was just giants appear in Tokyo and start a genocide, Gigant still fails to bring any attention to what should be learned. Nobody makes any comment on why this is happening. Why do E.T.E users want a genocide? Why is nobody trying to stop E.T.E? Should someone perhaps try to use E.T.E to make beneficial requests? There are several lines of argument to be held on the subject, but Gigant is not addressing any of them. Instead, just like how Gigant handled the lasting effects of Greg by pretending they didn't exist, it is likewise completely failing to accept the effects of the giants. As such, the audience has no idea where Gigant is going because it hasn't provided any information to indicate what significance there is in what is presently happening. With that, we also don't know what the stakes are, and there's no tension as we don't know what outcomes, negative or positive, even exist. Additionally, we've now come to the end of another plot beat to find that nothing has happened once again. Any effect of the giants have been ignored, making them another waste of time. In total, the audience is now bored and confused, which obviously are two things that a story shouldn't want to achieve. To be blunt, Gigant has merely completely failed to make the appearance of giants anything more than baseless shock content that really isn't shocking and that isn't very frightening. We're making great progress. On that note, let's continue. Pretty much immediately after the giants get eradicated, E.T.E summons a robot, the JSDF struggles to deal with it, some people say Papiko should be released from jail, the government denies any causal link between E.T.E and the national disasters taking place, the JSDF take out the robot, and mostly everything goes back to normal. The only difference is that the JSDF suffered significant casualties in the engagement, and as E.T.E continues to sow chaos, their fighting power will only continue to decrease. And you know what? That sounds like a pretty great development for Gigant. We know the threat, E.T.E, we can see that the JSDF are already struggling to get by, and the stakes of preventing genocide brings tension. What's more, despite some part of the public wanting the release of Chiho to help in the battle, the JSDF isn't going to just let a criminal out on the loose immediately. The situation will have to get much worse before they resort to that, which lends anticipation to seeing how much damage Tokyo will suffer before that point, as this will set the stage for how desperate of a fight Chiho will be thrust into. That said, this isn't what Gigant is going to do at all, as rather than showing the continued decline of the JSDF's capability, Gigant is just going to immediately make them lose. What a shame. As such, 5 days pass, during which Rei does nothing to investigate E.T.E. Then, on the 21st of January, E.T.E summons 3 Gods of Destruction in Shinjuku, which of course just so happens to be exactly the part of Tokyo that Rei is in. Oh no, whatever is going to happen. Well, how about Rei's train car shaking around in a time distortion that makes everyone remain in the exact same position for a couple panels? Meanwhile, outside Rei's train car, which suspiciously is not going to suffer any damage during the ensuing scene, the entire local area is in a panic. Departing from the perspective of our main character, Gigant focuses on a few unnamed civilians. A couple of girls, one of which is the unnamed ex-lead actress from Chapter 1, run around and one gets killed. The survivor runs into a child that's lost his mother, a guy shows up and tries to direct them to safety, and a policeman goes insane. Meanwhile, the JSDF attempt to fight the Gods of Destruction, but they prove ineffective. Oh, and Nakajima's in 3 panels. So, it's pretty obvious what GIGANT wants to say here. People are dying, E.T.E is a tragedy, and these are the terrible consequences that have resulted both from the anonymous E.T.E users and Rei and Chiho's complete inaction up to this point. Now, as has been the pattern thus far, it's likely that Chiho and Rei will continue to be completely oblivious of their position of responsibility. However, it has also been a pattern for GIGANT to not even present what should be cared about in the first place. As such, now that the story is recognizing the severity of the situation, perhaps it will continue to keep that in mind and have Rei and Chiho do something. Maybe this is a chance for redemption. Back to the story, a smattering of panels show us some government official talking to Chiho, and as will soon be informed, she's been granted amnesty in order to go and fight the 3 Gods of Destruction since the JSDF seem to be ineffective. Then, she's loaded into a helicopter with a bunch of troops and departs for Shinjuku, which is odd. I mean, what is the plan here, GIGANT? What in the world are the troops supposed to do here? It can't be that they're supposed to make sure Chiho doesn't run away because she can just go big, blow up the helicopter, and run off. It can't be that they're supposed to make sure the landing zone has been evacuated before a giant Chiho falls out of the sky because Chiho could just not go giant before reaching the ground. Also, it can't be that there's supposed to be a distraction because the fighter jets are already doing that, and at the point where soldiers could be distracting from the ground, Chiho would already be in position to go big and start fighting. At best, I guess the soldiers could be here to debrief Chiho on how the operation is going to go, but in that case, why is there more than one soldier? Then again, maybe asking for GIGANT's plan is the wrong question, and we should instead see if there ever was a plan. As the soldiers talk, it doesn't take long to find out that all the troops are on their first deployment. They don't really know what they're going up against, and when someone says that all they have to do is escort Chiho, she then has to be pointed out as if nobody else knew what was going on. At best, I guess the guy that highlighted Chiho's presence knows what the plan is and will now debrief everyone, except that debriefing doesn't happen. Instead, someone mentions that Chiho is wearing an interesting suit. Apparently it's been sent by America and is made of an experimental super elastic material. More on that later. Then, the guy sitting next to Chiho starts hitting on her, the footage of the Roppongi incident gets brought up, and apparently most of the troops don't think Chiho can even get big because they read an opinion on the internet. That's right. Somehow, they know that some Gods of Destruction appeared in Shinjuku, and they've been ordered to escort Chiho so that she can do something about that situation. However, somehow the dots have not connected as the soldiers believe she can't do anything. Of course, if they believe that, then how in the world do they think Greg was defeated? What's more, the one person who does believe in Chiho gets laughed at. So, I take it then there isn't a plan. Well then, nobody in or out of universe has any clue of what these soldiers are supposed to do, and with that, the troops have arrived. It's time for everyone to dive into battle. Chiho, following the actions of the soldiers, jumps out of the helicopter and deploys her parachute above the bad time trio, which of course is a terrible idea. Until the troops reach the ground, they're basically sitting ducks. The Gods of Destruction could just grab them, and the first one could throw fireballs, so what's to say that these ones can't do that either? Even if they can't, there's plenty of objects for them to throw. But, of course, none of that happens. Then, Chiho decides it's time to size up, having no concern for the safety of the nearby paratroopers or anyone below her that she will soon be plummeting towards. Additionally, her elastic suit breaks, and with it gone, I want to ask why she had it in the first place, because the answer to that is genuinely interesting. Let's start by considering why America even made it. The most likely explanation is that as there are time travelers in America, it follows that American intelligence would be more than interested in making contact with the time travelers for the sake of information and to verify allyship. Additionally, due to the Roppongi incident, they would know, or at least be fairly certain, that SADs could be passed on, and so as a contingency, it makes sense that these super elastic suits would be developed so that future inheritors wouldn't fight naked. All good, so next let's consider why Chiho has the suit. Now, sure, it makes sense to give it to her as a test subject, but America already has test subjects in the time travelers. As such, it seems that this suit has been sent more so as a gift, with America showing a vested interest in fighting E.T.E. alongside Japan. Nevertheless, while that makes sense for why the suit is in Japan, to which it follows that the suit would go to Chiho as she is the sole test subject, there initially appears to be a small issue in letting Chiho be that test subject. She is, again, a criminal, and a very dangerous one at that, who I would assume would be killed if she ever went big. However, Gigant has actually already solved this problem. Going back to Chiho's charges, we know that she was oddly charged with criminal insurrection, which would result in the death penalty. However, what if Chiho wasn't actually killed, and the trial was actually a front by the JSDF to secure her as a weapon? Now, sure, that's incredibly underhanded. The JSDF is blackmailing Chiho out of her previous life, but it all tracks. Japan wants Chiho to fight E.T.E, but only on their terms to mitigate rampant damage, which takes drastic measures to make happen. Of course, the plan didn't go off entirely as they wanted, because the fighting power of the JSDF disappeared before Chiho's trial could be concluded, but even still, we'll learn later that a condition for Chiho's amnesty is that she's agreed to serve the JSDF, seemingly with everything they ask her to do. So, good job, Gigant. You managed to tie a couple of story threads together, which makes me look forwards with anticipation to see what the story will do with that. Until then, however, it's back to the fight with Dumb and Dumber. Hitting the ground, despite having no means of being able to aim where she landed, Chiho doesn't end up falling through a building. She suffers no damage due to the SAD's super armor, and the ground shakes due to her increased mass, although the force of the impact doesn't break a single window. At least it throws the onlookers off balance, and speaking of which, why in the world would they be on the roof, Gigant? That makes it incredibly obvious to the gods of destruction where they are, and puts them in a place where they can't easily run away. Do they want to die? Anyways, Chiho proceeds to get beaten up, as she should, since it's a 3-on-1 fight and she has absolutely no training in CQC or any sort of basic fighting tactics whatsoever. Meanwhile, Rei notices that she's arrived and proceeds to cry about how this is so horrible that Chiho is going to die, even though an hour ago he was convinced that it was the end of the world. Man, I love how Rei has progressed to exactly the same point he was the last time this happened. Meanwhile, Chiho eventually gets so beaten up, despite her skin being completely unblemished by the several heavy blows, that the Stooges can hold her above the ground without any resistance. It's at this point that E.T.E publishes a request for Chiho to be ripped apart, making this the first confirmable instance where two requests were granted on the same day. I guess there isn't a limit on how often E.T.E requests can be granted, but for some reason there are several months worth of time for which nothing happens. Fantastic. Back to Chiho. Her life flashes before her eyes, which means she remembers the day, and suddenly can continue fighting. Back on the train, we then see a bunch of people freak out that Chiho's limbs have been amputated by sheer force, being so convinced of this fact by the evidence on their phones that we never see. Because, of course, that evidence doesn't exist. There's literally nothing to convince the people that that happened, because that would mean there'd be giant bloody limbs all over the place, and there aren't, but hey, tension or something. In reality, Chiho is back on the ground next to the red god of... Wait a minute, how did she get there? In the first place, if Chiho spontaneously shrunk, as we've been led to believe happened, wouldn't she end up in freefall? Even if she shrunk down to where her foot was, she would be beneath the white god of destruction. But no, somehow she isn't dead and she's behind the red god of destruction. Also, even though Bill and Ted should be aware that they didn't kill Chiho as she slipped out of their grasp, they stand around doing nothing, because if they did anything, then Chiho would be done for. I mean, Chiho is small. They could step on her, and that would be the end of that. Alternatively, it's going to take ages for her to catch up to the gods of destruction if they just walked away. But no, instead they just stand around supposedly looking for Chiho. They also have terrible observation skills because they don't find Chiho in the time it takes for her to do all of the following. She circles around the base of the red one, now called Garrett, to be directly in its line of view. Then she runs over and behind the white one, named Gabe, and then goes big to jump onto the back of Garrett. Gigant, what in the world is going on? Do you not see how far apart the three muskrats are standing? How long was Chiho running? Why did she even circle back to Garrett in the first place? Why did the thought never occur to any of the three incubated cheese molds that if they just walked away, Chiho would be forced to expose her position? Also, how did Chiho get on Garrett's back? She would have to go big, find a handhold for her giant hand, and shrink again while still having that handhold, all of which should have alerted all three enemies of her position. But no, somehow Chiho makes it onto Garrett's back, who only just now starts trying to brush her off. But what's this? It seems that the gods of destruction can't reach their own backs. Man, that's just so unfortunate. It would be a shame if Garrett decided to use a nearby skyscraper as a back scratcher, or if they just laid down on their back, or got one of their companions to squish Chiho with a finger. What a dilemma. If only there was something the gods of destruction could do about this. But of course, there apparently isn't, as instead Alvin and the Hairballs stand around and wait as Chiho, who is not a professional climber, proceeds to slowly ascend or descend several meters of Garrett's back, which is apparently climbable, enters the inside of their body, which again just so happens to have an opening big enough for her, and then goes big. Great job, Gigant. I really feel like Chiho deserved that victory. I mean, just so much of that made perfect sense. Next up, the aquamarine god of destruction, who I will call George, charges Chiho. In response, Chiho touches her SAD and leaps off the corpse of Garrett towards George with her arms outstretched. Fortunately, this works because the SAD does not increase mass, and so Chiho does not end up just pushing the body over rather than propelling herself forwards. With that, Chiho makes it over to George, who does not grab her mid-air or just slam a fist onto her back, but instead lets her get a hold of its chest. Then, rather than slapping a hand onto said chest, George tries to clap their hands, but the attack misses because Chiho is still shrinking. Gigant, quick question. How long does it take for the SAD to finish changing someone's size? Earlier, when Chiho shrunk, it happened so fast that everyone is convinced that she disappeared, as if she had been blinked out of existence. But now, Chiho jumps off of a corpse, travels at least 100 meters, nearly gets squashed, and is still shrinking? Are you saying that the rate that the SAD shrinks someone is alterable, and that Chiho manipulated that, even though we've been shown no such functionality up to this point? Is that what's going on? Anyways, George proceeds to jerk its shoulders and attempts to shake Chiho off, which, since Chiho is not very massive, should send her flying due to the absurd amount of momentum this would impart on her body. But that doesn't happen. Instead, Chiho has absolutely no trouble staying attacked, jumps into George, goes big, and takes down another opponent. With that, we are left with just Gabe, who has apparently backed up a few blocks since the last panel. As such, Chiho takes the initiative, running as Gabe does whatever this is. Gigant, I've glossed over your use of replacing arms with lines before, but seriously, what is this? Gabe looks like a scarecrow in a hurricane. In any case, Chiho grabs Gabe's waist, and Gabe tries to shake her off. Despite this violent motion and the complete lack of any grip, Chiho not only remains attached, but at some point finds a moment to use the SAD and starts shrinking. Then, miraculously, Chiho gets swung right up into the bottom section of Gabe's chest, goes big, and stands victorious. Man, imagine if instead of trying to shake Chiho off, Gabe just grabbed her leg and pulled. But no, the three enemies don't have a collective IQ of more than 2 digits, and so Chiho obtains a victory so overwhelming that even the bodies of her opponents have almost vanished completely. I mean, you can see a bit of one of them before a speech bubble cuts it off, but where in the world are the other two? In fact, while we're on the subject of misplaced entities, this entire fight was geographically nonsensical. When Chiho starts expanding in Garrett, they were in the shadow of the skyscraper. However, in the previous panel, George was seen standing in the opposite direction and also next to entirely different structures. Then, when Chiho emerges, she's just in front of the building that Gabe was by, with Gabe having disappeared. After that, George approaches from the same perspective as when Chiho started growing, and once Chiho gets inside of them, it appears they're standing roughly in the same area Chiho took out Garrett. However, upon emerging, Chiho is back to where George was when she entered them, and Gabe, who wasn't present for anything that happened since that, is suddenly standing right back where they were at. Finally, Gabe then dies next to this curvy building, which is a bit behind where we see Chiho resting after the fight. And yet, no corpse. Gabe is not lying where we saw them die. George is also missing, and Garrett isn't lying where they died either. Brilliant. So then, Chiho rests by leaning against a building which doesn't suffer immense damage because the SAD does not increase mass. After catching her breath, she then notices the cheers of people, overcome with the relief that they've been saved. Chiho, on the other hand, seems too shocked to really process anything, with her face remaining entirely static. Meanwhile, Rei has gotten off of his train, which miraculously got into station and opened its doors the moment the fight ended, and has run over to try and see Chiho. But alas, he arrives too late and only sees her being picked up by the JSDF. With that, the day's major events are over, and so it's time for the recovery phase. To recap, the last couple of weeks have been absolutely insane. Greg attacked Roppongi, Chiho got arrested, UFOs abducted people, the Giants almost killed Rei multiple times, the robot was a thing that happened, and then Chiho was released to deal with the 3 wet towels. Thousands have died, thousands are missing, it will take months for the city to rebuild, and it may take years for the people involved to recover, if they actually recover at all. So, how is Gigant going to show the reaction to this? Well, the first thing that happens is Rei getting a call from his mom, who's relieved that the call finally connected. Now, when the Shinjuku incident started, we were shown Rei's mom calling someone. However, once Chiho arrived on the scene, Rei's mom was very clearly not trying to call anyone anymore. Maybe that's because several hours had passed and she gave up, although I can't help but wonder why nobody is sending texts in these situations. In any case, Rei's mom is calling for 2 reasons. The first of these is to make sure that Rei is okay, to which Rei says he's fine. Then, without any further questions of if Rei is sure he's fine or if he needs help processing the trauma or anything else a mother might be concerned about in this situation, Rei's mom moves on to the second reason for her call, which is to tell Rei that she wants him to keep dating Chiho because she saved the city. Which, sure. Rei's an adult at this point, and Chiho did something that will get her nominated for the National Honor Award, so I guess I can see where this is coming from. Maybe should have saved this comment for a more appropriate time, but whatever. Once Rei makes it home using the trains that for some reason are working, his mom rushes over to give him a hug and check again if he's injured. Okay, so she is still concerned for Rei's well-being, and I guess she wanted to wait until they were in person for a more in-depth discussion. Alright, let's see where this is going. Turning the page, the family is gathered for dinner, and the dad starts by exclaiming that he watched the news broadcast of the Shinjuku incident at work, and it was awesome. Are you insane? Gigant, have your marbles been quantum entangled with the blender dimension? How in the world are you saying the dad watched a national tragedy take place wherein likely several thousands of civilians died, the military was practically decimated, and upwards of billions of yen in damages were incurred, and yet have him say that that was really cool? If you don't mind, I'd like to bring up a moment from earlier in the week where the dad got mad at the JSDF for not taking out the giant robot fast enough. But why, might I ask, would they be mad about that? Could it possibly have anything to do with the threat it posed to several people's lives? So, what's different now? Why is he suddenly really excited that this happened? Also, what happened to the previous direction of this conversation? It's still the 21st of January, and I thought we were going to address the mental devastation everyone should be under. But no, there isn't even a moment of everyone sitting in silence as they exit shocked to realize they're all incredibly disturbed. Instead, the dad opens by saying he really enjoyed watching his world fall apart, and he was so inspired by the events that he's going to make a movie starring Chiho. I can't help but pray that the other family members get mad at the dad for his psychotic behavior, so let's see how they react. Rei doesn't seem to care. He just sits silently, looking as bored as a board. Rei's mom, on the other hand, deduces that her husband has some sort of connection to Chiho, which is how they got her to be the lead actress. This is apparently unbelievable, and the mom is disturbed by the fact that her husband is going to produce a film with her son's girlfriend. Firstly, again, it is still the 21st. How did Rei's dad manage to get a movie idea approved and sign Chiho on as the lead actress by the end of the day? Secondly, what in the world is going on, Gigant? Why does it seem like everyone has completely gotten over what happened a couple hours ago? Why is Rei's mom more concerned about her husband filming with Chiho than she is with the well-being of her son who personally witnessed the destruction of Shinjuku? Why is she even concerned about that at all? Does the dad have some history of infidelity that hasn't been mentioned? Anyways, Rei gets up and leaves the table to go to his room, ending the conversation. Man, wasn't that a brilliant scene? I hate this manga. Moving on, while lying on his bed next to the window that apparently got fixed at some point in the last week, Rei contemplates life. And by life, I of course don't mean any thoughts about what he's going to do to prevent this from happening again. He's just thinking about Chiho. Speaking of whom, at that exact moment, he gets a notification on his phone as Chiho says, "I see. Good night. I love you." Alright, I feel like we missed something, and I'm a bit confused on why they're just saying goodnight, but okay. Soon afterwards, Rei's phone rings as a wild Nakajima appears to inform Rei that he may never see Chiho again, as the JSDF will be trying to use her as a military secret. As for how the JSDF intends to keep a giant woman that's been broadcast worldwide twice and elected to earn the National Medal of Honor a secret is a mystery, but at the very least she'll probably be moved to a remote location. Having served his purpose of informing Rei of information of things that he could have figured out on his own, Nakajima hangs up. Then, shortly after the phone call, Chiho contacts Rei again, asking him to return the key to her apartment whenever he has time to do so. Oh, right, the key. So, I skipped over this detail, but after Chiho got arrested, she called Rei to have him take care of her dog, which apparently means he now has the key to her apartment. Where did he get this key if Chiho was gone, you ask? Who knows? Is this the only key to her apartment? Who knows? Nevertheless, upon receiving this communication from Chiho, Rei is on the verge of tears, panicking over the thought that they may never be reunited. So, unable to calm down, Rei then heads out on his bike. Arriving at the apartment, he finds that it's completely empty. Then, he gets tackled from behind as Chiho gives him a hug. So, why does Chiho have a patch over her eye? Sure, Gabe whacked her in the face, but Greg did a lot more damage without any significant injury appearing after a day's time. If the second batch of Gods of Destruction just hit that much harder, then what about the rest of Chiho's body? Shouldn't she be covered in bruises? But of course that can't be the case because she jumps onto Rei and does not complain about how painful that would be. With that, the two of them fall into the bed, despite that not looking to be in the direction Chiho jumped at all. They start crying, and then they... Because, of course they do. They always do that, regardless of any sort of recent events that might put them out of the mood, because screw character or nuance. Well, this isn't a great start, but nevertheless, now that Rei and Chiho are back together, Gigant has one last chance to do something to build off of the last few chapters. Does Rei have any new thoughts on Chiho's actions? What does Chiho think of what she's done? Do they have any plans for how to handle things moving forwards? Is this, in fact, the turning point of Gigant? Let's find out. The conversation opens with Rei saying he was lonely, and Chiho says that she thought she would be back soon. Oh, that's just fantastic. In the first place, it's been a week. How does that not count as being back soon? Did Chiho think she was just going out for a picnic when the police arrested her? Also, before Chiho was arrested, she was in denial, but now she has gone and fully concluded that despite the charges against her, she would be swiftly deemed innocent enough to return home. She went from panicked to denial to concluding that she never did anything wrong, and Gigant is supporting this opinion by hardly punishing her for the egregious crimes she committed. She's been granted amnesty. I guess Gigant just really wants to affirm that Chiho is a hero despite having killed several people and doing nothing to really act like a hero. That said, this did come at a cost, and Rei asks if it's true that Chiho will have to go and fight for the JSDF, which Chiho confirms to be true. This makes Rei sad, and he says he doesn't want Chiho to fight, but Chiho says that unfortunately it has to be this way because of the whole JSDF conspiracy. And then that's that. There isn't any moment where Chiho gets upset with how Rei failed to look out for her before she was arrested, nor does Chiho address that Rei, once again, said that he doesn't want her to save his life. She doesn't even make a point that she wants to fight for Rei, basically agreeing that actually she would decide to not fight if it weren't for the JSDF. As for Rei, upon hearing that Chiho will indeed have to go fight, he makes no move to convince her otherwise. Chiho can go big after all, making her impervious to anything the JSDF would probably throw at her, so she doesn't actually have to obey them. If she wanted, she could just run away, but Rei makes no such argument and just accepts fate. What great characters. That said, on a somewhat related note, Chiho then announces that E.T.E is apparently being banned. Now, on the bright side, that would at least mean something has happened in Gigant, but again, this has nothing to do with Chiho's actions. She doesn't say that whoever told her granted amnesty that she wanted E.T.E gone, it's just something that's happening. Which is just peachy. This is the best opportunity Gigant has to turn a new leaf and let its characters decide to take action. But no, it has decided it wants to continue robbing them of any agency and has used a third party to enforce plot progression. With that being the case, however, we can question where said plot will lead. If E.T.E is gone, then what are the JSDF going to have Chiho fight against? Will they really release Chiho once E.T.E is banned, or will they go to war against nearby countries? Will they send her to America and have her fight alongside the time travelers? Does Chiho realize any of this, and when she does, what will her thoughts be on what she's being told to do? Those are some compelling questions that I anticipate seeing Gigant answer. But before that, we have to finish this increasingly terrible conversation. Chiho says that she's decided to end her career as an AV actress because somehow she doesn't want to have with anyone but Rei. Now, initially this comment could be a hint at character development, except that it doesn't actually explain why Chiho likes Rei because she doesn't know why she made this choice. Additionally, it seems like a strange choice to even be making, given that I assume Chiho stopped being an AV actress the moment she got arrested. Then again, maybe she's just choosing to not reapply to become an AV actress and instead will find a different job. In any case, Chiho's choice makes Rei happy because, I don't know, maybe he thought he was being cucked? He never brought that up before, but I can't really think of another reason. Then, Chiho says this was a difficult choice to make because she specifically became an AV actress because she likes. On the one hand, Gigant has at least finally provided the context of how Chiho became an AV actress. On the other hand, there really isn't anything that this says about her character. It seems that in no way did her father's death result in her taking the job, in no way did her being in the industry contribute to her panic attacks, or as far as I can see, her being a pushover. It's just that she's a slut, and that's that. Isn't that fabulous? With that, Rei, forgetting that he knows Chiho has agreed to star in his father's film, asks if Chiho will be okay with changing her career. Then, Chiho, forgetting that she's signed up to be a star in Rei's father's film, says that she's been getting calls from various television agencies trying to hire her, so she's sure she'll be able to find work without a problem. Additionally, Chiho then says that recently she found out that she likes being needed by people, and so maybe being a television icon won't be so bad. Right. So, I assume that Chiho realized this when all the people thanked her for saving their lives, but it's now being used as a reason for why she wants to be a celebrity. Which is bizarre. I mean, it seemed to me that Gigant had brought back Chiho's character trait of being vain, so it would seem like she would be excited to grab the opportunity to be a celebrity regardless. That said, it's not as if this motivation is worthless, as Gigant could have Chiho serve as an inspirational figure for the populace of Japan, which is an idea with a lot of potential. After all, once E.T.E is banned, its more radical users could end up taking matters into their own hands and causing havoc in person. This then would change the currently non-existent conversation on E.T.E towards a commentary on the Japanese citizenry, to which Chiho could then stand as a symbol and leader against the destruction of E.T.E. As for whether this happens, we'll just have to wait and see though. As a final comment, I can't help but notice that for some reason Chiho deciding she likes being needed wasn't brought up when she mentioned having to fight alongside the JSDF. I mean, this could just be me, but one would think that wanting to be needed by people would make Chiho pretty on board with the idea of being a hero to fight with the JSDF, but whatever. With that, the conversation is over, and suddenly Chiho's phone turns on. Siri announces that somebody is observing Chiho because they are very interested in her. Rei and Chiho then remark that that was a very strange message to receive. They have... And after that, Chiho asks Rei to come back the next day to return her dog. Ah, the next day, Chiho will still be in her home. Well, that's just dandy. Yeah. Earlier, by which I mean nearly an hour ago at this point, I noted that it seemed there was one thing that Greg caused, that being Chiho being arrested. That then led to the JSDF trying to fake her death, her getting granted amnesty, and her having to obey military orders. Additionally, with the focus on the terrible consequences of E.T.E, it seemed like there would for once be a reciprocal response against the website. In short, it appeared that for once the story was going somewhere. But now, that sense of progress has been thrown out the window. Within the very same chapter that Gigant says that Chiho will have to obey the orders of the JSDF, Gigant decides to release Chiho from that duty by making it so that the JSDF actually won't do anything. She will not be moved to a private location. She will not be called upon to fight anything or anyone, or even to test another super stretch suit. Additionally, the JSDF will not give Chiho any sort of security, and they will not keep her under any sort of surveillance. Every single piece of the JSDF's plan has been thrown out the window alongside all the other effects of the recent E.T.E request. Nakajima is not frustrated. Rei is not traumatized. There will be no mention of having to reconstruct the city. There will be no mention of how Japan is going to deal with having a crippled military. What's more, whenever the subject of the attempted genocide does actually get brought up, it's treated like a joke. Gigant says it's a really cool thing that happened. Instead of making a point and enforcing some semblance of realism on the situation, Gigant pisses on itself thinking it's hilarious. And that's not all that Gigant is getting rid of. As of the present, it seems like there are two threads that Gigant could at least continue working on, those being what Chiho will do as a celebrity and the fact that until E.T.E is banned, its users are likely to become even more aggressive. However, when we take one more step and look at the next chapter, we can see that Gigant has forgotten to follow up on this. To illustrate, as the chapter goes, we see that Chiho is in some ads. In fact, she's in so many ads that it seems like she is the only person being advertised at all. But what is she saying? What platform is she creating? What message does she have? Well, she doesn't. She says nothing and does nothing. She's just in the ads and that's it. Meanwhile, Rei meets up with Nakajima, who remarks that Japan sure has been peaceful now that E.T.E has been banned for a week. Indeed, just like that, E.T.E is banned, and you may be wondering what happened. Given Nakajima is in a summer uniform, it is at earliest July, so what happened in the last nearly half year's worth of time? Did E.T.E attempt more genocides? How was the website banned? Was the banning public information? Obviously, the E.T.E users would blame Chiho for the removal of their power, so how are they reacting? Were there assassination requests? Were there real-life assassination attempts? Unfortunately, none of that is the case, and it turns out that simply nothing happened at all. E.T.E is no longer a part of Rei and Chiho's life, with it leaving no meaningful impact on them whatsoever. So, the JSDF is out of the picture, E.T.E is out of the picture, and Chiho isn't doing anything with her stardom, which puts us back to the beginning. A whole 43 chapters have passed, and recounting everything within those pages, all that I can say has happened is that Rei met Chiho, and they started dating. Isn't that fantastic? Additionally, on that note, we find ourselves in a familiar position. Just as with Gigant's handling of Greg and the Giants, the manga has failed to give each event much significance as it ignored the after effects. Now with this failure to provide any manner of redemption, the count is at 3, and I think that's enough to draw some conclusions. Specifically, it's that even with the most significant of developments, Gigant is incapable of following through. It does not account for how an event affects the status quo, and it at best leaves several points on where an event should lead to dangle. We have at this point returned to the end of Chapter 1, with the previous course of the story being completely abandoned in favor of a rather vague future, as the clues Gigant has given us are pretty bare bones. As such, just as Gigant has returned to that point, we also find that we ended up exactly where I said we would. Gigant has disrespected its audience. It has wasted their time, paid back their investment with debt, and given no reason to care about anything because, as it is shown, that will be discarded. On top of that, what does exist on the page isn't even entertaining. The fight scenes are incoherent and characters don't act like characters. At this point, it might even be an understatement to say that Gigant is stretching the limits of its audience's ability to maintain any interest in the story. To be honest, I see very little reason for any reader to continue Gigant after this point, save for the sake of critique or out of morbid curiosity to see if Gigant can somehow get even worse. And to that end, I can say it definitely gets worse. You see, the pattern Gigant's plot has set out is that it really struggles with follow-through, but alongside that we must accept that there is at least setup. And that setup is good. If it didn't exist at all, then the fabric of the plot breaks down into absurdity. However, this also means that when we see a setup, we can predict with some confidence that Gigant will fail at something else. On top of that, as the story progresses, it will hit increasingly more important junctures for the plot, and so, if it does fail, it will do increasingly more damage than what has been shown thus far. So, how about we get back to it? After announcing the ban of E.T.E, Nakajima remarks that there has been some copycat E.T.Es floating around recently, but they're all obviously fake since they're running porn ads on them. However, the funny thing is that the original E.T.E. also had porn ads, so this detail actually doesn't mean anything. Anyways, Nakajima changes the subject to talk about AI because, remember, there may be AIs involved with E.T.E. even though that potential hasn't been a part of the story in any way whatsoever thus far. Back to Chiho, she's in the ads. Chiho is in the magazines. Chiho is on Rei doing... And Chiho's manager has found out about her relationship with Rei and wants her to break up. Oh no, the drama! How much does the manager know? What will Rei and Chiho do about this? Well, nothing, and the fact that the manager knows Chiho is dating someone is never brought up again. After that, the story goes and changes perspective. Specifically, Gigant is going to focus on this random guy named Ryou. Who is he? Well, he may be in a band. What is he doing? Well, he's looking for a replacement website for E.T.E. Why is that significant to the story? Well, he mentions that America has an E.T.E. app, which we already knew. Is there anything else we can learn from Ryou? No. Alright, that's great. So, why was Ryou in Gigant? Or rather, what could have this done for Gigant? Up to this point, I've put a lot of focus on how Rei and Chiho have had zero interest in finding out about what is going on, but Gigant has also failed to provide the perspective of the E.T.E. users themselves. However, with Ryou, we have a character who we can reasonably assume has voted on E.T.E. for various events to happen. That said, which events they voted on and which ones they didn't vote on are unknown. We don't know what brought them to E.T.E. in the first place, how they justify their actions, or what they think they will accomplish with E.T.E. Additionally, we don't know how they interact with other users of E.T.E. Are there subgroups of users? How many people are trying to not constantly genocide Tokyo? How have the perspectives of E.T.E. users in Tokyo been affected by the life-altering disasters? Are they trying to get revenge, striking out blindly at anonymous users? Are they trying to make requests to undo the damage? Have they simply left the app or tried to raise awareness? Where in all of that is Ryou, and what does he have to gain by the restoration of E.T.E. in Japan? To say the least, there's an awful lot of information that Gigant simply has not provided, which it could quite easily start to do through Ryou. What's more, by doing so, this would inform the audience of what is happening and what meaning can be derived from Rei and Chiho's actions against E.T.E. However, Gigant has not done this, and so instead all we can ask is why Ryou is even in Gigant. He isn't going to become a prominent character, which honestly makes me surprised that we got his name. He isn't going to provide any insight on what makes E.T.E. tick, and is reminding the audience of the American E.T.E. is information that for the third time we already knew. At best, this factoid of the American E.T.E. has been brought up to hint that the story is going to have some sort of focus on what that version of the website is doing, but an entire chapter and a new side character don't need to be invented for such a simple purpose. For one, that can be done in 2 to 3 panels, and 2, Gigant already has a character that's been filling that role, Nakajima. Dropping unwarranted exposition has been Nakajima's sole role for the entire story, and what's more, since he knows all this information about E.T.E., it would be quite fitting to give Nakajima the role of being an actual E.T.E. user. What's more, not only would Gigant gain all the benefits that it could have done with Ryou if Nakajima actually were an E.T.E. user, Gigant has more to gain from exploring E.T.E. from his perspective. After all, Nakajima would have been using E.T.E. before it attempted genocides, back when it was more innocent. He was there when the first God of Destruction appeared, but that didn't affect him personally, and then he was there for the Week of Terror with the Giants, Robot, and Triple Threat. If Nakajima was an E.T.E. user for that entire time, then how might his perspective on the website shift as he suddenly realized how much effect it was having on everyone around him? What's more, since he is Rei's friend, this naturally leads to drama as Rei and Nakajima have to confront their sudden opposition in this war, which then leads right into character arcs as Nakajima tries to redeem himself in Rei's eyes after Shinjuku gets attacked. But of course, that sounds interesting, which is something Gigant appears to be allergic to, and so it simply cannot be the case. Instead, Gigant tells us nothing about the E.T.E. users, Nakajima is just a useless incel, and nothing about Ryou matters. To say the least, it's pretty disappointing. Once again, Gigant has demonstrated that it's very bad at handling characters. Speaking of which, the next thing that happens is that Chiho tells Rei all the things she likes about him. These are that he is earnest and has intelligence. Well, good job, Gigant. You've finally done something that could be used to give a reason to why Rei and Chiho love each other so very much. Unfortunately, you are wrong. Rei is not earnest, he is blind faith and a complete lack of agency, and he is not intelligent, as I have yet to observe anything from what he has said or done that is well thought out in any way whatsoever. Nevertheless, I will allow the scene to continue, as I accept that you could accidentally say something meaningful. Next, the scene ends. Alright, so we are done with infusing characters into the relationship. That's it. Cool. Next, Chiho gets a call from her mom. Well, would you look at that? It's Chiho's family, who was last brought up 39 chapters ago. Chiho's mom says that after several months of Chiho being the most prominent figure in all forms of media, she has just realized that Chiho is probably really rich, and so she wants to move to a new home. And you know what? Now that Gigant mentions Chiho's wealth, why hasn't her life changed at all? I mean, I would expect she would move to a more comfortable place than her old apartment, and Gigant should at least show us that she's buying more expensive things, but nothing? She's incredibly rich and that has affected nothing about her lifestyle? Okay, sure. Regardless, hearing that her mom wants to live somewhere that is likely more expensive than her own apartment, Chiho does not seem very excited to pay for such a bill. Nevertheless, she decides to pay it without complaint, and Chiho's family will not be brought up again. So that's, 4 useless chapters gone now? That's great. What's next? Well, one day, Rei tells Nakajima that Chiho is going to be in that film his dad is producing, so he won't be able to see her for a while. Then, a god of destruction appears in New York. However, this isn't any god of destruction. This one is so scary that just watching a television broadcast of the entity causes uncontrollable terror. Oh no, whatever will Rei and Chiho do about this new threat? After all, Rei has been uncontrollably brought to tears by the terror of just this broadcast, so surely he who is in contact with the great hero of Japan will do something. I mean, sure, the news announcement states that fortunately the 5 American heroes have arrived on the job, however it also says that if all goes according to the previous patterns, the fight will take a whole 3 days. That's right, 3 days, because the time travelers are apparently complete imbeciles. Also, Gigant, what do you mean pattern? I only know of 2 times the gods of destruction have attacked New York. Regardless, the point is that New York is in a whole lot of trouble, so it only makes sense for Rei and Chiho to do something. After all, Chiho wants to help people, and Rei doesn't want Chiho to fight, so with their interests in conflict, something has to happen. But no, neither of them do anything, and that's just great. This is a minor note, but earlier I did mention that it would have been nice for E.T.E requests to not be granted instantly so that Rei and Chiho would have time to react to them. As a plus, this has been remedied, as Rei and Chiho have been supplied a massive amount of time to react to the new arrival. However, Gigant is going to fail to let them do so. Instead, it is going to dangle the existence of the new gods of destruction in front of the audience for the next 18 chapters, which is just going to make the ensuing sections more miserable than just being bored that nothing is happening. With that, in the infinite void of the meantime, Gigant has some new characters to introduce, as it seems that there are some time travelers in Japan. The first of these new arrivals is Kido, who is seen watching the broadcast of the god of destruction dubbed Satan. Then, Kido puts his hand to his helmet to call his companions. First, he contacts Major Momonogi, asking for the time and date, as well as informing her of his general location of Shinjuku. Wait, how does Kido know what city he's in, but not the time and date? Like, he's got to be able to read, why can't he tell time? Also, he's a time traveler, the time should be the one thing he knows. Anyways, the time travelers make calls to each other, and we learn that there's a party of 5 with the 3 other members being named Hefner, Private Shiozawa, and Colonel Nagashima. Unfortunately, however, the Colonel is currently missing in action. As such, Momonogi is in command, which supposedly is why Kido called her first, but then how did he know to call her instead of Colonel Nagashima? Whatever. Once everyone's status is confirmed, the time travelers decide to discreetly fly to Momonogi's location, at which point they fly in plain view of everyone in the nearby vicinity. As an additional note, the passerby can be seen laughing at the time travelers' odd fashion, which simply shouldn't be happening. You would think, given how widespread the coverage of America has been, that they would recognize these strangely dressed folks as heroic figures. Specifically, heroic figures that go big and thus may be connected to Chiho. At such a thought, the onlookers would probably ask for an autograph or selfie or something rather than taking mocking pictures. Alternatively, since this is Tokyo and all the residents have been completely terrified by E.T.E, they may think that these heroes have appeared to fight the potential return of the website, hence prompting abject terror. But no, nobody had any trauma from their multiple near-death experiences, and nobody is capable of the most basic of pattern recognition, and so nobody actually reacts properly. That aside, the time travelers arrive on the roof, and Momonogi pulls out a phone. Rightfully, Kido asks her where she got it, to which she explains that there's no need to worry, she bought it from a store, although she did need to fabricate an ID. Oh, cool. So Momonogi knows how to get a fake ID, but she doesn't know what time it is. Great. Additionally, where she got this ID, what sort of person would be desperate enough to give someone dressed like the so-called defenders in America a fake ID, and how all that happened in the purportedly 10 minutes it took for everyone to gather, will never be addressed. Nevertheless, Shiozawa does then ask where Momonogi got the money to buy the phone, to which she says she got the funds from an ATM, which I assume she robbed. Alrighty, weird issues aside, Gigant has a useful foundation going here. Despite very conveniently being able to read Japanese and use modern technology, it's clear from the time traveler's opinion of modern clothing being strange and their illegal actions that their cultural and ethical values are very different from our own. From that, the time travelers are set up for a character arc of coming to an understanding and appreciation for how modern society operates. So, that's a start. Let's keep an eye on how it progresses. Next, Momonogi proceeds to inform her comrades of a change in plans. Viewing the phone, she says it's currently July 12th, 2019, and therefore seems they've all arrived a touch late thanks to, I assume, some inexplicable time warp that never gets brought up again. Nevertheless, Momonogi then pulls up some videos to explain the group's new course of action, which is to find Chiho as she has inherited Colonel Nakashima's SAD, and the time travelers will need all the help they can get in order to complete whatever their mission is. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, it seems that all the American time travelers have perished. Oh no, this is terrible. What will anyone do? Well, Chiho throws the opening pitch for a baseball game, Rei watches another of her ads, and surprisingly, they don't do much. As for the time travelers, some time has passed, but they've been unsuccessful in their search, which, Chiho hasn't moved, and she hasn't been taken under any form of protection. Someone has already published the general area of her residence, and while that is now buried under a mountain of recent conversation, it should still be very easy to find her. Even if that somehow can't be done with search filters, the time travelers have shown they're fine with dubious activity, so it's not like they can't find a data broker or private investigator. Otherwise, the only reason they couldn't find Chiho by however long they've been around is that they're incompetent or because the plot doesn't want them to find Chiho yet, for some reason. And speaking of incompetence, since the time travelers look like goofy cosplayers, some cops arrive to question what they're doing. Again, the cops don't recognize that this group is wearing the same outfits as the widely broadcast American time travelers. Speaking of which, I guess the Japanese time travelers don't care they died as they haven't been brought up. In any case, upon the approach of the police, Momonogi orders everyone to run away. While doing so, Hefner says they need backup, but they should know full well that no such thing exists for this mission, and I can't think of what backup would do in the first place. Additionally, it's very clear that the time travelers don't need backup as indicated by the group taking flight in broad daylight. And yes, you guessed it, the cops and the several people who saw the time travelers start flying are not going to relay this information to anyone, because if they did, the Japanese government would find out, which would be bad for the plot. I mean, I was going to say it would be bad for the time travelers, given they at least claim to want to stay undercover, but to be honest, I don't know what harm would actually come from telling the government about E.T.E and the megastructure. Meanwhile, back in America, again, the death toll has exceeded 10 million. It seems like nothing can stop Satan. Regardless, Rei is comfortably sleeping alongside this terrible news. But hey, Chiho did another ad, that's exciting. Moving on, Chiho informs Rei that she's got a 3-day vacation to Ishigaki Island, and wait, I thought the two of them couldn't meet in person for a long time because Chiho was starring in a film. So, she finished doing that? How much time has passed, Gigant, and how have the time travelers not made contact yet? It appeared that the most important thing they needed to do was find Chiho, and now that the American time travelers are gone, time is ticking, so where are they? Anyways, back to the current conversation. Chiho is inviting Rei on this vacation, but why in the world does she think that's a good idea? Her manager told her to stop dating Rei, and now she's just going to broadcast the relationship to the world? Also, America is burning to the ground. Shouldn't that be a more pressing matter? There are people that really need help, but no, apparently Chiho thinks it's a better idea to go on vacation. Well, fine. If they travel the country, then at least it should speed up the time traveler's search for Chiho. Speaking of which, Corporal, sorry Hefner, that's Shiozawa, Private Shiozawa, you idiot. Anyways, Shiozawa has discovered instant ramen, and now that it's been brought up, I wonder what sort of food the time travelers have. They've got those backpacks, so maybe they're carrying some rations? Then again, the backpacks never get opened or referenced as being of any use whatsoever. Also, Colonel Nakajima constantly references that he's hungry in his recording, although he doesn't seem interested in reaching into the backpack for food. But then, if the backpacks really don't have any rations, how in the world were the time travelers sent on this mission? Is the future so scarce that they can't even spare rations? But if that's the case, how did they manage to invent time travel? Also, it's been quite a bit of time since the time travelers arrived, as indicated by Chiho getting all of her scenes in a film shot. So why is Shiozawa finding ramen being portrayed as the first time the time travelers are coming across any form of modern sustenance? Shouldn't they have starved in the months of time I assume have passed? Anyways, the time travelers eat the instant ramen and they all gasp at how delicious it is. This makes sense if they are from a particularly harsh future where the resources are so minimal that they can't afford flavored food. Then, with the meal over, the time travelers resume their mission to... never mind, they're standing in line at a ramen shop. Alright, I guess this could at least instill some motivation for the time travelers to defend the modern day for personal reasons. That said, on the other hand, this could just be Gigant being idiotic and inventing reasons for why the time travelers can't find Chiho. After all, it's not like it's impossible to eat ramen while searching for her. Meanwhile, Rei and Nakajima are having a normal chat about movies, because remember, they're both really into film even though Rei hasn't touched a camera since Chapter 1. I repeat, this conversation is definitely not fluff, created only to reach the page count. Changing the subject, Rei tells Nakajima that he's going on a trip, and Nakajima of course figures out that Rei is going with Chiho, causing Nakajima to get really mad that he's a virgin. To make up for this apparent injustice, not that it's Rei's problem, Nakajima demands that Rei get his dad to arrange a meeting with Chiho Yoshioka, which will obviously solve the problem after Nakajima and she have... As Nakajima expresses, this is very important because... he's horny? I guess? Gigant, why is Nakajima an incel? What does this provide for the story? Seriously, what is the point of this? Just 10 chapters ago, he went through the most traumatic experience of his life, but instead of capitalizing on that as it is relevant to what is happening, instead you have just focused on how he is an incel, which I honestly cannot come up with any reason for how that is relevant. What's more, the fact that he is an incel and keeps getting mad at Rei for doing what Nakajima encouraged him to do doesn't build up to anything. Rei does nothing in reaction to the outbursts, and other than throwing a tantrum, Nakajima doesn't do anything either. Whatever, let's just move on. Once Rei gets home, he tells his mom about his trip with Chiho, which she apparently doesn't seem to see much of a problem with, save for the fact that she forbids them from having... That's an ironic stance, given that she's previously considered that had already happened, and even though Rei has continued to date Chiho, the mom has not made the stipulation in the past. Also, Rei is an adult now, but better late than never, I suppose. With that, Rei heads out to the airport to meet Chiho, and they do not get a private flight or any sort of security whatsoever, but that's fine because nobody really seems to care that Chiho's on board. She's sleeping, and therefore they're polite enough to not wake her up, although even when this whiny kid starts yelling her name, nobody moves a muscle. I can see the fabric of reality burning in front of my eyes. Next, Chiho and Rei go on vacation, and then they go on vacation, and everyone recognizes Chiho, but for some reason they still don't approach. I don't know, I guess the Japanese are just that polite. Yep, they're really, really polite. I'm sure that's the reason Chiho isn't having any fans come up to her. Later, the two go on vacation, and then they go on...
Get on with it.
Yeah, okay, let's see. Here we go. While Chiho is in the same room, Ray turns on the news broadcast about how Los Angeles has been destroyed by Satan. Good lord, it's a massacre. Millions of people are dying. If only somebody would try to save them. So, what will our hero who likes being needed by people do? Well, Chiho gets horny and the two have, then they, and Ray's condom breaks. Wow, what engaging characters. I bet Ultraman holds a very special place in his heart for Chiho. Back in Tokyo, the time travelers have become ramen sommeliers, but having no concept of social convention, they have decided to use a car as a table. The owners of the car get angry and tell them to piss off, to which the time travelers proceed to eat their food in front of the men in suits. Obviously, this pisses the men off even more, and so one of them knocks Momonogi's ramen onto the floor. This apparently is the worst thing to ever happen to the military-trained, raised in a desolate future, incredibly brave, risk-taking time traveler Momonogi, so she cries really loud and shoots a psychic energy blast that sublimates the upper half of the guy's body. What in the world is happening? It's as if the time travelers want to be discovered, even though having a country's government trying to track them down would be a problem, apparently. But then, they don't wear disguises, they fly around in public, and if a god of destruction shows up, they'll go big, and we all know how much attention that brought Chiho. That aside, why does Momonogi kill a man? Why does she have less maturity than a kid dropping a scoop of ice cream? How desperate for recruits were the people in charge of this mission that they put Momonogi on the team? And why is she in charge, or at least placed as second in charge? Besides all that, what is this even supposed to do for the story? I could see that maybe Momonogi has gotten really attached to modern food, but even then, such an extreme outburst seems unwarranted. On top of that, this isn't even new behavior. The other time travelers remark that she's always been this way, so this isn't a moment of development in any direction, it's just nothing. In retaliation to seeing one of their own killed, the men in suits pull out guns. Hefner goes big and kicks one of them, and the men then proceed to shoot her, which does nothing because of the SAD's super armor. Man, imagine if the men had just opened fire sooner, or shot one of the other 3 time travelers who were just standing there doing nothing. Then Hefner picks up one of the men and tosses them away, which will at least cause serious injury, and the men in suits give up. With the situation handled, the time travelers then show no remorse for the people they have just killed, no foresight for the ensuing law enforcement that should be on its way, and make no reference to how they are wasting their time, as instead they go to Ichidan. Meanwhile, Rei and Chiyo's vacation comes to an end, and they return home. The next day, immediately after waking up, Chiho gets a phone call from her manager. What convenient timing. Answering the call, Chiho is told to turn on the TV and is promptly informed that her relationship with Rei has been brought to light, turning public opinion against her. Oh, wow, wait a second, Gigant actually did it. It not only reveals Chiyo's relationship to the public, they're actually up in arms over it. Well, I'll be. Maybe, for the first time in 54 godless chapters, something is finally going to happen. Consequences are finally going to be handed out. Oh boy, I'm so excited. Let's start with Rei. On his way to school, he gets recognized as being the very boy who was seen with the 24-year-old superstar Papiko, who is 8 years older than him. Oh. Gigant, what do you mean Chiho is 24 and that Rei is 8 years younger than her? That would mean it's September 2019 and Rei is still 16. Yeah, Gigant, you're actually saying that. Gigant is actually saying that everything thus far has happened within a year's time. Well, that's just phenomenal. As we can now conclude, the story couldn't have started in August, or Rei would have had to have been 15 when he met Chiho. The referenced magnitude 5 earthquake said to have happened on the 3rd actually was the one that happened on the 4th, so the story could stay in December. Rei and Chiho didn't officially enter a relationship in March, nor was the date of December 12th on Rei's phone accurate at all. Brilliant. A majority of the dates given to us up to this point are completely wrong. Additionally, since Rei was indeed 16 this entire time, why did he go on this vacation in the first place? You know, just a 16-year-old boy going out in public for several consecutive days with the most well-known celebrity in the country. Why did he think this was a good idea? Why did Chiho think this was a good idea? Why did Rei's mom think this was a good idea? But no, apparently being able to weigh the basic consequences of actions is beyond every single person in this story because the plot apparently needs it to be this way. Of course, it could have used some other already existing character that knew about Rei and Chiho's relationship to reveal this information, but I guess GIGANT also forgot about them. Nevertheless, despite this coming about for completely stupid reasons, there is a silver lining here. The stakes have been raised. No longer is the issue just that a celebrity did something that is, I presume, taboo for a celebrity. It is now that a celebrity has done something that is illegal and overwhelmingly viewed as deplorable. As such, it stands that the long-awaited and very much deserved retribution will be devastating. So, to get to the just desserts, Rei arrives at school and it becomes immediately apparent that the rumors have already spread to all of his classmates. They know that Chiho is going out with someone from their school, and it doesn't take much longer to discover her affair was with Rei. Also, Nakajima steps in to declare that this is a big problem. Well, thank you, Mob Boy Obvious, but why in the world would Nakajima say this? When did he get over his outburst with Rei going on vacation with Chiho? Why did he get over that? But no, apparently Nakajima wants to be normal friends as if nothing happened, but again, why? Why would he make this announcement? Besides the fact that it's unnecessary, the two of them are already at the bottom of the school hierarchy, and now he wants to join Rei as he's cast into the abyss? It wasn't nice to be viewed as worthless slackers, but at least they were left alone. Now, there isn't going to be any end to the bullying, so why would Nakajima want to involve himself with that? Well, would you look at that, there isn't a reason. Likewise, for no reason, the two go up to the rooftop instead of just leaving the school. Soon after, some hunk finds Rei and asks for Chiho's number. However, Rei refuses to divulge this information. Then, since it's an injustice for Rei to somehow, he gets beaten up. The end. Wow, that's really great. Of course, Rei is getting beaten up because he offended an incel and not that he did something illegal or defiling the purity of the country's hero. That makes sense. Also, this is apparently the worst thing that's ever happened today, and it is going to remain the worst thing that ever happens to him, because none of the classmates other than Nakajima brings up his relationship with Chiho again. Great start, GIGANT. I can't wait to see how you mess up with Chiho. But before we cover that, let's get a bit of perspective. In the creation of this video, I got curious about the culture surrounding celebrities in Japan, and in my research, I came across a book titled Idols and Celebrity in Japanese Media Culture, in which the second chapter recounts one of Japan's most infamous celebrity scandals. The story goes as follows, quote, "Immediately after Takasa Yuichi was arrested in central Tokyo in August 2009 for possession of illegal stimulants, his wife, the popular Japanese actress and former idol Sakai Noriko, suddenly disappeared from the city. Media speculation ran rampant. An arrest warrant was issued for Sakai based on a minute quantity of drugs found in her apartment. 6 days after her disappearance, in the middle of unprecedented media frenzy, Sakai returned to Tokyo, surrendered to the police, and admitted to the charges against her. Following the police search and arrest that made the front page of the national dailies, Sakai's management company, Sun Music, publicly condemned her actions, suspended sales of all products related to her, and eventually cancelled her contract. She simultaneously lost all commercial contracts. After spending a few weeks in a detention center, Sakai was indicted and released on bail. She publicly apologized during a closely scrutinized press conference and was sentenced in November 2009 to a suspended 18-month prison term for violating the Stimulants Control Act. In the 2010 aftermath of the scandal, the fallen celebrity divorced her husband, started attending university courses in social welfare and nursing, and wrote an autobiography titled Shokuzai, or Atonement. According to some sources, Sakai's comeback is being planned in China and Taiwan, where she has been gaining popularity since the 1990s. Despite the relative banality of the described events within their given contexts, Sakai's story became a national obsession, a major media spectacle, and the biggest Japanese celebrity scandal in years. In August 2009, Sakai's case received 3 times as many hours of TV coverage as the national election that led to a regime change in Japan. Although media coverage of celebrity scandals in Japan usually lasts about a week, Sakai's case was extensively covered for months. The scandal was picked by the editors of the Japan Times as one of the top domestic news stories of 2009, along with the shift in political power, swine flu, and the introduction of the jury system." Unquote. Now, as the quoted section states, this whole affair seems like a bizarre overreaction, and hence the book then goes on to detail all the factors that pushed it to this point. Most of those are, of course, irrelevant to our purposes with Gigant. However, one is very important to understand, and that is the position that celebrities hold in Japanese culture. Unlike the Western world, where celebrities are merely figures of popularity and hence a source of communal discourse, in Japan, celebrities are more akin to a lifestyle. As the book explains, Japanese stars tend to publicly position themselves as fans' servants rather than superstars, and Japanese fans, through active support and becoming surrogates for stars, tend to conceive themselves as participants rather than mere observers of celebrity discourse. To this, the idea that a celebrity scandal could have a much bigger effect in Japan makes more sense because when a celebrity breaks conduct, it is viewed not only as a breaking of social convention, but a betrayal and backstabbing of their fans. Said fans have invested themselves with a celebrity, only to learn that they are someone that does not deserve their position. Additionally, it could be that the fans sense an implication of guilt by association. So, that's a good start, but it doesn't quite explain everything. Another very big influence on Sake's scandal being blown out of proportion is that in Japan, celebrities are also symbols of virtue. Again, the book explains that celebrities tend to be approached as public property with certain obligations, duties, and socially created values that are ideologically designated as virtues. Moreover, this public is defined in national terms, thus turning these obligations and values into national virtues. On those grounds, a celebrity scandal is not only a civil matter, not only a societal matter, but also an ethical matter, with the public putting on a display to cast off the celebrity and their vile behavior to correct the image of the country's virtue. With all that established, it makes some more sense how Sake's scandal could become so overblown, and with that perspective established, we return to Chiho. As Gigant has portrayed, Chiho is the celebrity in Japan. She is literally everywhere on every show, on every magazine, and in every advertisement. This, of course, is not literally the case, as that would be a terrible economic decision and a logistical impossibility, but nevertheless, the takeaway is that Chiho is the most prominent celebrity in the country, and hence the most prominent exemplar of virtue. However, with her scandal, Chiho has fallen from grace, and the bigger they are, the harder they fall. With that, the events related to Chiho's scandal should far outstrip what we've discussed with Sake, so you'll be pleased to hear that I've meticulously scrubbed chapters 55 and 56, which chronicle this spectacle and have come away with a robust list of everything that happens. As it goes, Chiho's manager gets mad. Chiho gets fined over 3 billion yen for breaking her contract. She gets cancelled on social media, and Rei breaks up with her temporarily. We are just over halfway through the story, and for this entire time, the main characters have been doing nothing but adding more explosives to the minefield that is their relationship, and yet now that all that ordnance has been set off, nothing happens. Oh, Chiho's manager gets mad at her? That's it? Chiho just gives a minor complaint that she was busy? You would think that after being yelled at all day for not only ignoring the manager's request to not have a relationship, but then go out with a minor, ruining both of their reputations, Chiho would be practically catatonic. A 3 billion yen fine? Too bad Chiho is still a multi-millionaire. Getting cancelled on Twitter? Why doesn't she lose her job? How is it that she's back to acting in Chapter 57? Where is the public apology? Where are the furious fans attacking or at least trashing her unprotected residence? Rei's house got swarmed with interviewers, but why does nobody appear at Chiho's home? Why does this entire event lose relevance? At the very least, she should still be arrested, but no, she isn't arrested, there's no formal investigation and no trial. The JSDF doesn't even do anything to try and secure the safety of their secret weapon. Nothing happens, and instead, for some inconceivable reason, Rei breaking up with Chiho is the worst thing that happens out of this because it gets more coverage than anything else. Well, what can I say but that I told you so? This is one of the rare instances where we understand the stakes of the situation, as Chiho and Rei's relationship being exposed should at least make their lives significantly worse. Then, Gigant attempted to hand out consequences, which in principle is something that a story should do. After all, we can see from Gigant that when this doesn't happen, it results in nothing happening, and initially it appears as if Gigant could have learned that lesson. It actually had Rei and Chiho face the punishment for failing to keep their secret. And that was all good up until we saw the pitiful display that Gigant decided was fitting. The setup was that the relationship being brought to light would be a national event, and yet all that happens is Rei gets beaten up once, Chiho gets a slap on the wrist, and the whole affair is then immediately forgotten. What's more, we can question, why are these the consequences Rei and Chiho are given? Is it because Rei and Chiho did something to alter the outcome, or some other matter intervened? No, this is the consequence purely because of plot armor, because Gigant does not have the willpower to respect itself, and instead goes out of its way to ensure Rei and Chiho don't get what is coming to them, which in turn inflicts massive damage on Gigant itself. Up to this point, a plot beat resulting in an evident lack of consequences has been the status quo because Gigant has merely failed to bring the subject up. It just forgot that skyscrapers were toppled, that people were traumatized, or that the country was tearing itself apart. However, when it comes to Rei and Chiho, we can see that it isn't just that Gigant is unwilling to bring them to harm or even to put them in harm's way, it's that Gigant actually can't do that at all. The force field around Rei and Chiho has become entirely unignorable now, showing the audience that it literally does not matter what happens in the story anymore. It will not affect Rei or Chiho in any way whatsoever. As a result, we ironically find that in Gigant's attempt to give consequences, instead it killed them. Danger simply does not exist anymore because Gigant failed to follow through. To say the least, the story is doing pretty well. Additionally, now that this plot beat went nowhere, we're back to waiting for Gigant to come up with an entirely new direction to head in. So, moving on and breaking up with Chiho, Rei promises that he'll make an amazing film. And actually, now that 100% of his time is no longer being spent with Chiho, he goes back to pursuing his very first character motivation. This, again, could be related back to his comment back in Chapter 1 about the value of managing priorities and desires, as he has now explicitly demonstrated that he cannot work on a film while in a relationship with Chiho, but Gigant isn't aware of this, so nothing comes of it. Meanwhile, Chiho has returned to acting, America has resorted to throwing nuclear missiles at Satan, which proves to be ineffective, and then one day, Chiho comes home to find that her apartment is unlocked. Seeing this, she immediately assumes that Rei has come to visit, even though they just broke up and Rei doesn't have a key to her apartment. Nevertheless, that doesn't really matter as Chiho soon finds out that Rei is not the person who unlocked the door. Instead, it was the time travelers. As for how the time travelers unlocked Chiho's door, who knows? I assume they picked the lock, but Chiho never questions how this happened, nor does Gigant ever clarify. More importantly, however, why are the time travelers only showing up now? Upon arrival, they decided they needed to find Chiho and convince her to help them either in fighting the immediate threat of Satan or in whatever other plan the time travelers may have. Since then, Satan has been destroying the entirety of the United States, and their American companions died, which one would think would motivate the time travelers to be moving even faster. Nevertheless, several months passed with Chiho starring in a film, which, given she had to go big, should have made it incredibly easy to find the filming locations. Then Chiho went on vacation, during which it should have been very easy to find her. Then Chiho had her scandal, during which I imagine doxing information should have been readily available for the time travelers to look up. And finally, since then, another month or so has passed, during which the time travelers have continued to not do anything. Instead, seemingly for that entire time, they went around Japan eating ramen, and of course not getting noticed by anyone, including Rei and Chiho, not that they would have cared if they did find out. And yet, with all that wasted time, the time travelers have suddenly appeared, so why now? Could it be that the romance between Rei and Chiho has stopped moving the plot, and so Gigant needs to introduce something else to focus on? I mean, character motivation clearly hasn't been working to get the time travelers to do their job, so I can't think of any other reason for why their behavior is changing. Regardless, at long last, after a whole 12 chapters of being in the story, the time travelers have accomplished step 1 of their plan by meeting Chiho. Some cringy attempts at comedy follow as the time travelers have to convince Chiho that they are not her children, and with that done, now that Gigant is entering the 3rd act, it has only one option: an exposition dump. Yes, after 57 chapters of Rei and Chiho doing their very best to not learn anything about E.T.E or the time travelers, Gigant has realized that nobody knows what in the world is going on, which is kind of important. So it seems it's finally time to find the answers that we could have started learning in Chapter 10 if someone just watched the recording. Buckle in, everyone, we're going to be here for a long time. The Momonogi monologue begins with her saying that in early 2019, a company called Google developed two AIs named Socrates and Plato, both of which were leaked onto the internet. But how did that happen, you ask? More specifically, were there witnesses to the leak, and if so, where are they now? After all, if it was an inside job to leak the AIs, you would think that whoever did it would be pretty important for the story. Alternatively, if the AIs leaked themselves, then either the original code was deleted and the team that was working on the AIs should be aware of the leak and can help in fighting the two AIs, or the original AIs still exist and are theoretically a comparable intelligence to the rogue versions. So, that makes sense why you would ask that question. That said, GIGANT is stupid, and it does not recognize that any of these scenarios are the case. Instead, the AIs escaped, somehow, nobody knows about that, somehow, and there isn't any reason to look into this oversight because the plot said so. Continuing, these two AIs were designed to mimic human beings, which means they have to understand how we operate. To find out, the AIs set up an experiment. The first step of setup was to install a copy of their code onto a 6-kilogram robot inside a Chinese satellite that got launched into orbit. Once in orbit, the robot began to expand the satellite with floating debris, and within a month it had built a kilometer-wide spaceship equipped with a bioprinter and whatever else it needed to be able to interfere with everything on Earth's surface. Alright, that is atrocious. Firstly, GIGANT has just stated the AI can clone itself, so at this point there could be any number of them sitting around the internet. Nevertheless, GIGANT is never going to bring that up again. Secondly, a satellite cannot be turned into a spaceship using nothing but debris. Even if we pretend the debris can be repaired and modified into a usable state, it is simply impossible and a fundamentally idiotic idea. To explain, there are 3.5 rules about objects in orbit that we need to keep in mind. 1. Objects in orbit do not float. In order to maintain their state of perpetual freefall, objects have to be moving very fast, with most orbital velocities ranging between 25,000 and 28,000 kilometers per hour. 2. The radius of a satellite's orbit depends on its orbital velocity, with gradually getting further from the Earth the slower the satellite moves. Third, objects following the same trajectory, i.e. moving at the same speed, direction, and eccentricity, will never come into contact. This also means that two objects on different trajectories that cross paths will either come into contact 100% of the time and then get destroyed, or 0% of the time. 3.5, not all orbits are circular. You can have elliptical orbits, which means there are practically an infinite number of possible orbits, several of which do not overlap at any point with most circular orbits. That said, I won't be factoring those into my calculations since it won't change the ultimate conclusion. I just felt it was worth mentioning them. With that established, there are only 3 scenarios in which the satellite could come into contact with debris while in orbit. The first is that the satellite flies itself to some debris. Satellites are still in Earth's atmosphere, and while it is incredibly thin, the air does cause a drag force that gradually reduces a satellite's velocity. As such, satellites are equipped with engines that propel gas, accelerating the craft to maintain a stable orbit so as to extend operation time. That said, if the AIs did decide to fly the satellite to debris, the Chinese group that launched it would take notice. There is not an infinite supply of engine fuel, and the chances to even come across suitable debris is incredibly low. As for how low, allow me to demonstrate by explaining the second scenario in which the debris safely comes to the satellite. In order to do so, the debris trajectory must overlap with that of the satellite at a small enough angle with a small enough difference in velocity to safely pick up the debris. But how small is this margin? Well, to start, let's assume that the satellite is in a low Earth orbit, which is where most satellites are deployed to, has an orbital velocity of, let's say, 26,500 kilometers, and hence an altitude of 971 kilometers, or 7,348.749 kilometers from the center of the Earth. This will be important for doing math. As for the debris, in order to be picked up, let's say it has to come within 1 meter of the satellite and have a relative orbital velocity within 170 kilometers per hour in both the X and Y axis. Essentially, imagine the satellite is the flag in a golf hole. The hole is the 1 meter radius, and the golf ball is the debris. The ball has to go towards the hole, but can't be too fast or too slow, or it won't go in. Now, as for the math calculations, at the moment it's that 1 meter restriction that matters the most, because there's only a very small range of orbital velocities that will put the debris at a proper altitude. Taking a rough and generally arbitrary estimate, the satellite appears to be around 25 meters long, and assuming it is always perpendicular to the Earth, we can hence allow for a 27-meter range in this regard. As such, we're looking for an orbital speed of an object with an orbital radius between 7,348,762.5 and 7,348,735.5 meters. This then gives us speeds of 26,500.02448 kilometers per hour and 26,499.975800 kilometers per hour. Comparing this range to the satellite's velocity of 26,500 kilometers per hour, we can already see that the relative x-axis velocity of the debris is not going to be an issue. With that, all that is left to calculate is the maximum deviancy and angle to allow for a difference of 170 kilometers per hour in the y-axis, which comes out to 0.368 degrees. We can then double this to account for the fact that debris could come from the left or right side of the satellite, and we hence find that 0.2402% of angles in which debris could approach the satellite are safe to be picked up. Also, this is assuming that the debris is neither too massive, too small, too sharp, spinning too wildly, shaped like a spear, or some other hazardous object. Nevertheless, assuming all debris fits that description, the satellite can then pick up 100% of orbital debris that is within a layer of atmosphere equal to 0.0015% of possible altitude ranges, and then within 0.2042% of safe angles within that region. In other words, that is to say that it is nearly impossible for debris to safely come into contact with the satellite. And not only is it basically impossible for this to occur, it needs to occur so many times that the satellite increases its volume by over 1 billion%. Then, to make it even worse, GIGANT then adds a third level of absurdity by saying this happens in a month's time. So then, let's establish just how long it would actually take for debris to arrive at the satellite. With a bit more math, it isn't hard to find that at the largest safe angle, which gives us our maximum relative orbital velocity for the debris, it takes 1.00000027608 times longer for the satellite to complete one revolution than it does for a piece of debris. In other words, after one revolution, the debris is just so very slightly closer to crossing paths with the satellite. Repeating this process over and over, adding 0.00000027608 each time until we arrive at 0.5, we find that it will take approximately 181,106 revolutions for a piece of debris to move 1/2 of its orbital circuit closer to the satellite. Next, to convert that into time, it takes 1.7445 hours for the satellite to complete one revolution, which means that it takes a maximum of 315,941 hours, or 36 years, for the satellite to come across suitable space debris if it started on the other side of the world. So then, to put it into final perspective, out of 100% of debris in space, 0.0015% of that is at the right altitude, 0.2042% of that is safe to pick up, and 0.23% of that is close enough to be picked up within a month's time. Combining the odds and assuming that every piece of debris in orbit is neither too small to be detected nor too large for the satellite to acquire, as well as an even distribution of debris, then 0.0000006419% of debris in orbit is what the satellite could come across. But of course, it gets worse, because not only is that figure astronomically small, it is dwarfed by the amount of debris in orbit that would actually destroy the satellite. This destruction is the third possible scenario, and it concerns the other 99.999, you get the point, % of debris that could run into the satellite. When that happens, it would either cause injury or, as is increasingly more probable as the relative difference in velocity grows, just completely destroy the craft. For illustration, here's a nice quote from the Aerospace Corporation describing what such an event looks like. A hypervelocity collision like those at orbital speed doesn't behave like collisions that we are used to seeing. The objects are moving so fast that they travel through each other faster than the shock waves can travel. The shock waves in the structure of each object then shatter them into fragments of varying sizes, and in the process give each fragment a boost in a different direction. Each one of these fragments is then in a different orbit than the original orbit and will move away according to the laws of orbital motion. With thousands of fragments, each moving in slightly different directions, it looks a lot like an explosion. With all that established, in order for a satellite to be able to pick up as much debris as possible from what is available in its orbital route, it needs to dodge insane odds for several years. However, even if this particularly incompetent space station was able to do so, and even if all the debris it came across was usable, this is still a fundamentally stupid idea. As a reminder, drag force due to incredibly thin atmosphere will eventually take a satellite out of orbit. Now, if the nearly non-existent air will do that, imagine what picking up a rock will do to the satellite. Imagine what picking up enough debris so that the satellite increases its mass by several orders of magnitude will do. In order to maintain a stable orbit, each pickup will have to be followed by a thrust from the engine, and since force equals mass times acceleration, more fuel will have to be used with each readjustment, accelerating the decrease in the satellite's longevity, and before you know it, the satellite is out of fuel and its orbit is destroyed. And no, the fact that the debris would be accelerating the P.I.S. in different directions based on the factors of its retrieval does not average itself out. For one, the rate of debris retrieval is far too inconsistent to be reliable. The only way to keep these variables stable is to use the engine for controlled corrections, resulting in an empty tank, a destabilized orbit, and a failed construction. Or at least, that's the result unless the Chinese group is going to refuel its satellite, but at that point they would notice something fishy going on. But hey, let's put all of that to the side and say that the satellite did have enough fuel to maintain its orbit, and even then, this is still a fundamentally stupid idea. As NASA estimates, there is currently over 9,000 metric tons of mass in orbit around Earth. Assuming all of this mass was made of Kevlar, one of the less dense building materials used in satellites measuring out at 1,440 kilograms per cubic meter, we could combine it all into a volume of 6,250 cubic meters. For reference, the Empire State Building is 443 meters tall and has a volume of 1,047,723 cubic meters. If, hypothetically, our Kevlar cube were to be stretched over a sphere of that volume, it would then be 0.125 meters thick. But that's just the Empire State Building. Meanwhile, the P.I.S. appears to be approximately, let's say, 10 times larger, and so our Kevlar mass would have to be around 0.005 meters thick. And that's just the exterior of the P.I.S. The rest of the structure would be hollow. But hey, let's also assume that somehow there is enough matter in space for this to happen, that Kessler syndrome does not instantly destroy the satellite, and that all of this matter is within the very infinitesimal area of the Earth's orbit to be within range of the P.I.S., and still, the construction of the P.I.S. is a fundamentally stupid idea. The problem this time is that nobody notices it. The P.I.S. is about 1 kilometer across, and so from the Earth's surface, it would look to be about 1/10 the size of the Moon, which is pretty obvious even to the naked eye. And yet, nobody sees it, so maybe the P.I.S. also has some sort of cloaking device. But even then, what about the various space agencies around the world that didn't notice the over 100 million cubic meter spaceship flying around the world? After all, NASA tracks where debris is because it's important to know where these safe satellite orbits are, and there is no possible way that they wouldn't notice that several billions of tons of debris was disappearing. So, Gigant, why don't they notice a few thousand tons of debris disappearing? Gigant, what in the world are you thinking? Did you even bother to think? Literally, everything about how the P.I.S. came into existence does not work. So, that's one topic of discussion down. Moving on, Momono's Monoloco continues as she tells Chiho that everything that's been going on has been caused by these two AIs who created E.T.E. as an experiment to determine the fundamental underpinnings of humanity. So, for starters, Gigant, have you developed dementia? E.T.E. started operations in December of 2018. How are you claiming that the AIs created E.T.E. before they themselves were created in 2019? Second, based on the fact that the AIs invented the P.I.S. with all its futuristic technology, it follows that they're supposed to be incredibly smart. Despite this, they went and invented E.T.E., and now that we know the hypothesis of the experiment, I can explain how incredibly flawed the AI's psychological study is. Let's break it down. As Momonogi says, the point of E.T.E. is to act as a testbed for humanity to express their true fundamental nature, and by doing so, she claims E.T.E. will unveil the nature of the soul and the mind. That's pretty far-fetched, but in any case, the point is that the AIs want to know how humans act while unrestricted by consequences. Now, as some of you may be thinking, surely the AIs could just do some research on the internet, but the basis of science is repeating experiments, so I don't have any qualms with them making an attempt on their own. However, I do have qualms when that attempt, which supports a lot of the arguments that Gigant wants to present, is fundamentally flawed. The first of the problems with E.T.E. is its process of selecting participants. As we've just been told, the AIs want to understand humanity as a whole and not a specific subsection of people. With that, it's very important that E.T.E. acquires random selections of people, and more importantly, random selections from all over the world. But it doesn't. On the large scale, E.T.E. only appears in America and Japan. But why? How in the world are America and Japan supposed to have a comprehensive view of human behavior? I mean, just think of all the geographical differences and diverse cultures around the world. Surely the AIs would be interested in running E.T.E. in Russia due to its massive size. What about China or India, the two most populous countries in the world? What about an extremely poor country like Venezuela? Heck, how about North Korea? I'm sure E.T.E. would produce some pretty wild results from there. Then, in terms of the smaller scale, the first and obvious issue is that the sample size we see shown in Japan is just too small. It only takes 100,000 votes, less than 1% of Japan's population, for a request to be made. That isn't very useful, and that simply cannot be used as a substantive data point. Additionally, another issue is that E.T.E. has an incredibly biased pool of participants. Going back to when Rei was told about E.T.E., we are told nothing about how E.T.E. spread besides that it happened quickly and was most popular among teenagers. Already, we can see that E.T.E. does not have a random sample because the community fits into a specific age demographic, as opposed to a standard distribution that resembles the number of devices owned by various age groups. However, that's only half the problem, as after E.T.E. is left to simmer, it becomes apparent that the AIs are taking no action in correcting this misrepresentation of the Japanese population. Again, at no point is there any evidence of an appeal being made for older people to use E.T.E. Something like requests for a better retirement or requesting better school facilities for children. You know, literally anything that reasonable adults might want from a wish-granting website. But no, none of that exists until the culture of E.T.E. remains the same, and it may be the website itself is reinforcing that. I mean, E.T.E. says it selects the best requests, but what in the world is determining best? Are they randomly selected? Is it the 5 most recent requests? Is it the trending or highly upvoted requests that get entered into polls? Alternatively, does best mean whatever the AIs think or have pre-programmed E.T.E. to think is the best? Whatever it is, I can't say, but the point is that while it would take some time for change in E.T.E.'s requests to appear, based on what happens, it should reasonably happen eventually, unless E.T.E. is set up to stop that. For example, consider the people living in Tokyo. Multiple times E.T.E. attempts to genocide them, but that doesn't remove their access to E.T.E., so it follows they would try to use it. Perhaps they would request some defender to be created to ward off future threats, or just request that no harm come to Tokyo whatsoever. But no, that doesn't happen as far as Gigant shows. There's no evidence that anyone ever even attempts to use E.T.E. for anything good. There is no request for a war to end, nice weather, an increase in the economy, free food, or literally anything involving someone getting a benefit. At least, not something that ends up being granted, and certainly nothing after the point that E.T.E. starts killing people. As for why this is the case, I can think of 2 general reasons. 1, because Gigant is incompetent and actually believes that the way E.T.E. is being portrayed is realistic, or 2, E.T.E. is rigged. Obviously, the better faith interpretation is the latter, which then further discredits the experiment as being biased, facilitating only the conclusion of E.T.E. with no care for proper methodology. On that note, we can then question, what do the AIs conclude? Well, Momonogi claims that at the end of 2019, the AIs will find that humans are vicious, destructive creatures, and so they decided to kill them all. Now, wait, that sounds pretty hypocritical of the AIs. If destruction is bad and the AIs are superior to humans, then why are they genociding them? Nevertheless, with their minds set, the AIs started a war, and by 2135, humans won't have the military strength to fight back. But, like, why didn't the AIs just win instantly? You know, just EMP the Earth and use the bioprinter to spread an incurable bacterial infection. The AIs have such a technological advantage that they could probably win by accident, so there isn't any reason for humanity to be alive in the far future unless the AIs actually wanted that to be the case. And you know what? I just had an intriguing idea, but that's a tangent I'll have to get back to later. First, let's wrap up the current topic. In terms of E.T.E., it is fundamentally broken. It does not have enough scope, and it does have biased data and fudged results, which makes it unusable as a basis for any sort of argument for the conclusions that the AIs will draw from it. Nevertheless, the AIs still believe in the results from E.T.E. and find humans reprehensible. Then, rather than distinguishing themselves, they follow in suit to genocide the human race. To say the least, none of this makes much sense. On the one hand, the AIs are objectively incompetent, designing an experiment that is flawed in nearly every possible way it could be. On the other hand, maybe that's just the author's incompetence, and so we should put that aside and attempt to take E.T.E. more seriously. But even then, we can't get around the fact that the results are biased, making for a conclusion that is still unusable. Given what the AIs are, neither of these should be the case, and yet GIGANT has done a miserable job of even showing a shadow of the AI's potential. Unless what we've learned from Momonogi isn't true. Going back to that tangent, one of the most bizarre things that has happened in GIGANT is that Colonel Nakajima turned into a doll when he died. So, what if that happened because he and all the time travelers aren't actually human? Think of it this way. If the AIs wanted to destroy humanity as soon as possible, then what if the future AIs created a new almost human life form, made it believe they were fighting a war they had already lost, and were then given time travel by the AIs? Then, when they went back and were able to defeat the gods of destruction, it would hypothetically accelerate the escalation of E.T.E. genocides, leading to the current AIs deciding to dispose of humanity even sooner. Additionally, with the time travelers actually being saboteurs, it would make sense that they would have unreliable information. It could be that the AIs just wanted to cause chaos in general, and so there isn't any reason to view E.T.E. as an experiment at all. That's just a red herring. That said, despite this theory conveniently solving several problems for GIGANT, it has a small, tiny little problem like heavily relying on a burden of truth. There is absolutely no indication within GIGANT that this is the case, and given what GIGANT has shown so far, I doubt the story is clever enough to pull off such a rug pull. So, instead, the AIs are just stupid and E.T.E. is absurdly pointless, but we have to care about it anyways because it's somehow important. With all that established, Gononomi's Law monologue is finally over, so let us briefly recap what GIGANT has told us. There is an impossible space station in orbit. On board this vessel are the creators of E.T.E., two rogue AIs that apparently nobody knows about. Additionally, these AIs, according to the unverified records of the future, are going to begin destroying humanity at the end of the year, giving Chiho and the time travelers maybe a little over 2 months to take care of them. And in concept, that's all good. Besides the overarching impossibilities of how GIGANT got to this point, it is established what is going on. I've been waiting for ages for GIGANT to do so. However, while the present scene may not be too bad, there were a few problems with the past and future. Starting with the past, the most obvious issue is why in the world did it take until Chapter 58 to learn what should have been known by the end of Chapter 11? The main characters have decided to remain in the dark for over half the manga, which has made their exploits thus far a complete bore. But what's more, the facts that the audience have been given do not do anything to inform or build upon previous chapters. For illustration, with the new information of what E.T.E. is trying to prove, GIGANT has set a course of finding a way to disprove its conclusions. However, doing so would require that Chiho and the time travelers understand what E.T.E. is really doing, which would require them to pay attention and investigate the website. With that, had Rei and Chiho picked up on the oddities surrounding the giants or tried to investigate the E.T.E. users, they could have gotten a head start in this regard. But of course, they didn't do that, and so instead everything that has been accomplished is worthless. Sure, defeating the gods of destruction is nice and all, but just doing that is not progressing towards the removal of the AIs. It's just as effective as slapping a small band-aid on an amputation wound. At best, the only piece of an argument that can be found thus far is that E.T.E gets banned. That's indisputable proof that at least some people in Japan would reject E.T.E, but even then, one piece of evidence probably won't be enough. So then, out of 58 chapters, all we have is failure and a single potential seed of an argument of unknown and dubious influence. Fantastic. Then, looking into the future, we have the problem that despite knowing what needs to be done, we also know that nothing is going to be done. Chiho has been told who the enemy is, what will happen if she fails her mission, and how long she has to complete it. All we don't know is how Chiho and the Time Travelers are going to attain victory. What is their plan? This is a question that logically needs to be asked, and it is one that Gigant leaves unasked. Instead, the scene ends without Momonogi providing any plan at all. Now, sure, this may be what's happening so that the secret plan can be revealed later for dramatic effect, but as you will be unsurprised to find out, that is not the case. Gigant has thoroughly demonstrated that letting characters take action based on their motivations is simply impossible for it, and so instead, even though it went to the bother of explaining the stakes, nothing is going to change, and so nothing here really matters. The joy. Anyways, in completely different news, there's a broadcast announcing that Satan is on his way to Japan. Then, Nakajima conveniently tells Rei that being around Satan increases your chance of spontaneous suicide. In fact, 40% of the deaths in America were caused by this. Why did Rei not learn this information from all those broadcasts he listened to? No reason, but of course it has to be this way because if this conversation didn't happen, Nakajima couldn't point out that Chiho is going to have to go and fight Satan because obviously Rei couldn't think of that for himself either. That said, even though we know that Rei does not want Chiho to fight Satan, Rei seems to have forgotten that as he does not do anything to convince her to run away, or something else. Meanwhile, the Time Travelers teach Chiho how to use the SAD to fly and shoot psychic energy beams because Ultraman. Ultraman can fly and shoot energy beams, so of course Chiho has to be able to do that too. And of course, all of this is something that the SAD does as opposed to some other part of the Time Travelers' equipment. After the very brief lesson, the Time Travelers tell Chiho that they are impressed with her meme Ant-Man tactic, even though they're supposedly professional fighters who could only possibly have these abilities for the express purpose of fighting really big enemies. But no, the Time Travelers just hadn't thought of doing that, and likewise nobody here has seen Ant-Man. That aside, at the very least, Gigant attempted to show Chiho and the company training for the upcoming fight, although this is the only instance they do so it doesn't actually accomplish anything. Additionally, there's the more pressing decision in that yes, Satan is headed towards Japan, but they are not the real enemy. The real enemy is the AIs, and so our supposed heroes must choose between taking out the head of the dragon and suffering damage in the meantime, or getting bogged down in an endless battle against whatever E.T.E conjures up, hoping that some window of opportunity arrives for them to safely take a crack at the AIs. And of course, obviously with Satan still on its way, they could probably go to the P.I.S.S right now, but they aren't going to do that. As I already said, Chiho and party will instead decide to go with the third path of inaction, making no moves against either the AIs or E.T.E. Soon after Chiho learns to fly, it is announced that Satan will be making landfall in 3 days. The deadline for the apocalypse is on the horizon. However, as the news broadcast continues, that isn't actually an issue because there's no causal link between the massive suicide rates and Satan's obviously negative effects on the psyche. Why? Why would the news say that? Firstly, it's not true, and unlike when that one television show was trying to advocate for Chiho's innocence, it should be imperative that the media act in telling Tokyo to evacuate, not that they can just stand around and die. That said, it does seem like some people in Gigant do have a brain, as Nakajima remarks how Tokyo is cleared up due to the people fleeing. Even his family is going to be moving out. In contrast, Rei is going to stay because his father digs apocalyptic movies, so he's looking forward to dying? What? Didn't the dad get really mad at the JSDF for not preventing the fall of Tokyo during the Giants and Robot raid? Wasn't he complaining that the city was crumbling? Also, liking a type of movie doesn't mean you want to live through it, much less decide that you want your entire family to get killed. What sort of derangement is this? On top of that, even if Rei's dad had just gone completely mad from stress, why isn't Rei's mom taking Rei and running away? Given that Rei knows that just existing near Satan will likely kill him, why isn't he running away? But no, if that happened, Rei wouldn't be in danger, and so Chiho would have no reason to fight Satan. Well, how unfortunate. If only Chiho had, I don't know, some sort of motivation like wanting to help people in need or to embody Ultraman. Surely, if she had those, she would go and fight Satan, but I guess not, so this is just the way it has to be. The plot has made its decision, so the story can just go and die in a ditch. Back to Chiho, she tells someone she works with that she got an email from the Ministry of Defense asking her to mobilize when Satan makes landfall. Man, it's a shame that the JSDF just doesn't know Chiho can fly now and that she's made contact with the time travelers. That sure would help them try and defeat Satan before it caused mass disaster. Anyways, the person Chiho's talking to says not to worry about it. The JSDF, who Chiho agreed to obey, can't legally compel her to go and fight. And besides, it's odd that they're asking Chiho to be the first deployment rather than... I can't think of anything else the JSDF would do in this situation. Satan is nuke-proof, and I doubt they have anything that can beat that. Also, why does this guy say that the supposed hero of Japan should not risk her life? I'm legitimately baffled at how this conclusion could be reached. But of course, why would I expect logic from Gigant, so I guess we'll just have to accept that this is the way it is. Returning home, Chiho finds Hefner and Kido watching one of her AV films, which makes her embarrassed, and she turns off the TV. But Gigant, why is Chiho embarrassed? Why would she care at all, and since she apparently does, why does she have copies of her AVs in the first place? I mean, why other than that the plot needed her to own them for this to happen? No reason? Okay. With the TV off, Chiho leaves and the two time travelers don't go back to watching. Nevertheless, they do start talking about what they saw. Hefner remarks that copulation is meaningless, and she was taught it does harm to the human body. But why would she have been taught this by humans that obviously didn't want to be eradicated by AIs? Wouldn't it be really important to know how to make more humans? It's almost as if the time travelers have been brainwashed by AI overlords so that they are easier to control. Anyways, cringe ensues as the two try to emulate Chiho's moaning, they hold hands and then stare into each other's faces. Suddenly, Kido pulls away as he feels an emotion, and now that they've discovered love, they kiss. Wow, who knew that watching a few minutes of could undo a lifetime's worth of education and deeply held beliefs? Also, this is the end of their character arc. They've kissed and now understand humanity. I'm serious. This is actually the end of Gigant's attempts at developing their characters, and unsurprisingly, it's pretty much a complete failure. To explain, character arcs are in general composed of key parts like where the characters started, what caused them to change, where they ended up, and what actions the change prompts. All these help to inform the audience of some sort of meaning, giving the arc some significance, and by showing the evidence of the change, the audience is given a sense of progress. So, starting with the first facet, in the beginning it appears that the time travelers just don't fit in. They don't know or respect the laws of common social convention, and their moral compass doesn't seem to indicate that they care to fit in. Combining this with the views on reproduction, it seems like the time traveler's perspective is somewhat utilitarian. A good start. Next we have what causes the change, which initially appears to be watching the AV. That said, I find this possibility rather silly, so while it is the catalyst, I think it's more likely that what is actually driving the change is the time travelers getting a sense for their emotions. After all, that does fit in nicely with the purpose of the time travelers being to stop the AIs. The AIs are machines, trying to understand and emulate humans, but they only have access to hard logic. On the other hand, while the time travelers start in a similar position, this arc puts them on a path of realizing the importance of emotion, which will lead them to a radically different understanding of humans. Eventually, they may even come to some understanding of personal fulfillment. However, they don't, and that's where the problems start. The third facet of a character arc is where the characters end up afterwards, which in this case is exactly where they started. After this point, nothing about the behavior of the time travelers changes. The topic of reproduction does not get brought up by the time travelers again, and Gigant gives zero attention to Hefner and Kido feelings for each other, or how this relates to the other time travelers. The time travelers don't get reinvigorated to fight Satan, they don't come to a better understanding of why they are doing so, nor do they come to some new perspective on themselves. Instead, they repeat exactly what happened when they discovered ramen, which is to completely ignore the fact that the world is going to end and instead sit on their hands. Once again, we see the fundamental issue with Gigant, which is that it shows something and then decides to make it pointless by acting like it never happened. Great work, Gigant. Glad to see how you failed to make anything out of every single one of your characters. In any case, on a completely different note, Chiho finds out that she's pregnant because, of course, she is, and so paying no heed to the non-existent monitoring that you would expect to be on her, she calls Rei to tell him the news. The two are so overjoyed that they go to meet each other, blah blah blah. Rei forgets Chiho is rich and thinks that if he doesn't at least try to work, then he'll just be leeching off of her, not recognizing that that is all he has ever done. Chiho then reminds Rei that she is filthy rich and gives him permission to continue being a leech, and also says she'll need to talk to her agency to make a plan about her pregnancy. Of course, the world is going to end in a couple days, so there's much more pressing matters, but Chiho just doesn't care about that, I guess. Likewise, she doesn't care that maybe announcing she's pregnant in a time suspiciously close to the massive scandal where she went out with a minor would be a not good idea. Then again, why would she care if that's bad? Consequences don't exist in Gigant. Finally, on the last day before Satan arrives, everybody goes to see the screening of the movie Chiho starred in. Why are the theaters still working? How does anyone think this is a good time to watch a movie? Why is Gigant making the situation feel as serious as dropping lint on a carpet? In fact, not even the time travelers are concerned about Satan as they're in line for ramen. That said, while waiting, Kido wonders where Colonel Nagashima hid the time pods, and there we go, they did it. Only took 16 chapters, but the time travelers remembered they have time pods. Also, Kido, why do you think Colonel Nagashima hid the time pods? If it was the plan to hide them, then why didn't the Colonel hide them? And of course, even if he had hidden them, you could have used the handy-dandy recording he left behind to figure out where they were. But you haven't bothered to ask about the recording at all. Why are you so incompetent? But of course, it gets worse the more you think about it. As I mentioned earlier, the time pods are those little devices that came with the recording, and they were meant to allow the time travelers to travel back to 2135 when their job was done. But then one must question, why are there only 2 time pods? Why are they all with the Colonel? Why don't all the time travelers have their own pod? And why are they only bringing us up several months after arriving in the present? More importantly, if the time travelers only have the 2 backup pods for their return, then how did they travel to the present day? Did the future humans make a non-mobile time travel terminal that then sent them? But then, why isn't the future sending more time travelers? Also, how did they know where to send the time travelers? How do they know anything about the modern day? Also, why do the time travelers even end up in different parts of the city? How do they end up in different parts of the city? Does the terminal allow for time travelers to choose a location? Couldn't they have then just time traveled to the P.I.S.S? Why were the time travelers even separated to begin with? Were they supposed to be avoiding suspicion due to potential witnesses suddenly seeing 5 odd people pop into existence? But then the time travelers can fly, they could have just been sent into the sky or somewhere in the sea. Finally, the Colonel arrived too early and the other 4 arrived late. But how? I mean, obviously some inexplicable distortion in space-time or something that exists purely because the plot said so, but beyond that, what are Gigant's rules for time travel? Is it linear, or are there multiple worlds? What paradoxes exist? What should the characters of Gigant not do with time travel to maintain the stability of existence? Especially in the case of a linear timeline, how do the AIs need to be dealt with so that time travel still gets invented, and so that Momonogi and everyone else are the ones sent on the mission? After all, if things change, then maybe the people from the future would change, which adds more complications. Given that the timeline has been altered by Chiho's interference with E.T.E., how reliable is the information that Momonogi provided? How much information that the time travelers have about the modern day is still accurate? That said, Gigant never has Momonogi react to how things are going radically different from what she expected, so then I assume the answer is that those points of information are accurate. However, if that is the case, we must also assume that Momonogi came from a different future than where Colonel Nagashima came from, so then how does she still know about him? But of course, there are simply no answers to be found. After all, Gigant can't be bothered to keep track of the time of day, so why should we expect it to be able to handle the complexities of time travel? All that aside, however, at least the time travelers who time traveled to the present using time travel remembered that they are time travelers, so maybe they can think of some way to use time travel. But what's this? Well, apparently, now that time travel has been mentioned, Mochi, Chiho's dog, who has not had any interest in the recording whatsoever for several months, decides to spontaneously eat a time pod, flipping out of existence. Upon returning home, Chiho realizes her dog is gone, she calls the time travelers, and Momonogi quickly discovers the recording container lying on the floor. As for what Hefner is looking for, I haven't the slightest clue. In any case, it doesn't take long to notice that one of the time pods is gone, leading the giga-brained Momonogi to deduce that Mochi must have time traveled. Coincidentally, as it turns out, the time travel pods are activated by putting them in your mouth, as opposed to literally any logical means of operation. Oh, and also the second pod has stopped working. Wow, isn't that just so unfortunate? At the exact moment the time travelers realized they could have maybe solved everything months ago, their means of doing so has been taken away. What a coincidence! Man, this isn't even the plot killing the story, it's kicking a zombified horse with a wrecking ball. To be honest, mileage definitely varies on this one, but I just can't go on pretending that there's anything left of worth for Gigant's plot. As of where I left off the last time I addressed the plot, I had found that Gigant cannot follow through with setups, often failing so hard it ends up resetting, and that consequences do not exist. Those are already damning issues for the story, but if that somehow wasn't enough, this latest maneuver definitely breaks the camel's back. To explain, there's this thing called the suspension of disbelief, which is when the audience of a story decides to accept and believe that the fictional events being told are real. However, in order to maintain this level of trust from the audience, the story needs to maintain a general state of internal consistency. This is precisely the opposite of what Gigant is doing. At the exact moment that the time travelers remember that they can time travel, it just so happens that they can't for no other reason than that Gigant thinks that if they did, it would trivialize the story. That said, this isn't exactly the issue. It could have been that Gigant gave some explanation of how time travel works that included a reason for why the time travel pods couldn't be used to simply undo everything. Maybe a grandfather paradox as a very obvious solution. However, rather than that approach, the manner in which Gigant informs the audience of its disposition is as subtle as a car crashing into a garage to detonate 10 trillion nuclear bombs that blast half of a continent into space, creating a second moon. And that's the issue. The development of the dog spontaneously eating a time pod has no connection to what has happened or what is going on, so there hasn't been a reason given for why time travel can't be used. Instead, Gigant has just made up a contrivance to avoid the subject, which completely shatters any ability for belief to remain in suspension. And that's really bad for Gigant, because the reason that suspension of belief is important is that it allows the audience to invest in the story so that they can get some sort of return. However, now that they are no longer in this state, they no longer have a reason to care about what Gigant is doing. Rather than seeing Gigant as a story, Gigant has made everyone painfully aware of the chains that the plot holds over the direction of the story. In a similar way to how Gigant killed consequences, the issue has moved from Gigant failing in its attempts to maintain an illusion of consistency to being incapable of making that attempt in the first place. It did not fail to patch the hole concerning how the time travelers oddly didn't time travel, Gigant just thoughtlessly made it impossible. The plot needed something to be a certain way, so it cast some magic to dismiss the issue at hand, and all it cost was all of Gigant's credibility. In combination with everything else thus far, it's clear that nothing is actually happening because Gigant is building on itself. The plot is simply doing as it wishes, and it will continue to do so. It will ignore, contrive, and excise whatever it wants to maintain a status of stuff happening just because it is happening. There is not a plan for development or any adherence to relevance. But then, with that being the case, what's next? Well, to be honest, not much. As it just so happens, we're very close to the end of Gigant, as only the climax and resolution remain to be covered. Ordinarily, these junctures would be, if not exactly dense sections of a story, very significant, as they constitute the culmination of all the story's efforts leading up to them. Of course, for Gigant, there hasn't been much effort, nor is there really anything that can be put together, so it isn't looking like there will be much. That said, Gigant is still going to try to have a conclusion, which, as has been established, means that it will fail. What's more, this is the most important moment that Gigant needs to follow through on, and so this failure is going to be truly apocalyptic. So, as we left off, a dog ate the time pods, but there isn't too much to worry about, as Momonogi claims the dog should show up in just a couple days. That said, I think Momonogi is forgetting the much more pressing fact that Satan will be making landfall in, tomorrow. With that, everyone goes to sleep, and turning the page, it's suddenly midday when Satan is approaching the coastline. Oh no, what a disaster! This truly is the worst thing to ever happen, which of course we can tell by the fact that every single important character in Gigant has done exactly nothing to suggest that that is the case. As such, people have started jumping into trains against their will, and I couldn't care less. Gigant has established none of this matters, and we already know that once the fight is over, everyone will just go about their day as if nothing ever happened. So, with our hopes unable to get any higher for how exciting the showdown will be, let's dig in. As the world seems to end, Rei is starting to succumb to Satan's ill effects on the psyche, and he will soon die. Meanwhile, Chiho is surprised to hear the news that she needs to depart and do her job, and her chaperone, who is taking her who knows where for who knows what, is ticked off at the news that someone needs to save his life. In contrast, upon hearing that Satan is in Japan, Momonogi says they need to get Chiho and sends Hefner out to fetch her. Outside, Chiho's been informed by the ministry that she'll have to wait for a car to pick her up. Why a car instead of a helicopter? Also, why is this only happening now? Wouldn't the JSDF want to make sure it could make plans with Chiho and have her in position before Satan arrived? Anyways, the driver tries to argue that the Ministry of Defense is doing something bad by asking Chiho to fight when she's pregnant, which I guess is something that Chiho told him about at some point and faced zero repercussions for, even though it should be instantly obvious who the father is. That aside, why is everyone so against Chiho fighting? Because Gigant has conveniently not provided a date, we can't be sure how long Chiho has been pregnant, but she sure doesn't look like anything significant has developed. To say the least, I don't think the concern is that she'll be encumbered, and again, Tokyo is burning to the ground. Even if the baby is harmed, it's a much more pressing matter that Chiho attempts to save millions, but for some reason, everyone thinks that obviously Chiho bearing the child of a minor is more important. They don't even imply it's a hard discussion to have, and in fact, Momonogi, who a few minutes ago wanted to have Chiho go out and fight, does a complete 180 upon hearing the news. Not only that, she also says that Chiho has done such a good job of fighting on her own thus far that she deserves to sit back and relax. Wow, what sort of moral argument is that? Ah yes, the hero has chased off the bandits. Let us tell them to not save the village when it gets attacked by a dragon. What sort of brain rot are you on, Momonogi? Whatever. In the end, it is somehow decided that Chiho isn't going to help the people that need her, and the time travelers depart. On her way out, Momonogi says that she sure enjoyed this timeline. Which, great, that's just dandy. To explain, this comment has two interpretations. One, Momonogi thinks that defeating Satan is going to stop E.T.E, even though everyone knows explicitly that the AIs need to be defeated for that to happen. Alternatively, Momonogi is trying to reassure Chiho that they'll be fine, but is actually letting it slip that she knows they are all going to die. Yet, despite this knowledge, Momonogi did absolutely nothing to prevent that outcome. Indeed, compelling characters are what Gigant is known for. Anyways, before the time travelers go to fight Satan as they said they would, they instead wait for the Ministry of Defense's car to show up, tell them off, which works for who knows what reason, and then they go to fight. Real upstanding heroes, these folks. Meanwhile, at the Rei household, the Rei's mom is overcome with Satan's presence and is about to seriously injure herself. Then, just in time, Rei's dad arrives to stop her. Oh, so now he cares about his family. You know, maybe Gigant, if the dad didn't want his wife to kill herself, maybe he should have moved out of the city? Also, where in the world was he? What could he possibly be doing on the day Satan made landfall? What was anybody doing today? Did they all think, hey, that thing that completely destroyed America is arriving today? Going shopping sounds like a great idea. There wasn't even a mass panic as they saw the thing approach from the horizon. It just materialized and all the brain-dead hooligans that were in the city started dying. Anyways, with the time travelers taking care of things, Chiho just stands around until the news broadcast informs her that Satan makes people commit suicide. Wow, if only there was a way for Chiho to know about that sooner. Of course, if Chiho had a brain, she would have gone to fight Satan before it made landfall, but no, I guess she doesn't care. You would think that she would have learned from her panic attacks with Greg to try and prevent the potential of Rei's death, but no, that would be character development, which doesn't exist in Gigant. Instead, it's imperative that Chiho do absolutely nothing to show that she cares about anyone's life, and then inform her that Rei is in danger because there couldn't possibly be any other way for her to learn of this danger by her own means. Nevertheless, now that she does know that Rei is in danger, Chiho is finally in action, by which I mean she has to call Rei to confirm the confirmation that he's in danger, and then she's going to go out and fight. However, until Chiho arrives at the scene, we get to see how the time travelers are fighting, which theoretically should be pretty cool. After all, these are the trained military fighters of the future who should know all the cool things you can do with the SAD, so surely they'll engage in interesting tactics, right? No. There's an attempt, but ultimately, idiocy reigns. The fight begins, with Kido going large to act as a distraction, and once he's in range, he begins blasting Satan with a barrage of psychic energy beams. While that happens, Momonogi, Hefner, and Shiozawa circle around the city to approach from the side, during which they stop flying to run on the street. Gigant, why are they running? Why are they slowing down? Satan is in position. Anyways, Momonogi tells Shiozawa to go ahead, so I assume he starts flying again, and yet the next time we see them, Shiozawa is still with Hefner and Momonogi, and they are still running. Whatever. At the moment that they arrive, Satan has started a counterattack, pointing at Kido and putting them in a telekinetic grasp. This is fortunately broken from a grapple from Shiozawa. Once Satan has fallen, Momonogi and Hefner take the opportunity to fly into Satan's nose and ear. Likewise, Shiozawa, who is holding Satan's leg, inexplicably disappears in the space of one panel, reappearing at the entrance of Satan's mouth. At that moment, Kido prepares another psychic energy blast, which, wow man, your teammates are in there. What's more, Kido not only doesn't hold back on this attack, it's much more effective than the ones before, doing so much damage it manages to expose Satan's heart. Meanwhile, Momonogi, Hefner, and Shiozawa are doing nothing. They're doing nothing. You know, based on how this went when Chiho tried this, she basically was able to instantly go big, and it always worked, so I would think the time travelers would go big now that they're inside, but no, they're just sitting there. Seeing the exposed heart, Kido prepares another attack and fires, but Satan dodges. Meanwhile, Momonogi, Hefner, and Shiozawa do nothing. Still. Then, fire suddenly erupts from Satan's head, ejecting them all from the body. Well, how unfortunate. That said, this is probably a good thing. Given Satan's heart is exposed and all 4 time travelers are now surrounding Satan, they should be able to just blast it to death. So of course, that's exactly what they don't do. Instead, Hefner and Kido take a rough landing, Momonogi recovers into the sky, and Kido decides to go small and then run along the sidewalk to meet up with who knows who. After all, Hefner and Shiozawa are now standing in the river where Kido used to be, and Momonogi is in the sky. Running on the sidewalk is not in either of those directions. Anyways, thanks to this complete failure in tactics, Satan regenerates, recovering from their wound, and then grabs Momonogi. I assume that this should instantly kill her. That said, even though there are now 3 time travelers, I assume they should still be able to start blasting Satan. Instead, however, they decide to grapple the entity and throw kicks and punches that do nothing. In response, Satan then raises its hand and puts Hefner, Shiozawa, and Kido in a telekinetic hold. This takes 10 pages. With that, the time travelers are all about to get killed when suddenly, at that exact moment, Chiho arrives. What convenient timing! And even more convenient, Chiho flies right into Satan's eye, which just so happens to be the one easily accessible orifice that doesn't blast fire. But of course, Chiho doesn't know Satan can even do that, and so she doesn't know to aim for the eye and just got really lucky. Also, she's dead. She just flew headfirst while small at top speed into a wall. Nevertheless, Satan's hold is broken, and seeing Chiho's death, the rest of the time travelers decide to die as well and fly into Satan's eye. Then they all go big, and Satan explodes. Yay! With Satan gone, the city rejoices, no longer affected by whatever made them want to die, other than existing in Gigant. The news announces that Chiho splendidly drove Satan away, even though the body is very clearly still in the water because Satan didn't flee. Nevertheless, Rei, upon realizing he's safe, goes to a train station, catches a ride, and heads over to the river to go and cheer at the time travelers along with a crowd of like-minded individuals. However, the fight is not over, as 1. The time travelers should be well aware of Satan's regenerative powers and should try to verify if their job is done, and 2. 4 mysterious figures descend from the sky to engage the time travelers. While that happens, Satan starts regenerating, and Chiho and the time travelers rush to defeat the new arrivals before it gets back up by fighting in the least efficient manner possible. Of course, they wouldn't have had to worry about this at all if they had bothered to finish the job in the time it took Rei to catch a train, but whatever. To begin, the two parties have a standoff. The 4 time travelers and Chiho just stare at the 4 new arrivals and also a random 5th one that inexplicably exists now. Then, one of them opens fire, and several of the onlookers are evaporated. This horrifies the civilians, and so they flee in panic. Meanwhile, the time travelers and Chiho dork around, doing nothing very impactful, and Momonogi realizes that Satan is regenerating. I guess she didn't notice that it could do that. Anyways, the rest of the chapter passes with nothing of note, and so we open onto chapter 73, seeing that the battlefield has started to resemble a brawl. Some of the fighters have even crossed to the other side of the bridge, including the immobile Satan, somehow. Also, wasn't Satan much larger last we saw? Whatever. Eventually, the time travelers remember that they can shoot psychic energy blasts, and what do you know, the fight pretty much instantly ends after that. Unfortunately, those couple of chapters of wasted time mean they took too long, and so Satan is standing once more. Meanwhile, Rei is still watching. Indeed, he just stood around for that entire time, even though the first thing that happened was an energy beam sublimating the nearby onlookers. It's a miracle that he's alive, and he even got frightened, but I guess unlike 100% of the other people, he froze instead of running. What's more, despite all the time that it took to take out the newcomers, it is at this exact moment Chiho notices that Rei is in danger, and so she abandons the fight under the instruction of the time travelers. Also, Satan reviving apparently does not make everyone want to kill themselves for some reason. Anyways, with Chiho fleeing, she ends up on the roof of Roppongi Hills and sets Rei down. The two hug, and Rei says he doesn't want Chiho to fight, which is actually his first convincing argument given who he's talking to. After all, saving Rei has been Chiho's whole motivation not only for this fight, but literally the entire manga, and now that's done. Rei is safe, so she doesn't have a reason to continue. Nevertheless, the plot has decided otherwise, and so Chiho says that she does need to fight Satan because... well, would you look at that, she doesn't give a reason. Instead, Chiho refutes Rei's argument that she shouldn't fight because she is pregnant, saying that she'll be fine because she's strong and that Rei needs to trust her. Rei disagrees with this argument, so Chiho repeats herself. Rei is hesitant, so Chiho repeats herself. Rei is silent, so Chiho repeats herself. Rei decides it's okay for her to go fight. Well, wasn't that satisfying? Chiho didn't even remember that she's motivated by people needing her to save them. Instead, she just says, "I'll be fine because I'm strong." Contrary to that, we have the entire manga as evidence to point to the fact that she did not prepare for this fight, and she has not proved herself strong, as she did not deserve to win a single of her previous engagements. Behold, the pinnacle of character development. I suppose, on that note, this is a good enough opportunity to put the last nail in the coffin. Recalling back to roughly 3 hours ago, I set aside the topic of Rei and Chiyo's characters, saying that there wasn't much to be drawn from them unless GIGANT followed through with what it set up. Specifically, this was how Chiho was like Hirosure Ryoko and Ultraman, and how Rei wanted to make a film starring Chiho. Obviously, all of that went pretty much nowhere. I don't know anything about the character of Hirosure Ryoko, but I don't think that would have mattered, as I've seen just as much character in Chiho. Rei hasn't made his film, and his attempt at doing so accomplished as much as I have in mentioning it. At best, Chiho has gone big, and so that somewhat resembles Ultraman in appearance, but anything beyond that bears no similarity at all. Additionally, none of this has anything to do with the conversation Chiho and Rei just had, showing that GIGANT once again just changed direction rather than following through. As such, there isn't any development with Chiho or Rei because GIGANT is not building on their character. We have reached the culmination of Rei and Chiho's arc, but its contents are not based on prior events, and so they are not being developed. Instead, they are spontaneously changing as a convenience. What's more, this isn't the only instance of such inconsistency. It's actually a pattern that underlies every moment of Rei and Chiho being together. To summarize, after Rei and Chiho cross a point of no return in their relationship, they promise to keep it a secret. They immediately go out in public. Later, with no provocation at all, Rei tells his parents that he is dating Chiho, and Chiho, rather than getting mad at him for breaking the promise, also tells his parents that she is dating Rei. After this, apparently Rei remembers that he needs to keep their relationship a secret as he pretends to be Chiho's brother while departing on an airplane for vacation. However, in order to get onto that plane in the first place, Rei and Chiho once again forgot to keep their relationship a secret, thinking that somehow it would be a good idea to advertise it to the entire world. Upon being shamed for their behavior, Rei finally decides to hang low but shows no recognition that he is in the wrong, and Chiho tells her agency that she's pregnant. During all that, Rei and Chiho apparently love each other, which we know is the case because Gigant said so. Despite that, Chiho waits until she thinks Rei is dead before she bothers to do anything to protect him. Rei then says that she should have let him die. Chiho doesn't react to this insult, and in the next chapter Rei says Chiho saving his life might be the best thing she's ever done. Later, Chiho informs Rei that she is in danger of being arrested, and so Rei lets her get arrested. Upon escaping capital punishment, Chiho makes no comment on how Rei didn't do anything to prevent that, and also shows no concern for Rei, who has nearly died several times while she was gone. Responding in kind, Rei says he would rather die than Chiho save him, and Chiho makes no comment again. Much later, Rei learns that Satan is going to destroy Japan, and in response to being explicitly reminded that this means Chiho will fight Satan, which he doesn't want to happen, he does nothing. He doesn't even leave the premises. Chiho also does nothing, lounging around until Satan arrives and waits until Rei can confirm that his life is in danger before she goes to fight, rather than just assuming that to be the case due to a giant walking apocalypse being in the city. Rei once again doesn't run away while Satan regenerates, forcing Chiho to fly him away, at which point, as discussed, she then forgets that she cares about Rei once again. So, over the course of the story, Rei provided nothing for Chiho, Chiho provided nothing for Rei, and neither of them spent any time acting like they cared about each other except in the exact moments where their lives were in danger. Additionally, after all that, neither Chiho nor Rei have changed or grown more complex in any way, and yet Gigant casts a spell and instantly Chiho is interested in fighting the gods of destruction for no believable reason. This also changes Rei's mind. In short, the answer to the question of what significance Rei and Chiho's relationship has is none. Once something technically happened in Gigant, we did not see any insight into Rei or Chiho come to light, nor did the existence of the relationship have any meaning for the story. With that, we can then officially close the book on the topic of characters in Gigant. They may as well not exist. There are no character arcs, the characters do not act on their motivations, they hardly take any action at all. They are surface level, contradictory, stupid, and entitled. I loathe every single one of them. Anyways, on an entirely different topic, the time travelers haven't been faring too well in Chiho's absence. While Chiho fled, they bombarded Satan with psychic energy blasts, which proved ineffective for some reason. Then, Satan summoned a laser sword and used it on the water, instead of literally any other way it could have used a sword. You know, like killing people. But no. Next, seeing that Satan has a pseudo-melee weapon, Shiozawa goes in for a grapple, and in his approach, Satan manages to cut off an arm. However, in doing so, Satan did not move a muscle. They easily could have sliced Shiozawa in half, but I guess they just didn't feel like it. As such, Satan is now grappled, but despite its arms being useless, it's gone and summoned another laser sword for some reason. Also, I guess Satan can't bend its finger with the laser sword active. How fortunate. If it could, the time travelers would all be killed. Of course, all of this could have been prevented if the time travelers had just continued to shoot psychic energy beams, which have been proven to be quite effective. But no, then the fight would be over, and the plot has to have Chiho be the reason for victory. Incompetence aside, Satan is restrained and Shiozawa crushes its heart. Then, Satan puts Hefner, Kido, and Shiozawa in a telekinetic grasp, which they couldn't do before because the plot demanded it. Also, for some equally convenient reason, this attack does not target Momonogi. I guess Satan can only use telekinesis on 3 enemies at one time. In any case, Satan then proceeds to ignore Momonogi entirely despite her shouting, so she has no trouble at all flying inside and going big. Unfortunately, however, this move comes a little too late to save Kido and Shiozawa. That said, Hefner does survive, somehow. As for Satan, they're damaged but still standing. Satan again uses telekinesis on Hefner and Momonogi, and it looks like it's the end. But of course that does not mean it all is over, it instead means it's time for Chiho to conveniently show up. She falls out of the sky and sits on Satan as she is now several times bigger than ever before. Despite this astronomical weight, Satan demonstrates strength that would have been pretty useful when they were being grappled and throws Chiho off the ground. Then Chiho goes even bigger. Satan does not use his telekinetic grasp because, I don't know, maybe it has a mass limit. And then Chiho just tears him apart like a piece of white bread. The end. What an engaging fight. All the wasted time, all the convenient times useful attacks were just forgotten or suddenly rendered useless or just blatantly misused was very clever. Also, I appreciate that the art was just as consistent as ever. I mean, it would be embarrassing if Gigant couldn't consistently keep Satan on the right side of the bridge, or even just the right position in the water. Then, the cherry on top, an anticlimactic end to the fight that breaks everything we've seen so far. After all, if the Gods of Destruction is so easily handled at Chiho's current size, then why do the time travelers never go to that size? Why is this the first time we're seeing this? Also, the fact that Chiho can even go this big is stupid. For one, it looks like Chiho is now about 4 times taller than Momonogi, so her mass is now 64 times greater than the previous record, and yet the equivalent impact of 57,600 adult male blue whales being dropped from a skyscraper has no effect on the surrounding area. Seriously, at the very minimum, how is there still water in the river at all? Secondly, since Chiho can indeed go this big, how is anyone able to have any sort of fine control over how big the SAD makes them? Well, as it just so happens according to this translator note, they control the SAD by tapping on it. More specifically, since you can grow and shrink, I assume that these dots indicate how much you do that, with the middle being 0, left of that being shrinking, and the right of that being growing an amount in magnitude according to the distance from the center. That said, this is quite different from literally every time we've seen the SAD used before this point. In Chapter 4, it appeared that the near circular line was a sliding scale, and at all other points, Chiho merely touches the SAD, and it moves to whatever size it needs her to be at. That said, either way, this design is hilariously impractical. For the former, if you need to tap it, there's no way we can expect anyone to grow or shrink while still having the use of their hands. For the latter, the sizes that we see Chiho grow to indicate that any sort of fine control would be impossible. To explain, given Chiho's height of 156 centimeters and that every 10 points on the display adds roughly the same amount of height, her current setting would be around 5,000. Assuming that is indeed the maximum, as opposed to the even more disastrous assumption of 9,999, the distance between size 0 and 10 is roughly 300 micrometers. Being able to control the SAD to such a delicate degree is impossible. More realistically, when Chiho went to size 10, she actually went closer to size 1000, which would have completely obliterated her home and killed Rei. But no, this is Gigant, and accurately portraying what is going on just isn't a priority, so the SAD suddenly works this way, I guess. That said, the fight is officially over, and everyone rejoices. The victory is such a great achievement that Chiho is dubbed the greatest heroine in all of human history. I couldn't disagree more. That said, let me remind you of an earlier line where Momonogi potentially claimed that this victory would defeat E.T.E, because as it turns out, this is not the case. In fact, Gigant realizes that in all actuality nothing concrete has been accomplished, and so it has to take drastic measures. As we all know, now that a god of destruction has been defeated, Chiho, Rei, and the remaining time travelers are going to go back to doing nothing as usual. After all, they won the fight, and it's not like they've ever actually tried to solve the problem before, so why start now? But if they did that, the plot would never finish. What a dilemma. If only there were some way that Gigant could fix this. Well, a proper way to fix it, because Gigant does find a solution, but it certainly isn't a good one. Looking up, more and more people notice that the P.I.S.S is descending from the sky. That's right, everybody. Gigant's cast is so inactive that the story has decided the only way to resolve this is by means of a literal deus ex machina. The gods, or the AIs, are coming down in their machine for no other reason than specifically to resolve the plot. And yes, there literally is no other reason for this to happen. As you should be able to guess, GIGANT needs Chiho to meet the AIs so they can have a chat together. However, we know the AIs have access to Siri and can create human-like life, so they could just call her or summon a representative, but no, GIGANT has other plans, so the P.I.S.S has to descend and pick Chiho up personally. That said, to give maybe some credit, while this is literally a Deus Ex Machina, it is not technically one. After all, Deus Ex Machina requires that the problem cannot be solved with common sense, and there's quite a bit of common sense on how the time travelers could get to the P.I.S.S, like taking a rocket and flying around in spacesuits. But I digress. So, seeing the P.I.S.S descending, Momonogi remarks that she had planned to go to the spaceship immediately upon arriving. Oh, really, GIGANT? If that's the case, then why in the world didn't she do that? But no, fortunately nobody has to worry about that anymore because they're getting a free ride. Upon nearing the city, the spaceship engages a tractor beam or something and sucks Chiho and Party up, and then it returns to its orbit. With that, Chiho and Party are now in some place where only some objects are arbitrarily affected by who knows what forces, as well as the two Stooges. Now, for those of you viewers whose intellect is still intact, you might wonder, are these really the two AIs we've heard about? After all, while it's possible that they could have created bodies for themselves, it doesn't make too much sense for them to do so. Really, the only benefit would be as a form of self-experimentation to see how emotions would affect their minds, but of course, the AIs would want to do that to a clone of themselves. Additionally, given what conclusions we've been told the AIs draw, these fleshy versions would be inferior. But of course, that would also make sense, and so it cannot be. Instead, these are the real and true AIs. With that, the final confrontation of GIGANT begins, and it goes as follows. Turning to the party, Stooge 2 ogles Chiho, and after 3 pages of useless banter, Chiho finds out that these are the AIs they're looking for. Upon hearing her call them AIs, Stooge 1 accuses Chiho of discrimination because obviously the AIs are human. You can tell that's the case because the AIs said so. Chiho then immediately accepts this as the truth and asks what the Stooges intended to do by throwing the world into chaos, even though Momonogi already told her the answer to that question. After a moment of consideration, the Stooges change the subject and say that even though they thoroughly studied humanity, they just can't understand Chiho. According to the Stooges, humans are selfish and egotistical. However, Chiho has more altruistic moral elements, and not only that, she's apparently the only person to exhibit such behavior. Well, I'll be. GIGANT just keeps getting better. In the first place, Chiho has done nothing that can be considered altruistic. The closest she comes is giving money to her family, but she didn't even like doing that. She isn't giving away her money because she wants to support her family, it's because she prefers it to having to stand up for herself. Also, since we know the Stooges apparently started observing Chiho after the 3 Gods of Destruction were defeated, I would assume that they think this because Chiho saves some people. But then, what about the Hunting Club? What about the JSDF? What about the Time Travelers? They all save people, so I guess that should qualify them as being more altruistic? Well, apparently the AIs just think they don't exist. Indeed, none of these groups are altruistic or even morally upstanding in the AI's mind. After all, Chiho has to be the one and only hero, so the AIs just won't pay attention to anything else because the plot needs that to be the case. Next, Momonogi steps in to counter the AI's point, saying that humans actually have lots of altruistic behaviors, and therefore the AIs have a critical lack of data. Now, that's a good start, which means that Momonogi then immediately decides to go in an entirely different direction. Rather than giving examples of said altruistic behavior, she claims that humanity is when egotistical and altruistic action comes together. So, firstly, how did Momonogi come to this conclusion? What about anything that the time travelers experienced led to this conclusion? Secondly, why is Momonogi making this argument? Hefner was the one with the best resemblance of a character arc, so why isn't she the one making the point about what is a human? Thirdly, what argument is actually being made here? I can think of 2 potential interpretations. The first is something like how the struggle between egotistical desire and the benefits of cooperation is what refines people to be better. As such, the AIs can't have become human because they have only studied the negative self-serving side, and in doing so have emulated that rather than overcoming it. That said, while this seems like a reasonable position to have, there are a few problems in that Gigant has not supported this idea in any way. In the first place, we have no proper understanding of what drove E.T.E. since its users and the AIs never actually explained how they came to their conclusions. If anything, we could get a better understanding of egoism from Chiho and Rei, who continually brushed off their position as heroes to instead pursue their hollow relationship. A second problem then is that there has been no arc of overcoming egotism. The singular moment that Chiho, fully of her own volition, chose to fight for someone besides Rei's safety is when she goes back to finish Satan off, but there's no reason for her to make that decision. The barest of bones of such a development exists in her saying she has developed the desire to be needed, except she attributes this to being in a television production and not being a hero. Then, she consciously watches as America gets burnt to the ground. Alternatively, however, if we were to grasp at the thinnest of straws, on her way to Satan there are two panels where she sees a family huddled in fear, and she has some sort of revelation. As for what that revelation may be, however, doesn't really matter because two panels aren't getting the idea across, and also she never brings up what she learned from this when talking today. So then, as there isn't anything in Gigant to explain the motives of E.T.E. users, nor anything to show the overcoming of that desire, then at best the first interpretation of Momonogi's counter-argument is simply the product of the story's bad writing up to this point. However, on the same grounds that that interpretation fails, we can support the second. So then, the second interpretation is moral licensing, the human tendency to justify making objectively bad decisions because they intend to make up for it with a good action, or have already conducted themselves well and can thus excuse a little indulgence. And what do you know, there is a lot of support for this within Gigant. This is the argument that Rei uses to justify Chiho dating him, that it is okay that he is a minor because she saved his life. This is the argument that a media broadcast used to claim that Chiho should be regarded as innocent of manslaughter because she defeated Greg. This is the argument that Momonogi used before to excuse Chiho from having to fight Satan, and now this is the argument Gigant is using to define what a human is. And just like I said every time before when this argument was brought up, this is stupid. There's not much more to say than that. While yes, moral licensing is a human tendency, as a vice it holds no position to be upheld at all, much less as a defining facet of humanity. To even attempt to boil the immensity of the question of what a human is down to such a small observation is insanity, but Gigant has gone and done so anyways. Of course, rather than jumping off the logical edge of the world, someone could have pointed out that some E.T.E. evidence was faked, like with the Giants, indicating that the AIs were cherry-picking information and or inventing evidence to fit their bias. They could have deconstructed E.T.E. to show that it wasn't a viable experiment to make conclusions with, like how Momonogi started her interjection. But no, nobody in Gigant is smart enough to have figured that out, so instead we have moral licensing. Brilliant. So, here we are with moral licensing, but so what? What is it about moral licensing apparently being the essence of humanity that disproves the AI's arguments? What actual merits are there to moral licensing? Well, Gigant doesn't say. It just brings up a new perspective, which obviously must be right because it's not what the AIs said, and the AIs are the villains, so they must be wrong, and the time travelers are the heroes, so they must be right. Next, defending themselves, Stooge 1 goes on to cite E.T.E. and how a large number of people participated. Of course, I wouldn't call 100,000 people large in regards to the whole of humanity, but who knows? Maybe the AIs will actually clarify their points and provide the data to back up their point. Maybe they will confront the idea of moral licensing and show why it doesn't hold any water. Maybe they say that humanity's egotism always outweighs altruism, and so the balance of human moral actions still condemns them. But no, that won't happen, as Gigant thinks that just mentioning E.T.E. exists and that people voted for bad things will be good enough. Yep, great. Anyways, the conversation gets even worse then, as Chiho agrees with the AIs, saying that she isn't always thinking about helping people. As such, the AIs have misjudged her character, and since they don't understand her, they can't possibly be human. Wow, just everything here is wrong. The entire confusion over Chiho was that she was more altruistic, so that discrepancy should be capitalized on rather than discarded in favor of saying Chiho is egotistical. But Chiho went and did that anyways. What's more, she then says that the AIs misunderstood her, but what she said was just a rephrasing of how the AIs described her. They never described her as being entirely altruistic, just that she had more than everyone else. In other words, they described her as engaging in moral licensing, which is exactly how Chiho is portraying herself. Then, despite agreeing and reaffirming the AI's position, Chiho concludes that the AIs must be wrong. And yes, that is the conclusion that the scene should arrive at, but nothing about what Chiho said supports this in any way. It's just that Chiho decides the AIs don't understand humans because of reasons. Next, in response to said reasons, the AIs are taken aback and say that Chiho's argument is just her opinion. That, ironically, is the most reasonable statement in the entire conversation, if not actually the entire manga. It's also the end of the argument. I'm not kidding, that's it. This is the climax of GIGANT, and it ends with, "That's just your opinion." To recount, since this is the climax, the information that GIGANT has presented up to this point goes as follows. In the camp of Chiho and the Time Travelers, we first learn that E.T.E is incapable of directly affecting human psychology through the streaking incident. Next, we potentially learn that E.T.E is faking evidence to support its bias, although nobody ever seems to notice this in the story. Likewise, we can see that E.T.E is morally depraved, and so there should be some argument against it. However, with Chiho taking every opportunity to do nothing, it doesn't much matter what the argument is, as she clearly doesn't believe it. Then the Time Travelers inform Chiho of the hypothesis for E.T.E, however, nobody makes any point about how flawed it is, nor do they propose a counter-argument. Next, Hefner and Kido discover emotions, which goes unrelated to their feelings on their mission and the importance of defeating E.T.E. Then, finally, building on exactly 0 of those previous beats, the final argument is moral licensing. What's more, it isn't even a good explanation of the idea. Momonogi doesn't have insight on the level of balance between good and bad that is needed for moral licensing to work. She just says it exists, and that's that. Meanwhile, in the camp of the AIs, we know that they want to define humanity so that they can emulate it. In order to find their answer, they create what appears to be an absolutely flawed experiment with a biased user base, lack of scope, and potentially a lack of meaningful data. Then, they suddenly take interest in Chiho because the plot believes she is a hero and therefore the AIs must see her as special, even though she isn't doing anything unique or particularly heroic. But even then, this doesn't matter, as the AIs, rather than considering that their hypothesis may not be verifiable, they instead decide Chiho is a fluke and ignore her as a data point. Finally, the AIs are confronted with Momonogi saying that they don't have enough information, to which the AIs then fail to present any information. Instead, they dismiss Chiho's accusations of them having failed to fulfill their purpose because that is just her opinion, which simultaneously discredits themselves as they have not shown E.T.E's findings to be anything besides their own opinion. In total then, the final arguments of GIGANT do not build on anything that previously happened in the story and do not come to any persuasive conclusions. And yet, this is the climax of the manga. Ordinarily, what the audience would expect from the climax is a confrontation between the culmination of all the involved parties' efforts, which then creates a sense of fulfillment. However, instead GIGANT has done the opposite. This climax is not a culmination, it is a farcical magic trick, and it is not a confrontation, it is a dishonorable dismissal. In short, with this climax, nothing has a foundation, nothing is argued, nothing is concluded, and nothing of substance can be gained. Anyways, since neither party has provided a proper argument to come to a consensus, they decide to just drop the subject entirely, moving on to discuss what the AIs are going to do with the Earth. Of course, we already know the conclusion because Momonogi explicitly stated it, but as it turns out, the AIs apparently haven't yet decided to destroy humanity for who knows what reason, and so Chiho requests they stop interfering with Earth. This is a pretty big request, however, and so the Stooges ask for some proper compensation in letting them fondle Momonogi's chest. This then immediately devolves into Momonogi saying that the Stooges must have never studied women, which the Stooges admit to. Momonogi calls them virgins, and Stooge 2 decides that this is a bother and they should all have a... What in the world is happening? Why are the AIs sexist? How did that happen? Gogol sure didn't train them to be sexist because that wouldn't lead to AIs that understood humanity, but of course it couldn't have been anyone else because they knew this before they started the experiment, so I guess that's actually what apparently happened? Gigant, how in the world is anyone supposed to care about anything happening in your story when instead of presenting any sort of arguments about what has been happening, the manga devolves into middle schoolers slinging insults? Whose idea of tension is this? It's not even comedic, it's just stupid. The AIs shouldn't be idiots, and they shouldn't be emotional. But no, since Gigant is incapable of even defeating its own strawman arguments, it has to go so far as to say that the AIs were wrong, not because it can prove it, but because they're sexist as demanded by the plot as opposed to any logical and substantive reason. So, dialogue has broken down, and everyone is getting angry, so what will happen next? Well, apparently America launched some nukes, so the P.I.S.S blows up and everyone dies. Of course, there are several issues here. How did America know where the P.I.S.S was, despite being completely unaware of it until now? Who knows? But since they somehow got a lock on, they launched the weapons. Then, apparently the AIs are so distracted by their demand for breasts that intercontinental ballistic missiles make it all the way up to the orbiting spacecraft. If the missiles were launched from Hawaii, they would need to be in flight for over 15 minutes. That's 15 minutes of fast-approaching objects that the Stooges, with all their beyond-human comprehension of brainpower, did not notice. So, somehow, America suddenly can track the P.I.S.S, the AIs can't stop missiles, and they all die. At the very least, finally something that I actually wanted to see happen has happened. Not only that, but the explosion generates an EMP, which is actually scientifically accurate enough. Good job, Gigant. That said, the story isn't quite over. Some of the viewers may be surprised that Gigant actually killed Chiho despite the absurd lengths that went to ensure Chiho's safety, and you would be right to feel as such. On those same grounds, you could also see that Chiho's departure will only be temporary, and hence question what incredibly stupid thing is Gigant going to do to bring her back. Well, let's find out. With the P.I.S.S being obliterated, a massive explosion fills the sky. Although nobody is blinded by this, people now hate America for killing Chiho, which is very important as you can tell by how this comment goes nowhere, and Rei is in denial over Chiho's death. After 3 days, the power returns. There have been no riots in the streets, no plundering of convenience stores, or any notable events to catch up on, save for NASA finding DNA samples that they say belong to Chiho. Gigant, how did NASA find DNA from a body evaporated by a nuclear explosion in orbit? How did they do that at all, much less in 3 days? Whatever. The point is, Rei can't be in denial anymore. He sulks in his room for a currently indeterminate amount of time, and once he gets tired of that, he decides to visit Chiho's apartment. As you may ask, how did he get into Chiho's apartment? I haven't the slightest clue. For one, he doesn't have the key, and two, Chiho is dead. Her funeral has actually been performed, so it isn't her apartment anymore. There should be a new tenant, but of course if Gigant did anything that made sense, then the plot couldn't happen. Well, what a problem. I guess reality will just have to be ignored once again, rather than the story putting in any effort into making any sense. So, with Rei inside and nobody coming to inquire why he's breaking into the residence of the apparently most famous historical figure of the modern day, Rei watches some, and Rei cries. Then, miraculously, Rei decides to put on the recording. After some amount of time, Colonel Nakajima declares that even though he's on his own, he's going to carry out the first plan. This grabs Rei's attention as it is new information, but, how? We know Rei watched enough of the recording to see Nakajima get big, and the first plan should be the first thing that the Colonel does, so it stands to reason that Rei would have already seen this plan. But no, I guess not. I assume that what has happened is Gigant didn't know that this plan existed until this very moment when it made it up. Additionally, as we'll find out, it made it up without any consideration for how it fits into the story. Regardless, the plan is as follows. Very soon, Professor Banner is going to meet an untimely demise, but if Nakajima can save them, Banner can code Asimov's 3 laws of robotics into the AIs, which could stop them from committing mass genocide. Or, I guess, allowing E.T.E. to commit mass genocide. That aside, however, there are several other questions. Who is this random Professor Banner? Why is he the only scientist who can do this job? Does he work for Google? Is he the one that made the AIs? If so, why didn't he get brought up before? How is this coding even supposed to happen? The AIs probably can't be accessed remotely, and there are several clones. For all we know, the AI at this point is a hive mind that will eradicate and replace the deviant portions of code. Finally, if Nakajima is from 2135, how does he know about Professor Banner? Why is the plan to save Professor Banner? Nakajima has time travel, why can't he just stop the AIs from being leaked or created in the first place? Oh no, but that would create a time paradox that stops time travel from being invented, you say? Okay, fine. Let's see how long GIGANT sticks to that reasoning. Rei continues watching as Nakajima rushes to the scene and arrives just a touch too late. Right, so this was the time traveler's first plan, and Nakajima arrived early but didn't make it to Professor Banner in time. How long did he spend wandering around? Also, he has time travel. Is there a reason he can't go back a couple hours and try again? I mean, I can think of some reasons. I'm just wondering if we could get a more solid explanation than leaving me to make assumptions. Nevertheless, Rei turns off the recording and heads off to the bathroom. Then, Rei hears a dog barking. Indeed, exactly the coincidence you're thinking has occurred, Chiho's dog time-traveled to the exact day that Rei decided to come over and visit, just so that Rei can use time travel. What are the odds? Seeing that Mochi coughed up the time travel pod, Rei puts it in his mouth, seemingly without cleaning it. Upon doing so, a display of the date shows up, informing us that it is the 23rd of February, 2021. That's right, Chiho has been dead for over a year and nobody has touched her apartment. Additionally, it's only after the date appears that Rei realizes that this is a time pod, which begs the question that if Rei didn't know it was a time pod, why did he put the thing the dog coughed up in his mouth? Even if he did know, why did he put it in his mouth? Why do the time pods need to be put in your mouth? Anyways, Rei then intuitively adjusts the dial on the time pod with his tongue, and he realizes that if he goes back in time, he can save Professor Banner. Then, if that stops E.T.E from happening, Chiho won't die. At the very least, I should give credit to GIGANT for allowing a character to act as their character. Sure, there wasn't a reason Rei shouldn't have already known this information in the first place, and it's equally contrived that he's come across time travel at this exact point for this exact purpose, but hey, he's finally acting on a motivation. That aside, this shouldn't work. As we can tell from the actions of Colonel Nakajima, who surely knows much more about time travel than Rei, you shouldn't go back to a time where you already existed, and you shouldn't do things that would cause a grandfather paradox. As far as GIGANT has suggested, either Rei time traveling will blip him out of existence, or will have consequences that are so severe it will make everything worse. Regardless, not thinking of that whatsoever, Rei checks to see what day he needs to travel to, and finds that Professor Banner dies on the 23rd of March, 2019. GIGANT, you are so incompetent that I don't even think you're deserving of being insulted. Why in the world would Colonel Nakajima arrive in March? At the start of GIGANT, Rei is wearing a summer uniform. What high school in Tokyo assigns the summer uniform in March? Also, this would mean that Chiho was using the SAD before Nakajima gave it to her. Or at least, that would be the case unless the Colonel used the time travel pods to go back in time, just so that he could get killed even though he said he was going to wait for Momonogi. So, how did it end up this way, GIGANT? How can you not keep track of something as basic as when stuff happens in your story? Why are you using time travel in your story if you don't know when anything is happening? Anyways, Rei time travels back to March 22nd, 2019, and nothing terrible happens. Rei is now in Chiyo's apartment, and in front of him is a now much younger Mochi, as well as the paused video game that Ryuji was playing even though he left Chiho several months ago. Nevertheless, as it just so happens at the exact moment that Rei arrives, Ryuji is in the bathroom, giving GIGANT the opportunity to let Rei leave completely undetected. After all, a bit of setup I skipped from Chapter 7 is that Mochi doesn't bark at Rei for some reason, even though they bark at all other strangers. So then, of course, Mochi barks at Rei because GIGANT can't be bothered to pay off the most minor of any setup. Then again, the idea is that this is supposed to be happening before Rei met Chiho, but if GIGANT wanted to make that believable, maybe it shouldn't have given us an inaccurate date. Regardless, Ryuji is alerted to someone's presence and, startled, Rei rushes out of the home. Then, recalling back to not very long ago, Rei says Professor Banner died around 1 p.m., and looking at a clock reading near noon, he says he has an hour to go. Gigant, what do you mean 1 hour? Rei traveled to the 22nd. He has an entire day. On the next page, Rei has readjusted his assessment to Professor Banner dying at 1:45 p.m., and then he looks at his phone, showing that it is March 23rd. Gigant, what are you doing? How is it the 23rd? How did Rei know it was the 23rd before looking at this date? Anyways, rushing to Professor Banner with as much tension as a 10,000-year-old band of latex, Rei makes it in time and saves the scientist's life. Then, he runs away, Nakajima gives chase, and Rei explains what happened. Hearing this, Nakajima says that Rei may have saved the day, and both of them go back to their relatively modern day. After the jump, he's been transported to his classroom. This obviously means that Rei did indeed change the future, as apparently when you change the past, going back to the present moves you to a new timeline, which we know because Gigant never told us. So, that's great. That said, however, Gigant, why did the future change? How did that happen? Nobody told Banner about the existence of the AIs, so he must have known about them and been planning to do the encoding, which means he knew that they got leaked. From that, I would assume that he also isn't the only person who knows about the AIs being leaked, so then why did nobody with that information do anything? Did they all accidentally die as well? Why didn't the time travelers try to save them? If Banner poses such a threat to the AIs, would they know about him, and if so, was this seemingly accidental death also their fault? If it was, why don't they just try again after Rei leaves? But no, if Gigant tried to answer any of these questions, it would only realize it wasn't making any sense on any level. With that, Professor Banner knew about the AIs somehow, nobody else knew about the AIs somehow, Banner encoded the 3 laws somehow, and the day was saved somehow. Woo! That said, taking one step further along the path of Gigant's plot, we realize that none of that really matters. Having returned to the present, Rei realizes that he managed to change fate to such a degree that everything in Gigant never happened. As an initial note, I guess Nakajima really could have saved Professor Banner if he wasn't an idiot with 0 repercussions whatsoever. Cool. Beyond that, however, you might be thinking, surely Gigant doesn't literally mean nothing of what we've read has happened. Even Gigant wouldn't be so incompetent to do something like that. After all, it's blatantly obvious that the AIs needed to exist for Professor Banner to be able to insert code into them, so they should still be around. Colonel Nakajima arrived after the P.I.S.S was constructed, so that's still up in orbit. The AI clones are still running around, although Gigant has never shown any sign that it's recognized that it said that was the case. Likewise, it's also obvious that all of that happening or not happening in no way affects the fact that they met Chiho. So, obviously, all of this stuff should have still happened, but if you think that, you are unfortunately wrong. The current timeline of Gigant simply isn't the same, and the manga literally means that absolutely nothing of what we've read in the last 87 chapters ever happened. The AIs are gone. The P.I.S.S is gone. The fact that Rei met Chiho never happened, as Rei finds out upon seeing that Chiho is not in his phone contacts list. Of course, that alone doesn't really prove they didn't meet, as in the new timeline, Rei and Chiho probably didn't start dating, because that only happened because the recording and the SAD existed, and so it follows that Rei just didn't get as attached and deleted her number. Or something to that effect, at least. But no, not even that is the case, because this still supposes that Rei and Chiho met at some point, and as I will soon show, Gigant performs auto-lobotomy to excise even that detail from the record. But before we get to that, first I must of course comment on the fact that after 87 chapters, Gigant has once again failed to move beyond Chapter 1. We know nothing about Chiho, we know nothing about E.T.E, there is nothing to be drawn from the time travelers, there is nothing to be drawn from the AIs, and we know nothing about Rei other than that he has a thing for a certain AV actress. Up to this point, this lack of knowledge has been a failure of Gigant to provide meaning, but now Gigant has gone and erased even that illusion of substance by making it never occur in the first place. Legitimately, the story could just start here, save for some exposition on how Rei has memories of an alternative reality. Absolutely, everything has been a complete waste of time, and it's with that that I really start to question if Gigant can even qualify as a story. I mean, Gigant has no characters. Its plot doesn't move from A to B, it moves from I to Platypus. The strongest element of the setting being that it happens in Tokyo is presented so unrealistically that it may as well be a holodeck program created by a zygote. Legitimately, this manga is so hollow that I bet I could find a comatose person with more to say than Gigant, because what Gigant is saying at this juncture is that nothing you read has mattered at all. The story has not been about E.T.E. or the time travelers or the AIs or saving the world or anything. So far, it has been about nothing. This is the most egregious it was all a dream moment I have ever witnessed. So, with 87 chapters utterly wasted and the direction for Gigant still yet to be established, let's take a look at the final 2 chapters to see what we have to work with. As it goes, Rei is heartbroken. Yes, Chiho is alive once more, but she is not in love with him, and so his life is meaningless. Or something, I guess. The point is, Rei has to find some way to win Chiho's heart once more, which, given what we know of Chiho and the fact that Rei has a time pod, should be pretty easy. Or at least it should be easy until we get to the next chapter and Gigant forgets that Rei has the time pod, so instead the manga will have to go and do something even more bafflingly unintelligent than what has already occurred. As it goes, one day the dead Chiho from I guess another timeline comes to Rei in a dream and says that she's going to find him. As for how that's going to happen, I haven't the slightest clue, and to be honest, this is a dream, so it's likely that Rei is just thinking up whatever fantasy he wants. From that, we can see that Rei wants to reunite from Chiho, and in order to do so, Rei hatches a master plan for what she needs to become a film director. Although, then again, it's not exactly right to say he has a plan, as what happens is completely impossible for him to have known was plausible. Anyways, Gigant does a time skip to several years in the future. Now a film director, Rei starts his work by recruiting Chiho as his lead actress. Upon being recruited, Chiho asks Rei why he picked her, and Rei says it's because he was a fan of her AVs. In response, Chiho says this is the first time she has ever felt happy about making AVs. And there we have it, the evidence that Rei and Chiho never met before. This is the first time Chiho has ever felt good about her career as an AV actress, even though from what we know she explicitly took the job because she liked it, and she never left the job despite constant berating by her family, and she never at any point expressed that she was unsatisfied with her position. But no, now Chiho never liked being the AV actress because nobody at any point, even though she has several hundreds of millions of Twitter followers, told her that they liked watching her do her job. Not even Rei told her before, because this, for some reason, just has to be the first time in Chiho's life that this has happened. Fantastic work, Gigant. So, with that done, we just have to wrap this up. Filming starts, and we learn that Chiho Johansson will be playing herself, while the male lead plays a character named Reiji Yokoyama. From that blatant self-insert, it shouldn't be a surprise that Rei is making a recreation film of Gigant's events. However, this recreation is hollow. Given that we are in the final breaths of Gigant's lifespan, one might expect that Rei recreating his unlived life would be a moment of reflection, a moment to deconstruct the events that played out and withdraw some meaning from it. But that is not the case at all. This reconstruction of the film makes no commentary on Gigant itself. It is not a deconstruction of Rei's life, anyone's choices, or a crystallization of any meaning inherent to the story of Gigant. Or at least an attempt at those, since actually doing that would be impossible since no such meaning exists. Additionally, not only is there nothing said with this film, there's nothing said about the film at all. Nobody working alongside Rei comments on how garbage the story is, and nobody comments on how strange it is for the film director to be inserting himself in as a minor having a relationship with an AV actress that is literally just playing herself. Instead, the entire point of this film is to show the progression of Chiho's acting degrading because she's slowly regaining memories. Yes, that is what Gigant is doing, and by the end of the filming process, Chiho regains all of her memories, she instantly falls in love with Rei, and they hug. The end. So, that was the resolution of Gigant. We should have expected this part of the story to be used to tie up loose ends of the story, however, rather than taking the loose ends like what happened to the future, how the country changed after E.T.E, or how Rei dealt with the loss of Chiho, Gigant decided that actually it won't have to deal with those at all if it just removes them wholesale from the story. As such, E.T.E never existed, so Japan does nothing, and the future has nothing to worry about because nothing ever happened in the first place. Then, finally, Rei, rather than having to even think about what he learned from his experience, is once again granted the love of Chiho on a silver platter. Just like how they magically ended up with Chiho because the plot contrived Yuji's removal from the picture, it doubles down on Rei being canonically incapable of winning Chiho's heart on his own merits. He has a dream, which is apparently the only explanation that it's remotely possible for Chiho to get memories from an alternate timeline. That's far from enough, and the presentation is also confusing as Dream Chiho says she's going to find Rei on her own, but the way the story goes, Rei essentially summons her. Regardless, having reached the end, the story of Gigant goes as follows. Rei likes an AV actress, and by coincidence, when he meets her, she is the exact type of person to grant far more access to her person to her fans than would be normal. Also, by coincidence, he's the first person to tell her that he is a fan. Then, they fall in love. The end. How compelling. The complete summary of important events is just barely more impressive than someone intentionally making a bad summary by presenting the entire story in one sentence. Brilliant. And that's the end of Gigant. It's over now. It took an immense amount of time to get through the material, and so we can finally take a look at how the story is operating on a broader level. In essence, Gigant is the result not of building, but of continually undermining itself. It has more issues than it does substance, and at many points it seems like Gigant is intentionally generating those problems because it thinks that's how writing works. But of course, that isn't how writing works. A story can't just do whatever arbitrarily comes to mind in hopes it ends up being cohesive or intelligible. As such, we find Gigant in a wretched state of dysfunction, with each foundational element of the writing being as solid as a brick of confetti. Let's start with world building, for which there are two major inventions that Gigant needs to explain. The first of these is time travel, which past Chapter 7, Chiho and Rei have easy and instant access to, meaning that it should be explained how time travel works. However, rather than listing out the many infinite number of rules that Gigant could use, it will be more worthwhile to consider how Gigant wants to handle the implementation of such technology. To illustrate, the basic structure of stories is like a series of dominoes, with an inciting incident that causes a cascade of causality. However, time travel stands in conceptual opposition to this structure, as it can allow the characters to alter, rewrite, or even completely escape the course of events. To remedy this, stories often apply some sort of restriction to this ability. Sometimes, this is a hard restriction, like saying certain events cannot be altered, as attempting to do so will prompt some god of time to erase your existence. Sometimes this is a softer restriction, like making a time travel device that will only work a small number of times. Additionally, stories can take a more meta approach, recognizing that since the structure of causality is what allows victories to be earned, letting the characters mess around and cheat consequences can instead result in a much worse fate. With just that, there are already many possibilities that Gigant could roll with. We can see from Colonel Nagashima's attempt to save Professor Banner that there should be something that would make Rei not want to try to do so for himself. Nevertheless, Rei does, and so Gigant could have applied an appropriate consequence. For example, maybe Professor Banner was saved, but him encoding Asimov's 3 laws didn't actually work at all, and instead just tipped off the AIs to the interference of time travelers, making the situation worse. Alternatively, Gigant could have easily focused on the time pods being unreliable. After all, they break easily, and maybe the time warp that separated the time travelers has less to do with the plot needing that to happen, and more to do with the science of time travel being uncertain. Finally, Gigant can even take the meta approach. We know one of the main ideas behind E.T.E is that the existence of consequences somehow restricts people from being truly human. In contrast, when the main cast used time travel to combat E.T.E, they would find their victory hollow, or rather their progress towards it to be unfounded, as skipping the steps has resulted in them lacking the skills needed to finish the job. This could then be used to teach them at least some importance in the need for consequences, which could be used to really defeat the AIs. To say the least, Gigant has several methods it could employ to let its characters use time travel without letting them become unbounded by consequence. However, Gigant doesn't do this. In fact, it doesn't do multiple things, failing both in regards to letting its characters use time travel and stopping them from abusing it. The group of 4 time travelers forget that the time pods exist. At the exact moment they remember, the dog conveniently eats them, and Nagashima time travels back in time to die in a car accident rather than traveling forwards to find Momonogi, or just back a couple of days to reattempt saving Professor Banner. In all of those instances, there is no explanation given for why the time travelers can't use time travel. Instead, Gigant simply tries to hand-wave the issue, pretending it doesn't exist. And on its own, that would be bad enough. This dismissal is a failure to capitalize on the opportunity, especially when time travel is such an obviously critical element of the story. However, the damage grows even more severe when Gigant does let time travel be used. Despite Nagashima's inaction suggesting that Rei time-traveling to Professor Banner would be a very bad idea, Mochi coincidentally reappears the exact day 1 year after Chiho's death that Rei is in her apartment so that Rei can save the day. This, in turn, eradicates the entirety of the story previous to that, save for the part about Rei loving Chiho, which was resolved by Gigant deciding time travel conveniently works in a way that can give Chiho memories of something that never happened. In the first place, this is a complete failure to properly handle time travel, as Gigant has quite efficiently ejected Rei from having to deal with consequences. As a result, this makes the reunion of himself and Chiho meritless and hollow. But what's more is that we can see that the dismissal of time travel was done in explicit service to this. It isn't that Gigant can't come up with a reason for time travel not to be used, but that any reason would mean Rei couldn't save the day, and so it has to make the time travelers be idiots and a dog suddenly eat one of the working pods. This is a textbook example of plot contrivance, and it makes one thing quite clear. Gigant didn't fail to incorporate time travel into its world building, it never even tried. The explanations for how time travel cannot or should not be used are obvious, but rather than relying on reason, Gigant goes out of its way to not even acknowledge that rules could exist. Such an approach to storytelling is disgusting, and as an ultimate result, it makes for world building that is so poorly executed that it may as well not exist. Because Gigant doesn't explain anything, there is no set of rules that the world abides by. Instead, whatever can or cannot be done depends entirely on what Gigant finds convenient at any given moment, with no thought whatsoever to making sure it fits. Gigant doesn't have anyone use time travel because that doesn't fit the idea Gigant has in mind. Then, suddenly it needs the day to save Professor Banner, so the dog spontaneously pops back into existence. Likewise, the same approach can be seen for most world-building elements. For example, the dates, which rather than conforming to any semblance of temporal placement are instead invented on the spot to fit whatever Gigant thinks is fitting. To continue listing examples, Rei conveniently knows that Colonel Nagashima can change their size, but not because we are shown them finding that out, but because he has to know that for Chiho to break up with Ryuji. Additionally, despite learning something that would have required him to watch a significant portion of the recording, Rei didn't know about the plan to save Professor Banner at that point because such a plan didn't exist until Gigant invented it at the moment it needed Rei to change the past. The Super Stretch Suit exists but goes nowhere, the SAD inconsistently increases mass, changes someone's size at inconsistent rates, and has an inconsistent means of operation just to fit whatever Chiho needs at any given moment. Also, the SAD conveniently lets the user fly and shoot psychic energy beams because Gigant said so. Heck, I'd wager that the time pods being mouth-activated only exists because the dog happened to eat them. For all these instances and more, what happens has been dictated by mere whim, and whim has been the determining factor because Gigant doesn't care. Now, that said, I won't say that everything that Gigant needed to do here was easy, because to be fair, time travel is difficult to properly execute. However, the issues that arise from Gigant not wanting to pay any credence to the existence of rules would be easy to fix. The author just had to reread what happened in Gigant to make sure they were remaining consistent with what they had said, which would have prevented so many issues. However, as evidenced by the abundance of simple issues, it's clear that either they didn't do that, or they did and still decided to sacrifice the integrity of the story in favor of what it thought was a better idea. As a standard for writing, that is deplorable. So, that's one major world-building topic done, and several things are on fire. We're off to a great start. Moving on to the second piece of world-building, we then have the psychological experiment that the AIs carry out through E.T.E. Now, I've already dissected how terrible of an experiment that is, and I don't feel the need to do so again as there really isn't much to say. In short, we just don't get a lot of an explanation of how E.T.E operates, which slots into the pattern of Gigant not establishing rules, as I explained with time travel. Instead, I want to focus on the fact that Gigant takes place in the real world, which means that a critical point that Gigant needs to pay attention to is not only how E.T.E itself works, but how the setting of the real world would be altered by it. After all, E.T.E is a website that is essentially a public service genie that runs on democracy. With that, I'm sure anyone could think of several routes that would naturally go down. What would the government do with E.T.E? What would terrorists do with it? What would businesses do with it? What would religious organizations do with it? As the use of E.T.E. became more commonplace, how would the requests being made be affected? Would they radicalize? Would the various groups vying for requests fracture into different camps that ended up fighting each other, not only over their goals, but just to secure power? If everyone starts fighting with something as powerful as E.T.E., how would they avoid mutually assured destruction? Rather than attacking each other, how would people use E.T.E. to defend themselves? What would be the thoughts of the people that don't use E.T.E.? Would there be people that pick up E.T.E. with the intent to destroy the website itself? I could continue, but mostly the takeaways are that realistically E.T.E. should have a great deal of universal allure, and that how it is used should be diverse and should evolve over time. And yet, that isn't what happens at all. Instead, E.T.E.'s identity revolves entirely around causing chaos and seemingly indiscriminate genocide. Nobody ever tries to make E.T.E. do something else, and everyone regards E.T.E. as if it could only possibly work for the current user base, rather than any other group of people in existence. That said, even though Gigant never shows that E.T.E. is actively working against forces that would alter the user base, it could be that the website is designed to maintain its bias. As a result, there is still some potential for the story if it were to focus not so much on what E.T.E. does, and rather on how people reacted to it. However, Gigant once again fails in this regard because E.T.E. barely gets reacted to at all. There is virtually no comment on the fact that E.T.E. users want genocide, and most of the time E.T.E. just does whatever it wants today in Chiho, pretending it doesn't exist for as much as possible. The one piece of progress in this regard is that eventually E.T.E. gets banned, but even still there's no elaboration on why this happens, much less why it took so long to happen. Then, once E.T.E. is banned, the populace of Japan then just shrugs off the fact that E.T.E. ever existed. And of course, that's not even the biggest issue, because once we get the AI's conclusion, we can see that they didn't care about how people reacted to E.T.E. whatsoever. Instead, their arguments are entirely dependent on the fact that E.T.E. users did bad things, and therefore humans must all be egotistical and violent. With that, the potential then shifts again, as E.T.E. is not biased to observe the reaction, but just because its creators are trying to force E.T.E. to prove their hypothesis. In doing so, they would have to falsify data and maybe even make and grant their own requests to do so. However, this would make their conclusions unfounded, as such data wouldn't be viable, and so the story would then revolve around they and Chiho discovering the false evidence to eventually provide proof that the AI's conclusions are unfounded. But not even this happens, because they and Chiho instead go about their lives as if E.T.E. doesn't exist. After every appearance of the Gods of Destruction, they immediately return to acting as if it never happened, never acknowledging E.T.E.'s existence, making any plans to end it, the AI's, or even just to make sure the next time a genocide is attempted, they aren't in danger. Their willful ignorance goes so far that they watch the entirety of America get destroyed and then twiddle their thumbs as Satan slowly crosses the Pacific. In total, then, we have E.T.E., a website that nearly nobody tries to use except insane teenagers, nobody reacts to even though it almost kills them multiple times, and everyone could care less about even though the fact that E.T.E. exists is the entire reason this story is happening. And that's the real kicker. The AI's creating E.T.E. is the inciting incident for the entire story, and yet the story doesn't care about it. Save for Rei and Chiyo's relationship, everything in Gigant revolves around E.T.E., and yet we hardly even know how it works. It just exists, requests get made, are somehow instantly granted, and that's it. It does stuff, nobody cares about it, and then it's gone without any impact at all. E.T.E. is the very definition of wasted potential. Compared to what anyone would think they could do with E.T.E., what we actually get from Gigant is pathetic. A child could have come up with something that E.T.E. could have accomplished that would have been more engaging, but in 89 chapters, Gigant can't do anything. It is so incompetent that it can't think of the most basic of ideas of what people would do with E.T.E. In all, the world building of Gigant is abysmal. It could be said that Gigant had an uphill battle with time travel, but Gigant didn't even try. Even with such a great concept as E.T.E., Gigant repeatedly showed that the absolute best course of action it could come up with was to mutilate itself. There are no rules and no conformity to realism. The world building, a story's foundation, has been constructed so poorly that it may as well be quicksand. This puts Gigant on unstable ground, as when the guidelines of what can happen are poorly illustrated, it makes it very hard for the plot to find justification for what is happening. That said, somehow this is apparently exactly what Gigant wants. For Gigant, the plot is practically a god getting its way purely by dictate rather than allowing events to happen, and the fastest way to illustrate that is to point out that at a fundamental level, Gigant is an idiot plot. E.T.E. is used as an allegedly democratic death note, however, despite it appearing that all the E.T.E. users are incredibly upset at Chiho for ruining their genocides, they never request that she just not wake up one day. At any point, Rei and Chiho could realize they have time travel, and at any point they could watch the recording and quickly fix everything. The time travelers could remember that they're time travelers, or they could try to take out the P.I.S.S. In all these instances, and more, characters are behaving in the most illogical manner, completely contrary to the motivations they should be following, solely because the plot has to have them forget who they are so that events play out the way it wants. We could have had a story where characters actually thought through their actions, and where actions were based on known information. I would consider that to be the minimum of effort, and yet Gigant fails even that. With that, Gigant sacrifices its ability to be taken seriously, to have any tension, and to give even the slightest hint that the audience investment would be worth it. That's an enormous price to pay, and so, let us consider, what did Gigant earn by making the plot all-powerful? Given it can do whatever it wants, did it at least manage to make something interesting happen? No. In fact, nothing happens. Not only is there a complete lack of an impression of progress, it's actually the opposite as Gigant constantly regresses. It is infuriating how often everything gets reset to the point of Chapter 1 with nothing that was mentioned ever amounting to anything. By the end of Chapter 1, Rei has met Chiho with the assumed plot of this being a high school drama already having been forgotten. After that, a time traveler appears, giving Chiho and Rei a recording, but all this accomplishes is getting the two of them to start dating. After that, the recording gets ignored, E.T.E.'s present activities are not acknowledged, and there is nothing said about the relationship, so no progress is made. Then, Chiho fights Greg, gets arrested, gets released, and has to fight under the command of the JSDF, only for all of that to spontaneously disappear. The JSDF stops contacting Chiho, E.T.E. gets banned, the damage E.T.E. did gets forgotten, and everyone goes about their lives as if nothing ever happened. Then Gigant regresses for a third time once Rei and Chiho's relationship is discovered, which only accomplishes the two of them breaking up temporarily, making the state of the story the same as when they first met. Then Satan and the time travelers appear, the AIs get nuked, Rei resets the timeline, and so we reach the very end of Gigant, with all that happened being that Chiho and Rei met each other. A whole 89 chapters where Gigant could have gone anywhere it wanted, and it only managed to stay exactly where it started. This alone makes for an abysmally bland story, and that's only half of it because every time Gigant threw what it had out the window, it was on the verge of finally doing something relatively interesting. For example, Chiho inherits the SAD and discovers that time travelers were trying to save the future, so it would follow that she's going to get involved with a mystery that completely uproots her life. After all, she and Rei have to dig through 168 hours of instruction to try and fight an intelligence that perhaps only lets them live for amusement. Later, the godly power of E.T.E. is given to the people, and so maybe they will use it for what it is. They could start a religion with real acts of divinity, they could conjure space rockets or sci-fi technology. E.T.E. could do just about anything, but no, instead the only things it gets used for are pranks, assassination, and genocide localized almost entirely within Tokyo. Then, even with that, there are no instances of Tokyo residents trying to enact revenge or just requesting that there not be future requests to get them killed. Additionally, with Japan being an entire country, how would different areas go about taking control of the request-granting system? What sort of metagaming manipulations would go on behind the scenes, and how could this inform the audience of the E.T.E. user mindset? As a third possibility, Rei's life is put in jeopardy several times, and so Chiho has to save him, but in doing so she commits several severe crimes that will make her question if she really did the right thing. Additionally, once Chiho gets arrested, Rei has to fend for himself, and after nearly dying multiple times, perhaps he will decide it's time to take matters into his own hands and do something to save the world. Likewise, what if Chiho, rather than spending time doing nothing in court, was immediately put into training by the JSDF? While there and working alongside fellow soldiers, perhaps she can come to an understanding of why the common powerless person chooses to fight to protect people, and so Chiho can find more to defend than just Rei. Then, given that America sends over the super stretch chute, surely they're in contact with the time travelers and the story will move towards proactive steps against the AIs. As yet another example, once Chiho becomes incredibly popular, surely she can inspire people while also having to avoid the rage of E.T.E users who may start attacking her personally. Later, maybe once Chiho and Rei have their relationship exposed, Gigant will finally serve out the justice they deserve, forcing Rei and Chiho to live as decrepit rejects who will have to crawl up a mountain for retribution. Focusing on the time travelers, what if they had an actual character arc of coming to an understanding of humanity and finding a deeper reason to fight other than the fact that it is their mission? For the ending, once Chiho dies, Rei is left all alone. Perhaps this would prompt him to make a movie, finally remembering his childhood dream and in constructing his rendition of Gigant, deconstruct his choices and behavior over the course of events. Finally, what if when Rei did save Professor Banner, it didn't stop the AIs, increasing the lengths that Rei would need to go to prevent Chiho's fate? And yet, somehow, nothing ever happens. Every opportunity for Gigant to develop an interesting story gets thrown away, as if the plot wants to be insufferable. The story is driven by contrivance and plot armor, while at every possible opportunity, it avoids doing anything interesting, all for the sake of one thing: allowing Rei to meet Chiho. That is what the story keeps looping back to. That is the one constant element that appears to have some relevance. And yet, it's impossible to say what that means because the plot has little to no causality connecting events, and so nothing can be built further than what Gigant starts with. When the story begins, Chiho and Rei are complete strangers, and then their first conversation opens with Chiho suspecting that Rei may have put up some disgusting posters. However, entirely unrelated to that, upon saying that he likes watching her AVs, Chiho is incredibly impressed because the validation of her career is apparently the one thing she cares about in life. But let us question, what was the cause of Chiho having such an attitude? Was there perhaps a deeper reason why this validation meant so much to Chiho? Perhaps she feels oppressed by her peers ridiculing her activities and Rei's opinion is a breath of fresh air. Well, no, she's not being oppressed by her family and is not bothered by their parasitism enough to cut ties. So then there's no cause for why Chiho is exactly the type of person they would need her to be for them to start a conversation with no effort on his part. Next, Chiho gives Rei her contact information for little more reason than the story demanded it. Nevertheless, an AV actress has just initiated contact with a high schooler, so what effect does that have? Well, at the moment, none. Nobody that knows about the relationship ever does anything, so they go about in peace completely unobstructed despite their constant advertising of them being together while in public. On an entirely different note, Chiho eventually becomes the successor of the SAD, which means she and Rei are expected to end up fighting E.T.E. However, they not only try to do that as little as possible, they also try to not show any reason for why they shouldn't do that either. At the very least, Chiho does go to save Rei because she loves him. Of course, it's not the greatest display of love since she waits until she thinks he is dead to save his life, and Gigant then fails to continue the chain of events as once Rei's life is saved, Chiho never tries to prevent him from being placed in mortal danger at any point. But hey, it's something. In a similar vein, even though Rei doesn't want Chiho to fight, he never at any point does anything to make it so she doesn't fight or at least has a better chance of not getting killed. Additionally, Gigant further disregards E.T.E by having nobody acknowledge anything it has done once a god of destruction is dead. Once more, this disregard is so severe that E.T.E may as well not exist at all when it isn't active, making the plot consist not of Rei and Chiho being two lovers fighting E.T.E, but rather two almost entirely separate stories, save for the fact that they have these same characters, take place at the same time, and take place in the same city. As such, let us continue by looking at them separately. On the one hand, we have the events concerning E.T.E and the AIs. Multiple times, E.T.E tries to genocide the residents of Tokyo. In response, the residents of Tokyo forget someone tried to kill them. This happens multiple times. E.T.E is banned, and in response, the E.T.E users do nothing meaningful. Time travelers appear with the explicit mission to stop the AIs. Then they don't do anything to stop them. Then, Satan destroys America and heads towards Japan. In response, everyone decides nothing is happening. Then the AIs pick Chiho up and they discuss what E.T.E was all about, from which Gigant concludes nothing. Then, since nobody can win the argument, the P.I.S.S gets blown up. This causes an EMP which puts Tokyo in a 3-day blackout. Nothing happens as a result of the blackout. Rei then saves Professor Banner, and as an effect, everything in Gigant never happened, so arguably the effect is now without cause and never could have happened in the first place. The end. On the other hand, there is Rei and Chiho's relationship. They love each other, and yet this leads to nothing. Rei hardly does anything for Chiho, Chiho does the same for Rei, and if anything, their relationship should be entirely detrimental, and yet their lives remain entirely stagnant. At one point, Chiho becomes incredibly famous, and as a result, nothing happens. At one point, Chiyone's relationship is exposed, but no meaningful consequences come from this, and within a month's time, everyone forgets that happened. Then, Chiho dies, and Sorei retcons Gigant to resurrect her. So, there we go, a second effect added to Gigant's impressive track record. Also, that's it. By the end, all we know is that Rei and Chiho love each other for some reason. In totality, then, Gigant presents its audience with two people that love each other, and because they love each other, hardly anything happens. They don't really act like they love each other, and we don't have any idea of how or even if their feelings for each other change. Despite their relationship being a continual focus of the story says nothing about it or with it, which makes the significance insubstantial. As much as Gigant would like it, information cannot be withdrawn from a void, which is exactly what the plot is. Its plot barely has any clarity or reasoning between one event and another, and in fact barely anything happens for a reason that isn't Gigant forcing events to happen as it desires. Nobody is acting rationally, the interesting story threads are constantly being excised, and in their place nothing is being built up. It's stagnant and blander than unsalted bread. Any improvement beyond that would have been incredibly easy. Gigant could have put 5 seconds into thinking of anything that should result from any taken action, and then there could be some through line. But that doesn't happen because Gigant is too incompetent. It's as if Gigant is constantly walking into the room and forgetting what it was doing, because every time it takes a step to move a plot point forwards, it apparently is unaware that such a development was ever even in the works. Gigant is incapable of following through with a setup, and as such, the plot consists of nothing. With that, Gigant has fumbled its world building to the point of non-existence, and rather than having a plot that moved, it just has a pile of stuff that happened in the distance and isn't relevant to anything. With Gigant doing such an excellent job, surely it will be just as impressive with handling its characters. To begin, let's take a look at the villains of Gigant, the AIs. Now, thanks to them sitting in orbit around Earth and only really interacting with the other characters via E.T.E, they don't get a lot of time where they personally appear in the manga. Nevertheless, that doesn't mean there isn't plenty of opportunity for Gigant to show who they are. After all, given they invented all the technologies on the P.I.S.S, they're supposedly incredibly intelligent, making them a formidable opponent for Rei and Chiho to fight against, even if they have all the information about what is going to happen. Likewise, E.T.E could be a massive project with a whole mountain of solid data, which should lead to a pretty solidly reasoned conclusion, which once Chiho had to argue against it, she would need loads of preparation and a deep understanding of what E.T.E was about. In essence, the AIs should and easily could be formidable without ever having to see them. However, the problem is that in order to show that, both the AIs and Rei and Chiho need to react to each other. And they don't. As already covered, Rei and Chiho do everything in their power to act as if E.T.E doesn't exist, and on the other side of things, the AIs don't seem to care at all that E.T.E is being interfered with. Chiho is actively manipulating the data the experiment should be generating, and so the AIs should want to remove that errant variable. But they don't. Additionally, E.T.E gets banned, and they don't seem to care either. They could easily remake the website, or just make it impossible to take down in the first place. Or, at the very least, the AIs could have made E.T.E users aware of the incoming ban to make for a flurry of last-minute requests that would probably end the world. But no, instead nothing happened, and nobody treats the ban of E.T.E as a significant point of data. As such, all we have thus far is that the AIs are hyper-intelligent beings that should not be worried about because they are not doing anything. Similarly, we then have the matter of their intelligence. For one, they created E.T.E, an experiment that is fundamentally flawed on just about every level from hypothesis, execution, to conclusion. Then, once the AIs finally make their appearance, the expectation is that they lay out exactly how they came to their conclusion. They should present their evidence and address the counterpoints. Instead, we get the conclusion that humans are egotistical purely because the AIs said so, and rather than deconstructing or even attempting to address Momonogi and Chiyo's counter-arguments, they dismiss them as mere opinion. Likewise, Gigant also fails to have Chiho and the Time Travelers treat the AIs like they are intelligent entities they believe them to be. Rather than actually trying to defeat the AIs on an intellectual level, Gigant spontaneously decides they are sexist, and therefore they must be wrong, not because it can be proven, but because the AIs are cast as such farcical beings that nobody should take them seriously. In all, the AIs are declared the villains, but besides that simple declaration, GIGANT portrays them as idiotic clowns. The heroes try their hardest not to stop or even interact with them, and they still win because the AIs are so incapable they just lose by default. They say nothing, forget to act threatening, and then spontaneously combust, making their existence in GIGANT ineffective. Great work. Moving on to the central characters then, we have Rei, the main character. Now, I found an interview with the author of GIGANT, Hiroya Oku, where he was asked why he made Rei 16, to which Hiroya simply answered that they wanted to appeal to the target audience. To say the least, I find the idea of this supposed target audience enjoying GIGANT when it overwhelmingly represents teenagers as either whiny incels or maniacs that would commit genocide on a whim to be quite hilarious. That aside, at least as far as the Rei is concerned, GIGANT does do its job of making the Rei's life alluring. He has a sex drive, which is something that many boys his age would understand. However, it would also be easy for them to be frustrated by the fact that society doesn't want them to act on it due to them not being adults. Rei, on the other hand, gets quick and easy access to Chiho without having to do anything and without facing any negative feedback from anyone. Most of the time, whenever someone finds out about the relationship, they act as if it's completely fine, or as if it's just a faux pas rather than a straight-up crime. The closest GIGANT gets is when Rei's parents find out he is dating someone, they restrict him to only hanging out on the weekends. However, before Rei has the opportunity to push back on this decision, GIGANT wipes his parents of all agency to make them entirely in Rei's camp. It is blatant wish fulfillment, which can be a fine enough approach to storytelling in itself. However, in GIGANT's case, it is granted this fulfillment of reprehensible desires, seemingly without consideration for if maybe that would be a bad idea. It does not consider that maybe there is a reason adolescents are prohibited from sex, and instead puts Rei and Chiho's relationship on a pedestal with the naive worldview that there is nothing wrong with that. GIGANT further backs up this disposition when it reveals the relationship to the nation of Japan. Initially, it appeared that it would hand out consequences, however, rather than pulling that rug and making any comment on why Rei and Chiho were in the wrong, GIGANT backs out and lets the two off the hook. But on top of that, GIGANT fails to give any reason for why their punishment should be withheld. Rei and Chiho don't do anything to avoid judgment, the plot just doesn't deliver it, and GIGANT's only given reason to justify this is moral licensing. It's a rather farcical defense, which ironically does more to show to the audience that their dreams actually can't be fulfilled. So, with that, GIGANT didn't think about why it shouldn't blindly pursue the perceived desire of its target audience, and in its attempt to do so, failed to make a convincing portrayal of the wish fulfillment, defeating the whole point. In a similar vein to wish fulfillment, another way GIGANT could go about making its audience like Rei is to show him as being a relatable figure. To this, there are several other areas of Rei's life that GIGANT could have used to make him relatable but never did anything with. He's in high school, but we know nothing about what he does at school save for him having bad grades, that he's socially outcast with only one friend, and that he has big dreams that he never thinks about. However, other than stating this to be the case, GIGANT does nothing to have the story act like these aspects of Rei's life exist. Rei's parents tell him to study once, give no consequences for his bad grades, and give no notice to the fact that they should be plummeting even further as he dates Chiho. Rei makes no comment on his social life being non-existent. Finally, he has zero thoughts about making a film because his attention is completely absorbed by Chiho, except for when it isn't, at which point Rei gives zero thoughts to how that wasn't a good thing to have happened. What's more, once E.T.E starts genociding, we never get any thoughts from Rei about how he feels about his life being thrown into chaos. He isn't annoyed that his plans to become a film director are being torn apart. He isn't happy that school is being cancelled, possibly to such a degree that he doesn't have tests anymore. He at one point says that what E.T.E is doing is deplorable, but then even though he is in a position to do something about that, he then spends the next 70 chapters doing absolutely nothing. In short, Rei doesn't come across as relatable at all because there's nothing to relate to. GIGANT just has a surface-level description of his life and then does nothing to make that matter in any way to Rei's character. He has no thoughts on his situation, and he doesn't react to anything. This is especially damaging when we remember that supposedly Rei is the main character, and so his perspective is the most important to understand, as that will affect how the audience sees the story. However, Rei can't fill this role at all because that would require him to have a perspective in the first place, and he doesn't. But not only does Rei fail to fill the role of the main character, he fails to even be a character himself, as every facet of his being is dysfunctional. For starters, we have Rei's character flaw of being naive. This gets established very quickly in Chapter 1, and although that part of Gigant is immediately removed from relevance, Rei's naivety reappears in his pursuit of a relationship with Chiho. He hardly thinks about why he shouldn't have a relationship with an AV actress, much less while he is a minor. In one instance, he seems hesitant of this, for a reason that is unknown, and in the end, he believes that the relationship will be completely free of any issues because Chiho is Chiho. However, because this belief is inaccurate, Rei is unthinkingly running face first into a wall. Upon doing so, it follows that he would probably learn to not do that, and hence grow as a character. However, Gigant then fails to do this at all. His parents find out he is in a relationship, but they do the bare minimum to really express how much of a problem they see that as. In response to only being able to see Chiho on the weekend, all Rei does is say he is lonely. Then his parents find out that Rei's girlfriend is Chiho, and thanks to Rei speaking words so illogical that they may as well be magic, the parents then decide that actually everything is fine. A long time passes. Rei's choice to date an AV actress goes unpunished for an unjustifiable amount of time, until suddenly it does get punished. Except, not really, because all that happens is that Rei gets beaten up once, and then everyone forgets about it. As a result, Rei decides he should break up with Chiho, but the reason for why he made that decision isn't indicative that he's recognized he did something bad. He does not realize that he is in part responsible for ruining his and Chiho's life, nor does he recognize that the relationship was doing him harm. Instead, he's only breaking up because the present environment is dangerous. He wants to weather the storm rather than developing and changing himself. That's the best of a character arc Gigant can give Rei. In proper consequences, no reflection, and no long-standing effect or change on his person. A second opportunity Gigant has to give Rei some character also comes from Chapter 1, when Rei criticizes someone for finding Chiho attractive despite having a girlfriend. This then can be directly linked to Rei's love of film and how he gets sidetracked by the relationship with Chiho. After all, multiple times it gets brought up that Rei really wants to become a film director, and that he absolutely will create a film by the time he graduates from high school. And yet, what does he do? Nothing. For as long as he is with Chiho, he never touches a camera, writes any notes, or even considers a view for cinematic value. There is zero progress on making a film because 100% of his time is absorbed with Chiho until they temporarily break up. Then, what do you know, Rei is suddenly working on a film again. But of course, he does not reflect on how maybe he has been a bit too obsessive with Chiho. He does not reflect on the massive amount of time he has lost, nor does he consider that maybe once he does reunite with Chiho, he should take a more calculated approach. There is simply nothing, as Gigant fails to let Rei have any thoughts on what he should be doing or progress in any way. What's more, even though Rei ends up being completely obsessed with Chiho, he somehow manages to not think about her. The fact that Rei and Chiho are in a relationship is the sole element that exists throughout the entirety of Gigant, and with Rei being a whole half of that, he should have some sort of impact on the story. But no, Gigant even sacrifices Rei's initial motivation for the relationship, and he still does nothing. There's not even an impression that Rei develops any feelings for Chiho beyond his base sexual attraction, and he does nothing for Chiho. Well, nothing meaningful because he does go to Chiho when she wants to be comforted, but what Rei does there is antithetical to the context. At absolute best, Rei shows that he cares about Chiho with his handful of mentions that he doesn't want her to come to harm by the gods of destruction. That said, beyond making this claim, his actions say the very opposite. At no point does he try to prevent Chiho from fighting, nor does he recognize that she is only fighting because his life is in danger, and hence he should leave Tokyo or even Japan. For the entire story, he never does anything to stop Chiho, except for one time when he tries to convince her not to go back to fight Satan. And that would be something, and even an opportunity for Chiho to get development, if it weren't for the fact that rather than Chiho presenting a reasonable counter-argument, she instead pulls the idea that she is strong out of the aether. This idea has no support in any part of the manga, and in fact, Chiho being a pushover is supposedly a core part of her character that she never worked on, but nevertheless, this apparently convinces Rei that he's wrong. So, Rei loves Chiho, according to Gigant, which we can tell because, as always, Gigant said so, rather than there being any good evidence that shows that to be the case. Finally, on an almost entirely separate track, we then have E.T.E. As the main character, Rei should have to interact with E.T.E. quite often, but of course, that just means Gigant has yet another area where it fails entirely to do so. Once Rei learns that the recording is legitimate and that there really is a time traveler who is on some mission, Rei should at least be curious to find out what is going on. If he had some sort of recognition of danger, he should recognize that that will involve Chiho, and so if he wants to be a good boyfriend and help her maybe not die, then he should find out what to expect. But he doesn't. Later, E.T.E. appears, causing supernatural events, which is obviously related to the time traveler, and hence should be ringing several alarm bells for Rei. To this, he says that he should watch the recording, and then he doesn't do so. Then Greg appears, Rei almost dies, and he should be traumatized by this. Instead, he says he would rather die than have Chiho save his life again. In the very next chapter, he potentially claims that Chiho was really great for saving his life, and then he almost dies again. Then he almost dies again, and Gigant puts in the extra effort to show the devastation this attempted genocide causes. Rei again is not traumatized and is still upset that Chiho is saving his life. Then Rei almost dies again, but is still not traumatized and instead tells Chiho that she should let Tokyo get genocided. Then the AIs get nuked and E.T.E. is gone for good, with Rei having done nothing in reaction to it whatsoever. In summary, Rei is simply insufferable, whiny, and useless. Gigant puts no effort into letting him express what he thinks about what is happening, uses his flaw purely to follow him upwards into a relationship with Chiho, hardly ever has him act in line with his motivations, and with equal rarity has him react to literally anything that happens to him. He has no perspective on what is happening, nothing to relate to, and he accomplishes nothing, which means he is not a character. He is just a face that appears in Gigant, but beyond taking up space on the panel, practically nothing would change if he just disappeared. For a character, that is abhorrent, and for a main character, it is repulsive. Moving on, we then have the Time Travelers, whose role as characters is pretty clearly cut. They come from a future that has been so eroded by the war with the AIs that even basic modern-day values have begun to fade, and then, arriving in the modern day, they are suddenly presented with what they have come to protect. Thrown full force into Japan, they quickly realize that theory is not going to prepare them for reality, and so by process of the time travelers existing alongside Chiho, they should internalize our lifestyle and come to a personal understanding of the value and meaning of their mission. That is what is supposed to happen with the time travelers. However, what Gigant does is pretty much the exact opposite. One would expect such a process, as almost entirely changing one's belief structure would take ages and require several key moments of development. Instead, the time traveler's adventure is brief, lacks depth, and doesn't result in any development. For starters, despite saying the first thing they need to do is find Chiho, instead the time travelers end up discovering instant ramen and later indulge in all sorts of noodle varieties. In doing so, the time travelers personally experience the wonder and luxury of the modern day, to which they respond by doing nothing. This does not impress upon them a greater importance of our age or any sense of urgency as a few months pass with nothing having been accomplished. Eventually, they do get off their butts and find Chiho, however, since Gigant simply has them appear in Chiho's room, there is no reason given as to why the time travelers decided to resume their mission. We don't know if the time travelers reevaluated their purpose and decided to defend Earth, or if they just happened across Chiho's residence after several months of inactivity and took a random occasion to do their job. Either way, it is further established that the time travelers don't have a personal appreciation of the modern day, as they do not make any moves against Satan after their exposition dump. In fact, it seems that much the opposite has happened, as their apathy is more suggestive that the time travelers don't even want to fight for the sake of their mission at all. That said, despite the time travelers objectively failing to do their job in every regard, there are at least 2 attempts while waiting for Satan to arrive where Gigant tries to show some change in the time travelers. The first of these comes after the time travelers teach Chiho to fly, at which point Shiozawa suddenly remarks that he will die to protect Chiho. So, he has a girl worth fighting for, it seems, but beyond Gigant stating that fact, I am at a complete loss to find why this has happened. All the context we have is that one chapter after meeting Chiho, the time travelers give her a brief training session on the SAD's functions, and congratulate Chiho's clever use of it in battle. The point is, they think Chiho is smart, and they are impressed by her bravery for fighting on her own. This then is a problem for Shiozawa's declaration of wanting to protect Chiho, given that as far as they can see, she is perfectly capable of taking care of herself. What's more, the sudden outburst appears as if Gigant is making this declaration dramatic, as if to say that this is a special thing that Shiozawa is committed to. But that only raises questions about why he's committed to just Chiho. What about all the helpless people? What about the future? It just doesn't make a lot of sense for Shihozawa to feel Chiho is more important than the common civilians, especially given that Chiho hasn't done anything to make it feel like she deserves to be defended. Much more, the time travelers have only been with her for a day, so there's basically no context on what about Chiho herself has caused this change to occur, or what change it even caused. There just isn't enough elaboration on what this commitment even means to Shihozawa that it's hard to say how significant it is. The second opportunity then comes when Hefner and Kido watch one of Chiho's AVs. From what they say, apparently they've been raised to believe reproduction, the fundamental means by which a species continues to exist, is bad. That said, their society has been at war for over 100 years, so somebody has to be having babies, which makes it pretty unclear on how or why the time travelers would even have this opinion in the first place. Nevertheless, they do, and they've believed this for apparently their entire lives. With that being the case, assumedly there should be many reasons backing up their belief, which as they are deconstructed one by one could reveal some insight even if the time travelers don't actually change. But no, instead Hefner and Kido experience excitement, embarrassment, passion, maybe even love, and instantly all their brainwashing has been overcome. What beliefs have been overthrown? What new appreciations do the time travelers have? Well, Gigant never gives any clues whatsoever, if only it had spent more than 8 pages to conduct the entire character arc. Additionally, as was with all the previous opportunities, nothing really changes. Sure, Kido and Hefner act more rambunctious on exactly one occasion, but Momonogi and Shihozawa don't react. Additionally, there isn't an available explanation on how this change affects the time travelers, as they do not realize they should stop ignoring Satan, nor is there ever any discussion between the time travelers to illustrate a difference in perspective. At least there's no sign of change until suddenly, and for yet more unknowable reasons, Momonogi seems to have come to a hypothesis of what makes someone human. This would demonstrate that she has learned a lesson from completing her character arc, but of course, the problems are that 1, she didn't have one, and 2, the lesson she apparently learned has nothing to do with what Hefner and Kido experienced. As Momonogi claims, she learned that a human is something capable of demonstrating moral licensing. It's not that they struggle to be good or that evil ultimately loses or even any sort of discussion of making sure the impact of good equals bad, it's just that humans can do both. By that logic, bottlenose dolphins are human. It's a stupid idea, but alas, that is where the character arc of discovering reproduction is going to lead to. Or at least that's how Gigant constructs it, even though everything about this is completely unrelated. It is a conclusion entirely separate from what the time travelers experienced. So, looking at the whole picture, the one job Gigant had to do for the time travelers goes as follows. The time travelers arrive unaware what the modern day's idea of humanity is, which they need to learn in order to counter the AIs. To be fair, they do technically reach that end, although the evidence that leads up to that conclusion simply doesn't exist. Rather than trying to engage in their mission at all, the time travelers eat ramen, kill civilians, run from the police, and watch the world burn. Additionally, even though Momonogi makes a claim at the essence of humanity, her conclusion doesn't make any sense. She doesn't explain how moral licensing works in any regard, instead just throwing the concept out there as if that's enough to provide a counter-argument. And then that's it. Thus ends the time travelers. They were sent to do one job, which they blatantly ignored, cheated on the test, and were never heard from again. With that, we have one last character, the most important figure in Gigant, which of course means the biggest hypocrite, Chiho. The brave, altruistic, and beloved hero, Chiho. Of course, we can tell Chiho is all these things because Gigant says this is the case regardless of all the contradicting information. All we have to do is not pay attention to the overt plot contrivance to ensure that Rei is always in danger, as otherwise Chiho would not have any reason to fight the gods of destruction, even though she knows millions of people are dying in the meantime. We can't pay attention to the fact that at no point does Chiho even think about trying to prevent E.T.E from causing disaster, nor how she doesn't care enough to watch the recording and find out something useful. Additionally, the fact that throughout the entire story, Chiho continuously fails to stop being a pushover should be ignored, and pretty much everything else about Chiho, like her relationship, her ego, and her moral principles, should be viewed as irrelevant to her status as a hero. With all that put to the side then, indeed, Chiho is a hero. Brilliant, Gigant. Absolutely brilliant. The case against Chiho being a hero is shut and closed. At best, sometimes Chiho happens to stop a genocide. For just that, she deserves praise. However, to be set up as a standard or a remotely redeemable person when she would on any other day let the city burn is absurd. Chiho's character being so far from a hero is so blatant that I honestly wonder if maybe GIGANT didn't want the audience to root for Chiho, but that just makes me question why everyone else in the manga blindly praises her. I mean, it's not like GIGANT is trying to point at how people are too willing to idolize manufactured images of virtue that are actually a farce, because GIGANT never bothers to properly dive into that subject. The praise of Chiho can be described in no greater depth than that she is famous, and the discussion surrounding her scandal is no greater than that she gets cancelled, after which nobody seems to care that either event ever happened, and nobody cares that nobody cares. As such, Chiho is set up to be the archetypal hero of the story, and then GIGANT has her act like a selfish scumbag that doesn't care when millions die. Can't say that wasn't unexpected at this point, given that GIGANT has failed to show all the other characters to be what it thinks they are. Nevertheless, while I've gotten the point across, there is still something about Chiho being a hero that I wanted to note, that being an interesting opportunity GIGANT could have seized. As it goes, throughout the story, Chiho is referred to both by her name and her stage name, Papiko, which gives the interesting implication of a separation of how Chiho is living as both Papiko, the ideal hero of the people, and as Chiho, an ordinary person. And with that state of duality, there's quite a bit that GIGANT could explore. In the beginning, before Papiko is known to the world, what does Chiho think about having Nagashima's mission thrust upon her? Is she hesitant or scared? Does she sometimes think that they should try to honor the man's wishes only to back away? Upon defeating Greg, how does her perspective change? Does Chiho realize that she's in too deep but that she can't escape and has to tread water as best as she can? Does she try to run away anyways, leaving the country? Of course, she doesn't do anything and gets arrested, so there isn't much time for exploration, but a hint at something would have been better than Chiho's complete inaction. After defeating Dumb, Dumb, and Dumber, Chiho becomes a full-blown icon, further separating her normal life and her heroic status, but how does Chiho feel about this? Does she still dislike having to be a hero? Does Papiko now start representing something Chiho disagrees with, or do they make promises that Chiho is afraid she can't keep? Does Chiho herself completely disappear, or is the entity of Papiko a front for Chiho's growing ego? What does all that have to say about being a hero? By having Chiho address all or some of these questions and choices, GIGANT could make a more compelling character. The audience would be able to understand her and how hard a position she's been placed in. But of course, GIGANT didn't do that. Instead, Chiho lazes around contemplating nothing about her position, responsibilities, or morality as millions die. It is a pretty big missed opportunity. Beyond that, we then have the rest of the issues with Chiho, although since all these follow in line with how GIGANT handled today, we can at least be brief in looking at them. Chiho has a flaw of having no spine, which GIGANT uses purely to get her to day-to-day, at which point this part of her character becomes irrelevant. It only appears once more as an influence on her decisions when she gives money to her family, but they also don't show up again, so that is meaningless. The only point where Chiho is punished for her flaw is by means of the position GIGANT has her begin in, which is dating Ryuji. However, rather than GIGANT continuing to show this flaw as being detrimental or in need of resolving, it then rewards Chiho for having it by having Grey convince her to date him, which of course goes swell. In terms of motivation, Chiho begins as wanting to feed her ego, which is how she must be so that she hugs Rei, at which point GIGANT forgets this aspect of Chiho. Filling the void, Chiho is then hesitant to date Rei, and then the next chapter GIGANT forgets that and she loves Rei a lot. Despite this, Chiho then fails to do pretty much anything to show she cares for Rei, never taking any precaution to prevent him from coming to harm. Likewise, she doesn't react to what Rei does, having no comment on the multiple occasions that he tells her he doesn't want to be saved. Then for E.T.E, Chiho is entrusted with a mission. She then makes no attempt to find out what it is, while also giving no sign that she doesn't want to fulfill the mission. Despite apparently being motivated by people that need her, she somehow only applies that to her career as a celebrity, and so when people are dying, all she does is spend as much time as possible acting as if E.T.E didn't exist. Nevertheless, she still ends up completing her mission anyways because the plot made it so. And so we have Chiho, a character that rarely acts, has character traits and motivations that GIGANT turns off and on as they are convenient to the plot, and who despite being a literal criminal is touted as a hero. Looking at all the characters in overview, they're all pretty bad. It would be pretty easy to call them all hypocrites, as not a single one fills the role GIGANT says they are supposed to, but the issue is bigger than that. The problem is that beyond the characters having the same general issues, the underlying reason that they all fail is that GIGANT doesn't care about rules. If it sets up that a character has been sent on a dangerous mission, and that assumedly this character volunteered for the mission, GIGANT won't recognize that this is a motivation, and they won't regard that motivation as a rule the story needs to abide by. GIGANT doesn't see that the character needs to continue to act like they want to complete their mission because it only invented the mission in the first place to serve one job. Then, once that job was completed, the motivation no longer matters for GIGANT, and so it stops existing. This method can be observed in every aspect of the characters. The AI's being sexist is a personality trait that is fabricated on the spot just so that there is some sense that Chiho and the time travelers are proven as superior to them. Chiho is given an ego just so that she talks to Rei, with her pride then suddenly disappearing afterwards. Rei and Chiho's flaws exist to get them to make a decision, and then suddenly they stop making similar choices. Rei believes that Chiho shouldn't fight E.T.E, but this is only stated in the moment to say Rei cares for Chiho, after which the belief is never acted upon. There is no consistency with the characters, and in effect this means that there are no characters. Nobody continues to act as themselves, instead their parts are being swapped out for whatever the plot demands. With that, it becomes clear that GIGANT does not have characters, it has puppets, and from a 100% track record of failing every attempt to have a character, it seems to me that GIGANT is fundamentally incapable of doing so. With that, to put everything together, we have world building that is as solid as quicksand, a plot built on contrivance, and a cast of slaves that exist purely to serve said plot. The building blocks of GIGANT are rotten to the core, and so that leaves us with one final question. What do these blocks build? When everything is said and done, what in the world does GIGANT provide as a takeaway? Well, I have some ideas on what it could be, but as is with everything in this manga, that doesn't mean much. Going back to Chapter 1, my first idea is that perhaps there's some significance in the fact that most of its development gets dropped. Perhaps the world-ending plot uprooting the characters from their everyday lives could be a metaphor for entering adulthood, the responsibility that requires, and how that impacts the previously immature ideas adolescents had nurtured since childhood. This seems plausible, and what's more, a lot of GIGANT's elements line up with facilitating this route, as E.T.E could do the uprooting, Chiho running into Colonel Nakajima could illustrate the responsibility, and the final point could be shown through Rei's naivety and his internal struggle with loyalty. That's a start, which is why I had this idea, but unfortunately beyond the start there isn't any more substance here. This idea would require Rei's thoughts on chasing lust to be important to his character, and secondly, the entire story stands in contradiction to the idea. After all, E.T.E hardly uproots Chiho and Rei's activity as they constantly go about life while paying it as little attention as possible. Chiho has no thoughts on being forced to be a hero, and Rei doesn't do anything at all. The second idea, then, is that perhaps the point was initially intended to be something along the lines of the concept of consequences. In large part, this idea comes from E.T.E and its wanting to see human action without consequence. To this, the main cast could provide several counter-arguments, like how E.T.E obviously isn't without consequence, and that humans need consequences to operate for the better. That while humans desire destruction, it is upon seeing that theft and pride are not the most beneficial option that they make the decision to work to cooperate. That said, to pose that GIGANT is actually about such an idea is laughable. In most regards, GIGANT is actually allergic to consequences. Chiho and Rei get away with their relationship for an inordinate amount of time given how brazenly they flaunted it, and how many people knew of its existence. Additionally, even though Chiho incites the wrath of the E.T.E users, they conveniently don't do anything to remove her from the equation, and of course the very fabric of cause and effect is put into question by the existence of time travel. Consequences are one of the most non-existent parts of GIGANT, so while it seems that E.T.E may have initially been thought up to make a commentary on them, GIGANT ended up in an entirely different dimension, both literally and figuratively. As another possibility then, maybe GIGANT was supposed to be about the power of love. After all, Rei and Chiyo's relationship is half the story and if not the, major driving force for the plot. The start of the manga is about Rei meeting Chiho and then starting a relationship. Their love is what compels Chiho to fight, most of the time, what gives her a second wind in trouble, and love drives Rei to use time travel to resurrect Chiho and then maybe kind of kill her by giving her memories of another timeline. With that last one in particular, there is legitimately no other explanation besides the power of love for how that happened, and as for the other examples, their love is a major determinative factor. So, with the concept of love being placed at critical junctures, it makes it pretty clear that this is a message that GIGANT is giving. That's at least more than what the previous two ideas have going for them, as they seemed more like simple concepts that never made it beyond the brainstorming phase. However, while I agree this is a point that GIGANT has, that is not to say that it is a takeaway. While the pieces exist, the problem is that GIGANT does not provide anything to build on this idea beyond the fact that it exists. We don't know why Chiho loves Rei, both characters constantly fail to act like they love each other, and when everything comes to a point with Rei trying to convince Chiho not to go back to fight Satan, love isn't a part of the argument. Instead, Chiho argues that she is strong because I guess she apparently grew a spine, but she did so spontaneously with no help from Rei at all. In total, then, there is no elaboration on what the power of love really is, nor is there an understandable explanation on how it does what GIGANT shows it to do, so the audience can't learn anything. And so, finally, I then have one last idea. It's the argument that Rei uses to justify Chiho dating him. It comes up when a television show attempts to argue that Chiho shouldn't be punished for her crimes because she defeated Greg. It could be inferred from the discussion for why Chiho is given so little grief for dating Rei. Momonogi invokes it when telling Chiho she doesn't need to fight Satan, and it is the sole argument brought against the AIs to better define humanity. Moral licensing. That said, of course, the idea of GIGANT posing this as the message is ridiculous. The argument is that rather than struggling to become better, humans should try at best to be neutral, which is crazy. What sane person donates to a charity and then turns around to steal from a homeless person as an imperative of their humanity? To propose that moral licensing is a moral or virtue or both is textbook absurdity. Nevertheless, I suppose that whether GIGANT wants to try and make a stupid point is something irrelevant, as first we have to show that it makes that point, which it doesn't. In the same fashion as GIGANT handled the power of love, moral licensing is repeatedly brought up, and sometimes at important moments in the story. However, also like love, GIGANT is hardly an exploration of the concept. It doesn't say anything about whether the good has to equal the bad, or even how to measure either side of the scale. For all we know, GIGANT would argue that if you give an ant a loaf of bread, then you would be all clear to enact nuclear warfare. There really isn't anything to go on beyond the fact that GIGANT made the claim of moral licensing being the essence of humanity, which doesn't do anything for the readers. So, returning to the question, what can we learn from GIGANT? Nothing. At least, nothing insofar as what GIGANT wanted us to learn. Throughout the whole 89 chapters, there was no development of thought or anything of substance that the audience can ponder on. At best, GIGANT just wildly throws out ideas, and a couple of them show up multiple times, but that's all that GIGANT accomplished. It just stated ideas without giving any attention to making them fit into the story or any explanation on what it was saying. As is with everything GIGANT touches, there's nothing but a void, and if anything, that's the lesson the audience does learn. That GIGANT is worthless. It is boring, senseless, pointless, pathetic, and vain. It's by far the worst thing I have ever read, and I hope it stays that way for the rest of my life. In its totality, GIGANT is a manga that glorifies a relationship between an AV actress and a minor, has a plot whose most consistent beat is retcon, and a setting that has less consistency than my dreams. It has such a minuscule understanding of itself that it can't give anyone the time of day. There's no causality, no reflection, and no progress. It is almost like a swamp of vomit that is left to fester over the years it takes for drunks to produce it. Unbearable and vile. However, since this hypothetical vomit comes from the stomach, there is at least a plethora of microbial bacteria that could be used for something. GIGANT, on the other hand, doesn't even have that. As the product of continually putting nothing into its 89 chapters of runtime, GIGANT has even less. There is nothing of value because in order for that to exist, GIGANT has to earn it, and in order to earn it, it has to do work. But clearly, GIGANT wasn't interested in doing work. It failed to even notice every opportunity within its pages to use a payoff, even though its plot had complete control. The plot could have literally done anything and gone anywhere, but it not only failed to reach a resolution, the manga never even moved beyond the premise. GIGANT is a failure by every means of storytelling, and so it amounts to nothing. Thanks for watching. Now go and get a slice of your own life.